crazy again. But I've done a 25-6. What? I'm apexing here.
And you're never going to focus on that, right? Or
I've done it.
Yeah, yes. So.
I wanted to beat the 30, and I did that some years ago. I wanted to do 100 over the line. Okay. And then somebody else said, why don't you drive my car? And then we bought a car. And then I got a class record. And then I got another car. And I was unbeaten for like 3 years. What a feeling. I just never thought I would even be able to drive, let alone go on, money, engine blow, all the pain, and then we get around it. And then we went to a bigger engine again, and then I had a target. I wanted to beat 26 when I was young. I saw the record go.
That corner.
Late 80s by the drive. Yeah, 26 hours. If I could beat his time, I know you're not comparing. If I could beat his time, if I could beat ADO.
Where the
we were the last week on Sunday night. We were the last week. But you were like the top four. So right where the engine, because that was actually it was like half a second quicker than me that I shared the car with. When they looked at
So far, best of British weather, but we can't rely on that very often. My name's Chris Druitt. I'm in Vaux Villa, and we'll be joined a bit later on by Billy Grace in the crossing box. Have we got Chris Bomsford?
You have. Good morning, Chris, and how are you today?
I'm okay, not bad for the moment. At least I've been vertical, which is makes a change. Have we got anybody in the top?
Not at this point in time, no.
But is Lloyd likely?
Lloyd is possibly might turn up in a bit, and Billy, as you know, is down your end at the moment, I think.
That'll be great.
Have you seen Billy this morning?
I have indeed, yes.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, the sun is shining up here, Chris. It looks cracked. The track is bone dry. Everything's looking great. We're on a red flag because it must be probably end of batch.
It is.
And well, good morning to everyone. Welcome to Shelsley. The car park is filling up. Yes, Chris Druitt down there in Vaux Villa, the very famous commentary box that Murray Walker started his first professional commentary in. And Chris, you've been occupying that Vaux Villa for many years, haven't you?
I have, yes. It was a real honour when John Moody, when I stopped driving a race car, John Moody said, well, why don't you try commentating? I said, you've got to be kidding. He said, give it a go. And that led to all sorts of things, including Goodwood. I've just retired from commentating at Goodwood, the 3 meetings down there every year, after 20 years doing that. Took up flying for a change, which was a change from talking, except when air traffic control wanted to tick you off for doing something. And did 20 years of flying, and then that stopped a couple of years ago. But I really loved it. I flew over Shelsley many a time. I used to take people wanted to go flying. I took them on a triangular course from Bidford, where the airplane was based, over Prescott, and up here to Shelsley, and then back again. It made a very nice flight. Where are we? Well, we're in the competitors in the national meeting, which is taking place yesterday and today, get a third practice run, and we're running towards the end of that. You will have just seen batch 4, which was most... Have I gone off the air, or am I still audible?
No, you're still audible, Chris. I can hear you loud and clear.
I couldn't hear myself in
page 23 of the programme at the moment.
Yeah, that's good. So we've had an interesting practice group having their third practice, but we're coming to the the most exciting bit, which is the big single-seater class. This is where our championship leaders are competing, and it's a pretty close run thing. I haven't in fact got it in front of me, the current positions. Yes, I have, because it's in the program, isn't it? So thumbing through the program, it's neck and neck. It's age versus youth, with Wallace Mingers head to head. Yeah, here we go. Matthew Ryder and Wallace. Well, they're in, I believe they're neck and neck at the moment, although in the programme, after Guston Down, Wallace is in second place with 89 points, as opposed to Matthew's 95. Matthew, of course, sharing with the Works Gould of Sean Gould, who himself has got 59 points, doing really well. Another car and driver combo that is really coming along is Will Hall. Will in the Gould GR59, which he acquired, I think, 2 years ago, and it's taken him and the team a little while to really sort the suspension out, get it bedded down, but Will is storming away now. He's got 74 points for third place. Then Sean, who holds the record here and has done since 3 or 4 years in the Gould.
2021, Chris, 22.37 seconds to do 1,000 yards up a steep hill.
It's about time that got broken, I think.
Got a chance, hasn't it?
It has, although I think the hill could do with a bit of a resurface. Who else? Well, Trevor Willis, of course, is always in there fighting, but he's suffering, his car is suffering from a lack of power. It's got the same engine it's had for 14 years. Jack Cottrell's a newish comer to the top class, but he's doing really well in the Dallara XD. Then Dave Uren is in the Gould GR59. Alex Coles is a relative newcomer to the top 10 and doing really well in the Force TA, which he's sharing. Paul Hames, I think Paul Hames and Alex Summers both are having limited seasons. Alex with the new baby, Paul, I'm not sure whether, he's usually very quick, Paul, but he's got 21 points, he's in there fighting. And here we go, Richard Walker kicks us off into bottom S at 89.
Is your live stream all working, Chris, down there in the screen? Everything good?
Off comes Jonathan Evans. You have to have about 4 eyes to look at the timing screen and the brilliant graphic screen, which is showing Jonathan Evans rushing into bottom S at, I say rushing, 86. Here's Trisha Davis, and Trisha has been competing for a long time, and the engine in her car was built by her hubby. And she's always pretty quick and pretty neat. And it's a good family battle. So Trisha, 94 into bottom S. We also indicate the 64-foot time. Is there anybody here who doesn't know why we measure the speed at 64 feet? If you don't know why, put your hand up and I'll try and explain. No, everybody knows. But actually 2 seconds from the start line to the 64-foot mark is 1 G, 1 force of gravity. And it's always interesting to compare people's 64-foot time. The best I think I've ever seen was 1.58.
The electric car yesterday, Chris, was 1.9 off the start.
Really?
That's very rapid in that big Porsche Cayenne, isn't it? Which is doing demo runs today, isn't it?
No.
That 1.5, was that the Manic BT?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, what a piece of kit that is, isn't it? It's still around, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, who's on the line? Unfortunately, competitors are meant to have their number on the front of the car as well, but some do and some don't. It looks like Les March, car number 811, so he's sharing with Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor. Amazing machines. Bottom S at 108, it's pretty quick. And over the finishing line, 27.98 for Leslie. On the line is Chalmers Jr. That's James, son of John, in the family Rolled Formula 3. Rather sad story about why that Rolled never actually got to compete in Formula 3, which was to our advantage on hill climbing, but it was a bit of, I'm losing my words, but it was a very political move to stop both Walt and Reynard from racing in that year of Formula 3. James Chalmers, 28.72. Kelvin Broad sharing with Alex Jones. He's quick. 118 bottom S, that's very quick. And neat and tidy through the S sector. Nice to see the new Armco. You always worry about people going off. 27.33 for Kelvin. William Lockridge. 2.28 off the line, which is good. Now approaching bottom S at 113. He's in the Empire Wraith. Amazing aerodynamics. Is he sharing with Zach Zammit?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I've just been chatting to Zach, who flew in from Malta on Friday. Now here's Debbie Summers in the family car, which she's sharing with her dad today. Debbie getting back into the swing of things after producing Jack, who's here as an enthusiastic spectator. I think he's about 10 weeks old or so. He's very young, but start of young is the answer. Deb is in the 20s, she'll be pleased. And she's followed by Bernard Kevel in the early OMS 28. And Bernard into bottom S 104. Going quickly through the S sector. He would be thrilled, yeah, he will be thrilled to be in the 20s. 29.55, 114 over the line for Bernard. Lynn Owen misses OMS. At the kink and then into bottom S, sharing of course with Steve. 85 into bottom S, so sensibly she gets on the brakes a little bit early and powers through the bottom S. Often it results in a quick time, 32.13. Dave Uren, I think, on the start line. It might be Nicola Mingis. It's Nicola. Now Nicola is our ladies record holder with a 24/7. That's a storming time. I wonder if she can match it or beat it this weekend. Again, Nicola gets off the power early-ish before bottom S, and it's a nice controlled run through bottom S, and it results in a 27.66, but 131 over the line. Here's Mom, Lindsay Summers, with the DJ Firestorm, with which Alex has had a terrific number of seasons. He's taking it easy this year. Sharing with Lindsay, it's her car. 98 bottom S, she'll be in the 130s, I should think, over the finishing line. More, 143 to record a 27.37, just a little bit quicker than Nicola. So it's quite a good mum's battle between Nicola Mingis and Lindsay Summers. Who's on the line now? We shall shortly see. Oh. Sean Gould in the original Gould 59. Such a clever design. One-piece bodywork from front to back, and and the only aperture lets the driver in. Everything else has to go in from underneath. And Sean records a 24.5. Well, that's pretty good for practice. Slight change of scene. Car number 90, Lizzie Weaver. Lizzie's proving to be a good driver. She's relatively new to actually driving, but she's getting quicker and quicker. She's in the Van Diemen RF91 Formula Ford car. And she's followed by Carol Nichols. Carol in the car her dad built just before he died. He was working on the day he finally decided to slip off the twig, and Carol scoured the country for this car as a tribute to her father and has competed in it for the last 6 or 7 years, I think. She records it, no, is recording a time still, but Lizzie did a 39.29, and now here's Charles Williams. Charles has been hill climbing for a long, long time. He used to be one of my competitors in the 2-litre class, but this is a very rare Formula Ford Chevron, the Chevron B68. And Charles doesn't expect to win anything, but does expect to have a great time and have a lot of fun. David Owen in the Mark 11 Merlin. Merlin were pretty successful for quite a long period with Formula Ford, Formula 3. I'm not sure. They'd Formula 2, I think. Charles Williams, 40.27. Mike Gallery. And Mike is in the 1986 Van Diemen. Very narrow body. David Owen, 37.17. Crikey, I didn't notice, I should have mentioned, the screen is showing Sean Gould going to bottom S at 149 miles an hour. Now, do we believe that? I'm not sure whether we do or not, but it is immensely quick. I mean, previously, best speed into bottom S was about 137, but 149 and get round the corner is something special. Chris, do you believe that?
Well, actually, I'm not sure I do. And I was chatting to Alan Warburton yesterday, and he was telling me that sometimes when Alex Coles' car is shown at 140 into bottom S, and the Warby's car might be similar, he says the actual data is completely different. He says they cannot do more than 120 in his Gould.
I'm sure that's right.
So I think we may be a bit exaggerating, but nevertheless, Sean was on an absolute mission. He was flying for a practice run, and very impressive it was too, which bodes well, doesn't it, for a fantastic time runs and then runoffs. What?
It really does. A few times Sarah Bosworth, 34.46, Les Buck, 36.32, Mike Gallery, 35.41, David Owen, 37.17 on the line. Car number, is it 400? It can't be 400, is it 100? Here it is, Jason Tunnicliffe in a one-year-old Empire Evo 4 with a 1-litre turbocharged engine, shorter wheelbase than the Evo 3.
I tell you what, Chris, he was incredible going into bottom S there, sparking at the top, and that little turbo engine absolutely winding up brilliantly.
115 into bottom S. That's quite something. Jason's really getting the hang of it. 27.56. Mark Schlanker.
Yeah, I've got Mark Schlanker now. He's this is the X-Iron Price car, 1600 higher booster in this one, and very rapid too. And he's already into bottom S, Chris.
He is, and he was into bottom S at 105. Will it be in the 20s? We shall see. Yes, indeed, 27.61. That's a good run. Darren Grumley is always quick.
Yeah, local man Darren from the Team Valley. Here he comes now, sharing with Paul Jones this year, and going very well indeed. These 1600s are having quite a hard time competing with the 1100s, Chris, aren't they?
They are, yes. Who's on the line? That's Andy Greenan. The Greenan brothers are very competitive and very quick. So this is Adam. I think Andy must be sharing the car, although he's not shown in the running order.
Always rapid, the battle between the Greenan brothers, isn't it? Very impressive.
Yes.
Who's going to prevail this weekend? Can they get in the runoffs, Chris?
They'll get close to it. Adam very quickly through bottom S, 26.82. We are just on the fringes, I think, but 116 over the line.
What's your thinking that we're going
to less. Well, let's see what he does, because David will be very pleased to get into the runoff. 25.46. Yeah, I think you're probably just about make it.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're going to have to do 25s to get in.
Yeah, I think so. End of a batch. That's batch 5. Is that the end of our practice this morning?
No, we've still got the big boys, Wallace and Cope.
Of course we have. Yes, batch 6. And after batch 6, batch 7 is our hystericals, with some really interesting cars, famous cars. Simon Taylor's HWM, the Stoveboat Special, very famous. First car that Sterling Moss was paid to drive in a Grand Prix. Richard and Amanda George in their lovely Chevron B19. Martin Jones, Chris Bentley Jones in Brabhams, and Andrew Tippett. Andrew's an interesting one. It was there was a time when Formula One cars tried sprouting very high wings on the end of long sticks, and Andrew's chassis has got the mounting holes for those sticks. And they tried it at the Spanish Grand Prix, which was a disaster because they kept coming adrift, and of course when a downforce wing comes adrift, you get upforce, and lots of people were injured there, and so they very quickly and sensibly decided not a good idea to have high-level wings. Robin Johnson in the Tiger SF 83. Tiger, Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley started the Tiger Company and had a lot of success in both in sports car racing and single-seaters. And Roger Deans is here with the venerable Lola Formula 5000 car, which Roger has thrashed the pants off for, crikey, it must be 20 years or so. And we've got Simon Durling here with the Alpine A110, not the current Alpine, but the one that did so well in European rallies in the 60s and 70s. It was a featherweight car, but a tough old thing, and had great success over the European mountains. And then Simon Braithwaite with a BMW M3. Which I think is the 4-cylinder M3, very rare and very desirable, and the value of them is just shooting up all the time. I didn't see Simon Taylor in the paddock. Was he here yesterday, Chris?
Yes, he was, Chris. Yeah, I think he's here because he usually stays quite local in the Team Valley, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Farm, so
he does.
I'm guessing so. He ran well enough yesterday, and I didn't see any problems. Hopefully, he's here.
He's written a fantastic pair of books about the history of all the HWM cars and the HWM company, and I invested in it recently. My arms are just about strong enough to lift the books, but it's an absolute work of immense effort. He thought, Simon Taylor thought, well, there are only 17 HWMs were ever built, so it'll take me a month or two to write the book. I think 2 years later he was still hammering the typewriter away, but it's a brilliant pair of books. The first
what does HWM stand for, Chris?
Hersham and Walton Motors. So HWM was a garage, effectively a petrol station in Hersham in Surrey. And funnily enough, when I was a young teenager, I must have been about 12, I think, my dad wanted to buy a car to compete in the Cannes Rallye Soleil, and he thought a TDMG would be appropriate, not very quick, but plenty of fun. And HWM had one for sale, and so we drove up to HWM in Dad's Bristol 401, and he hopped in the MG, and off he went for a test drive. We followed in Dad's car, driven by George Abacassis, who was a current Grand Prix driver at the time. So I can claim to have been driven by an F1 driver.
And did Dad buy it?
He did, and he did the one rally in it and then flogged it.
Ah, now of course you've told the story before, I know, but they had didn't they have a 2-litre Alta engine in them, Chris?
HWM did, yes.
Yeah.
And that was part of the trouble, because Geoffrey Taylor, who built the Alta engine, always searched for the cheapest metal that he could find. So he would trail around the local scrapyards, picking out bits of aluminium, bits of steel, but he always chose the cheapest bit and then machined them into the part he wanted, which meant that whenever you saw Altas racing, they tended to be very quick and to lead the way first 3 laps, and then they always packed up because his material couldn't stand the stress. But they were nicely designed, and Alta engines now, of course, have all been rebuilt with modern materials, and they are extremely powerful for their 2-litre size. Now, spare a look on the line, because there's Amanda George in this lovely B19 Chevron. Big racing career, or hill climbing career particularly, in Switzerland, because circuit racing was banned in Switzerland after the tragic accident at Le Mans in 1955.
That's one of your favourite cars, Chris, I know that. Yeah, mine, lovely, isn't it?
She's followed by Joe McDrell. Good start, 2.25. And surges into bottom S, or doesn't surge into bottom S.
Engine's looking a bit smoky in that one, Chris. It looks like it might need a little rebuild. I think it's got a Peugeot engine in it, actually. It's
1.6 Peugeot.
No, I think it's a 1.9, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Finally, we get a speed into bottom S of 85 and 95 over the line to record a 35.2. Ian Tucker, 106 in the OMS 28.
Ian Tucker comes from Cornwall. He's a regular competitor. This is a 1600 high booster in there, stretched as far as it could go, really. Sparks his way into bottom S, heading up towards top S, Chris.
So how much power do you get out of a 1600 high booster? Are they turbocharged?
Yeah, they're normally aspirated, probably about 250.
Yeah.
260 perhaps. Of course, the supercharged and turbocharged ones are absolute lunatic things, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Ian Tucker, 3105. Nigel Pitt, 107 in the Dallara F305. So developed from a Formula 3 car.
That's a stunning looking car, that one. He's new to him this year. He bought it off Tim Elmer, and he's still got the little OMSE races as well, but that car is just built for Shelsley, isn't it?
Has he got the V6 in the back?
No, it's got the 2-litre Terry Davis V8 in the back of that.
Oh, right.
So it goes well, doesn't it?
Andy Bagour, doesn't he come from the Channel Islands?
He absolutely does. Here he comes now. He's made a long trip and he's very competitive. Again, a little Hayabusa engine in the back of that, little motorbike engine, so a little whizzer. But my goodness me, he's going well this weekend.
Well, he popped into bottom S at 118. Not bad considering he doesn't come here very often. 27.79, good run by Andy. On the line, we've got 104. Gavin McLaren.
Yeah, this is the shared Pilbeam, this one. This has got the Rover V6 in the back of it, a 2-litre Rover V6. Lovely old Pilbeam. They bought that this year, shared drive, and my goodness me, that sounds magnificent. Into bottom S now, going very nicely indeed.
They're going well, because it's not all that powerful, that 2-litre V6 engine. 30.03, good run by Gavin. Who did they buy it from?
It came from Yorkshire, a well-known Yorkshire competitor. It'll come to me in a bit, Chris, but he's about 80 years old, so he's currently retired, I think. So they bought that one. But now we've got Kevin Creven in another Pilbeam. This one shared with Jonathan Evans. Got a 2-litre Millington engine, which is made just up the road in Bridgnorth. Classic old Pilbeam. Doesn't that look lovely?
It does. And it records while the time was clicking up. Fairly early braking into bottom S, but 31.58. Here's Terry Davis. We saw Trisha in the last batch. I think Terry has finally given up building hill climb engines. It's a shame because he built some really good V6 engines out of a couple of motorcycle cases.
Yeah, very clever engine builder. Basically uses either two Hayabusas or two Yamahas, and he makes V8s out of them. So that's clever stuff. So the Terry Davis engine is in Jonathan Varley's Predator, isn't it?
Yeah, this is amazing.
And talk of the devil, here he is now, Jonathan Varley, our current Midland Hillclimb champion, absolutely on a mission this weekend. He'll be trying to qualify for the runoff. He is up against a power disadvantage against the big Joe Beans. Nevertheless, let's see what he can do.
You should have a look at this car in the paddock. It's a miracle of squeezing a big pint into a little pot. Jonathan, 25.72. Now, will that get him in the runoff? 121 miles an hour. Followed by Stuart Sugden in a GWR Raptor.
Yeah, these are the Graham White built cars, the little Raptors, very rapid little things. That same as Jonathan Varley's actually, if you look at the shape of it. And of course that car, when Graham White had the car, well not that one, but Jonathan's had a big Arrows V10 Formula 1 engine in it.
It made a lovely noise, but didn't get anywhere really. Now this is Father Chalmers, I think. John in the Rawlt Formula 3 001, the only one they built. They had people wanting to buy them, but Dallara came along, made them offers they couldn't refuse. So effectively, since that time, Formula 3 became a Dallara one-make class.
That's really interesting, Chris. I didn't actually know that. Yeah, so this car actually, this looks like a mini F1 Mercedes, doesn't it, to look at? Got a 1420 turbocharged engine, pops up, bangs up the hill. My goodness me, that's a very rapid thing, sparking his way into bottom S. Very spectacular, isn't it?
John, of course, was adjutant to Roy Lane and shared in the car fettling business with Roy. And then married into the family. Now then, on the line, spectacular colours.
That's got to be Alex Coles.
It is Alex Coles indeed.
Have a look at this, folks. This is Alex Coles, sensational young driver from Plymouth. He's only about 19 years old. He has absolutely done brilliantly this year. He's getting top 5s, top 6s in the runoffs in the 1300 supercharged car.
Says 140 to S. Not sure we believe it. 25.11, definitely top 10, top 12 material. Brilliant run by Alex. He shares with, who does he share with?
Kelvin Broad.
Kelvin Broad, that's right.
Is this Zach Zammit? This looks like Zach Zammit to me from Malta. Absolutely flying. Wow, he was close to the barriers there. He's not hanging about, is he? Comes all the way from Malta to compete, and very, very quick he is too in the Works Empire race.
Is he champion out in Malta?
I'm not sure if he's champion out there. I think he probably has been. I don't know
guess
if he gets the time to do it all out there. I don't know.
25.27. Ed Burgess, we frequently see in a lovely Bugatti Type 51, but he went crazy a couple of years ago and bought this
Yeah, great to see him out, isn't it, in this big Gordon. This is the X-James Baxter car, big 2.5 litre V6 in the back of it. Got plenty of grunt, quite a history car actually, this one.
It is. Tony Marsh had it. 28.83. Ed will be reasonably happy with that. He's a brave man.
Must be a heck of an experience jumping into that from his Bugatti.
Yeah, and Ed and his Bugatti hold the Bugatti record at Prescott, which they gained last year.
Yes. What sort of Bugatti is it? Is it a 51, Chris?
It's a 51, which is the twin cam version of the 35. Now, is this another Predator? Up to the line. Oh, this is Richard. This is Dad Summers in the family car. The whole family got together and built this car and did a beautiful job. It's got the 2.5 litre Cosworth engine in the back.
Yeah, spectacular build that one, isn't it? And Richard are driving it this weekend. Alex, of course, is out in his Firestorm for it's coming up shortly.
Here comes Granny Sandra Tomlin. Still very quick.
Isn't this a beautiful Pilbeam, folks? It's spectacular. The colour scheme on that. It's got a 4-litre Judd V8 in the back. It's one of the very last Pilbeams built for hill climbing, and she drives it very well indeed. Sometimes she's out with her son or whatever in that car.
Richard did a 29.42. Simon Andrews, car number 119. He's sharing, is he sharing with Bernie?
Yeah, he's sharing with Bernie Cavill this year, and they've also got a Formula 4, but that one's got a 2.8 V8 in the back, so pretty rapid thing. OMS cars built by Steve Owen up in York, and of course Steve is here today in his own Works car.
And this car has the first Terry Davis V8.
Yes, I believe so, yes. Yeah, I think it was made out of 2 Hayabusas.
Yeah. Mr. OMS on the line, Steve Owen. We saw Lynn just now. But at last, the Owens are enjoying V8 power.
Yes, beautifully put together, these OMSs. He's made about 210 OMSs, and he started out, I think, in about the year 2000. So he's virtually like a one-man band, but builds these beautiful race cars.
And they export all over the world.
Yes, indeed. So I was told this morning, yeah.
Here's Terry Graves.
Terry's our electrical contractor from Cornwall, and this is an earlier GR55 Gould, but the colour scheme on it's terrific. Runs a big 2.8 V8 in the back of it, and goes extremely well. He had a lot of problems with running recently, but now he's got that sorted. 26.96.
And I think it's Harry Pick on the line. Harry Pick, who lives in Leamington Spa like me. It is indeed 2.44 off the line.
Here he comes now, Harry Pick, quick young driver. He's got a big V8 in the back of this one, IndyCar engine. This is a latest spec OMS as well. Good young driver. We'll hope for great things. Can he get in the runoff?
Well, I think he has a very good chance. Let's see the time. 26.85 might be on the borderline.
Yeah, it's gone up this year, hasn't it, Chris? These young drivers in these little nippy 1100s and 1600s. But I think the power of Shelsley, the big steep hill that it is, that favours the big V8s, doesn't it?
Should be Graham Wynn on the line in the GR59 with a 4-litre Judd engine. It's an astonishingly small engine if you have a look at it for a 4-litre. Graham had a pacemaker fitted a couple of years ago, and that since then his times have really rocketed.
Well, he's flying too. Graham Wynn OBE, and he also shares the distinction that his wife also has an OBE, so there's not many families with twin OBEs. Yeah, wife Jenny, she's Lord Lieutenant of Shropshire, I think.
Wow.
Yeah, they do a tremendous amount of charity work down there, and I think that's what they got the OBEs for.
Yeah.
Here we got Jack Cottrell, a very quick young driver on the stroke. Again, he's been getting in the runoffs this year. He's having his best ever season so far. V8 power in the back of that in that Dallara.
Well, I think there's more DJ than Dallara in it. But look at the time, 25.13, 136 over the line. Jack is really storming along this year. It's a bit heavier than the GR59 Goulds, but Jack's happy with that because it means it's a good, safe car.
It's a good point, Chris. That's why John Cottrell was telling me that's why they bought it. They wanted that safety. Here comes David Uren. This is in the ex-Martin Groves car, sharing with Nicola Minges. Big Cosworth power in the back of it. Very quick local driver, really. And that's a real history car. It's been in the 22s here at Shelsley.
And it held the record here at Shelsley for a long time. Hands of Martin Groves. Trevor Willis on the line. Dave Uren, 24.53. That's runoff material, definitely. 140 over the finishing line, 132 into bottom S. That we can believe. I think with some confidence.
Now that's probably the first 24s we've seen today, Chris, and this is still practice, remember?
We saw one about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, okie dokies. Yeah, here comes Trevor Willis, one of our instructors here in Shelsley. 3 times champion, HillClimb champion. He's the most successful OMS driver ever, and this car he's had forever, but didn't he go well in it?
It does. It needs more power. But, I mean, it's got the same engine it's had for 14 years. And on the line is Zat Wallace. Multi-champion Wallace Minges, GR59M.
Yeah, look at him go. That is a staggering looking car, amazingly quick. He's going to have a serious tilt at the title this year, and he's going to have serious tilt at winning these runoffs here at Shelsley.
It says 144 into bottom. Yes, could be right. Is it 23.88? First run in the 23s today. 138 over the line, 144. I think we could even believe that, Chris.
I absolutely do. Certainly over the finishing line. I mean, Wallace can tell us because he'll have it all on his data because it's all on his laptop. So we'll confirm that maybe later.
Yep.
Perhaps Billy can do that on his lunchtime pit wall.
Here's Will Hall. He's really getting the hang of these setup for the GR59. Beautifully painted. Great colours. Now, is the drama on the line? No, I don't think so. Very nice. Nicely controlled start by Will, 2.07. Wallace Mingus did a 2.03.
Here comes Will now, look at that. That is a spectacular car. He's won a runoff at Prescott this year. It's a big ask, but he's done really well in the championship now. He's really on form, isn't he?
129 bottom S, 147 over the line, 24.2. Good run by Will. No point in going crazy in practice. On the line, Alex, I think, in the firestorm. 2.6. Indianapolis engine.
Listen to this engine scream. It's the highest revving V8 we've got here today. Revs to 14,000. Alex drives it like the wind. He's already won a championship in the past. We've run several times.
Watch the clock. 23.79. So even quicker than Wallace. Wallace's 23.88. Remember, of course, when it's a runoff, they tend to keep their best set of tyres, and so often runoffs are quicker than the class runs. Now we've got Matthew Ryder. Matthew's a sensation last year and this year, won the championship last year. How old is Matthew? 21-ish?
No, 21. He's about 28, I think.
Is he?
Yes, he's older than he looks. He looks got a baby face, hasn't he? But he got married this year to Kirsten Dawn, and I think they've got a baby on the way as well, I think.
2.09 off the line. Alex was exactly 2 seconds, so that's one force of gravity.
What a sensational looking car that is too. That is the works gold. It doesn't get any better than that. Already into bottom S, going into top S.
130 into bottom S. 139 over the line for a 23.95.
That's put a few markers down, Chris, hasn't it, between the top guns?
Yeah, best set of tyres and off you go on a nice dry track this afternoon.
Here comes young Andy Greenan, so sharing the drive with his brother, so absolutely sparking, flat out going into bottom S. The Greenans are always entertaining.
And
25.75, that's 72, that's great, isn't it?
that's pretty good.
That'll work, wouldn't it?
I think the cutoff will be halfway through the 25s. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're going to have to do 25s, the way it's kind of looking, isn't it?
So, is that the end of practice 3? And are people marching towards the restaurants? Certainly there's a lot of marching going on.
So have we got the historics to come up, or have we already seen them?
No, we've got the historicals to come.
Yeah. Yeah, and then perhaps after that, we then start back to our first time runs, yeah? Wow, the crowds are filling up now. It's great to see. The car parks are filling up. People are slogging up the hill past me, Chris. And
isn't that good?
Yeah, it's wonderful. And Shelsley in the sunshine on a British Championship meeting, it doesn't get much better.
It's best of British.
Best of British, yeah, absolutely. So you've been coming here the odd few years, Chris, and you came here as a competitor first, and I know you had one of my favourite cars, wasn't it? It was a March, wasn't it?
March 782, yeah, it was lovely. I first competed here in 1963 in a Lotus 18 Formula Junior. Didn't have much power. Ford Anglia engine, struggled to get up the hill, but actually It was a great car to learn on. And I shared it with my brother-in-law, and at the end of the season we sold it and made £100 profit. We thought we were so clever.
Joy Richards, good afternoon, Joy. How are you? You've made it this far. Hello, how are you doing? You won't need all those clothes on, it's quite warm up here. Joy Richards, one of our photographers here today. She's here with her husband Pete Richards, who's also competes in a Golf R, and he's here today competing in his car. So Joy's a fine photographer, and always look forward to seeing her work.
So we've got one more batch, and I'm joined by Billy Grace, who's going to have the privilege of commentating on one batch of about 7 cars. But I'm not sure what's going to happen, Billy, after...
We'll go straight to the first.
Are we going straight into the first batch? That's good.
Those ones, they'll go with batch 6.
Well, why don't you take the mic and the chair?
Well, good morning, everybody.
Hello, Billy.
Hello. Wow, that was fun. I've been up watching from kennel and crossing. That was just practice, ladies and gentlemen. Those times didn't even count, and the speeds that we had already were absolutely amazing. And the gasps, the audible gasps when those, especially sort of the last batch, go past from everyone watching. But lots of people here for the first time, I think, which is great to see. And we're already into the 23s, which was pretty impressive, and really good run, especially from Alex Summers there, and to take fastest time as we stand at the moment.
Are we going to see a 22 today, Billy?
Yes, I think we will if it stays dry. I'm not going to put my house on it because I like my house, but if it stays dry, given that we'd practice and we've seen a 23.79, you never know, you might see a high 22 in the runoff. Let's see how we go.
Yeah, I think Chris had a very good point, actually. I think the track surface maybe not as good as it was a few years back. And,
yeah, it's bumpy.
It's a bit bumpy, yeah.
From kennel through to the bottom S, well, actually from crossing really to the bottom S, is really bumpy. And funnily enough, you'll see it, Chris, up there. If you watch Dave Uren in the 55, the older Gould, that is the car that I think everyone in the paddock agrees rides the bumps the best. It's just slightly more compliant in that top class, but obviously doesn't quite have the power of the newer Goulds, and is a bit heavier. But yes, I don't think we'll see a record in the top class today, but I think we might see some 22s, which would be absolutely remarkable.
Tell me, you said then about riding the bumps, because yes, that was the ex-Martin Groves car that did in the 22s when he had the record. But,
well, Dave's done a 20. The day that the record fell, that Sean Gould day, I think Dave was into the 21s as well.
22s.
Or was in the 22s. He's the fastest he's ever been. He was one of the first. At that point, there'd only be about 5 people that had been under 23, and he finished 4th. Such was the day or was it even 5th? Such was the day, but that was a remarkable day of hill climbing. But yes,
I watched that runoff as a spectator, and Martin Groves was very much. He was close to the marshal's post, actually, mid-marshal post,
yeah.
and it was gasp. But gasp,
it
that
was.
runoff, wasn't it? It was a treat, a highest ever treat.
Yeah.
It was.
But yes, no, to answer your question, yeah, the 55 slightly more, I think it's slightly softer, but definitely slightly more compliant with the bumps. So if you listen, he's flat through the kink, and the 59s aren't, because it's just a bit too bumpy and they're going that a little bit quicker.
How interesting. Would the suspension be slightly different then, a different setup?
Oh, it'll be a different setup, yeah. And it's a 20-year-old car now, bless it. But it's just a little bit better over the bumps. But anyway, I think you'll have to do a 25 to qualify, and I think the winning time of the runoff may dip into the 22s. Would be my guess. What do you think?
And do you think you're pretty accurate with that, Billy? I know you're I've listened to you before on that, and you're pretty damn good on that. So
we're off and away, by the way. You got Simon Taylor with you in the Stowbolt Special. Bit of a change of pace.
Yes, it is, but what a lovely thing that is. Big Chevrolet V8, as Chris quite rightly said, it had a 2-litre Ultra engine years ago, but then it went to the States and they fitted a big V8 and actually transformed it. And this is very interesting. He drives this car all the way from London, stays in the T-Valley, then drives it back to West London.
Yeah, I think it's a 2-stop strategy on the way up, but absolutely brilliant. He heads across to the finish now to record a 36.83. Richard George now on the hill in the Chevron B19. I am part of your club. I think this is one of the prettiest cars in the paddock.
Oh, what's not to like? Joe Siffert, Iger Racing, Gerard LaRousse used to be the driver. It's fitted with a 2-litre, very special 2-litre engine in that one. And I mean, it's just a mid-car. He drives that with his daughter Amanda, doesn't he?
Absolutely brilliant. And we'll come back to his time. In the meantime, Martin Jones on in a very pretty little Brabham BT21 with you.
Stunning, isn't it? This is old school type single-seaters. Look at that engine in the back there, all exposed there. Just the most pretty thing, but still very effective and lovely to see, isn't it?
Lovely little car. Chris Bentley-Jones on the line. Martin Jones making his way through the S's. The time for Richard George, by the way, that was a 34.53. Martin Jones making his way towards the finish. You've got Chris Bentley-Jones with you.
A little 1600 twin cam in the back. Fabulous little thing. I was just talking away there, Billy. I
was just thinking, I reckon I know what he's done here.
Yeah, you're dead right, mate. I thought, press the button.
It happens to the best of us. We've all done it.
I can't, unfortunately, this one won't stay on.
You have to hold it.
You can keep it open, of
yes.
course. And look, if I get a bit sleepy up here, I probably don't press the button. This is Andy Tippett, by the way. Look at this big growling V8 in the back of that. Classic old school cars, and a car like this was one of the first cars to go sub 30 seconds here at Shelsley Walsh.
And we've got an onboard camera on the car today, so if you're, for those watching the stream online, you've got a fantastic view over his left shoulder, which really shows you the speed and how narrow Shelsley is, so great to have that. He heads across the line. Andrew Tippett to do a 31.34. We've got, by the way, the times of Martin Jones was a 36.04. Chris Bentley-Jones did a 33.31. Roger Dean's now on the hill in the big Formula 5000, a big 5-litre V8 rumbling away in the back with you.
Isn't that stunning? Yeah, this car actually was really a classic old school Formula 1 car, but it also competed in the Portuguese Grand Prix apparently years ago. Well, I was told it won it, but either way, it's a rumble. It's a Formula 5000 car, isn't it? Which was a great class.
It's a great formula. Take a lightweight European chassis and add a V8 motor from America in the back, and you've got yourself a pretty nice race car. Talking about pretty nice race cars, here's Simon Durling in the beautiful Alpine 8110 with you.
Yes, isn't that fabulous? Simon, of course, owns a house at the top of the hill, so
this is his driveway. That is true.
Yes, this is his driveway. He drives it every day, and his wife, and fair play to him. But that is a lovely car. Of course, Simon used to compete in big single-seaters, didn't he?
He did in the unlimited class. He did indeed. He heads towards the finish. Simon Braithwaite in the M3 now with you.
Yeah, he's in a class of his own in this car at the moment, but this is his new car. He also owns a beautiful Mark I Escort, which has been his regular steed for about 10 years, but he bought this one because you can, and he's really enjoying it, isn't he?
He is indeed. Now, just so you know, Simon Braithwaite, the last of the practice runs. We've now got Robert Penrose on the hill in the Clio. This is the first time run of the day, so this is for keeps. Robert Penrose in the Renault Clio RS200 with you.
Yes, he is. Now, Robert Penrose, of course, had that big 7-litre...
Quite a change.
Yeah, quite a change, isn't it? But he comes from Sully, and he's co-driving this with his son as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is indeed, and nice and neat and tidy from Robert. Yes, you were saying he had a big 7-litre Pilbeam sports car, so this is a bit of a change of pace. Robert heads up towards the finish. I'll get you a time when I've got one. Maggie Richards in another RS Clio 200 with you.
Yes, indeed. Well, they had a little incident at Prescott on a practice day, and unfortunately wrote their other Clio off, but this is her car, so they're sharing it, and hopefully not going to get up to the same hysterics that demolished a wall at Prescott.
Have you seen the number plate on that car?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's CL10, so it spells Clio, and then FTD, fastest time of the day.
Wow, what a great number plate, isn't it?
Now we've got Robert Wilson on the hill in the Lotus Elise. Now Robert and his dad share this car. They often compete for class wins. How's he going with you?
Yeah, going very nicely. Nearly at the barrier, actually coming out of crossing. But Robert's very rapid. He was very quick yesterday, actually, and they're a quick combination, aren't they? And his dad's an instructor, isn't he?
He is and throws it. He is indeed. But Robert going very well, nice and neat and tidy through the S's. We've got the onboard on this car too, which looks fantastic on the stream, feeding the car the gears as he rockets up the finishing straight to cross the line to do a 33.20. 33.20 early on, as that's the first 3 cars of the class. So you know that what we've got. As I said, Robert Wilson currently leads the class on a 33.20. Then we've got Maggie Richards, who you just saw in the Clio, on a 41.16, and then Robert Penrose on a 41.62 in the other Clio. So in the battle of the Clios, Maggie leads the way at the moment, but we've got the majority of that class to come in the next batch. That was the end of the batch. As I said before, all of the runs you now see are timed runs. For those of you who haven't been to Shelsley before, or to a hill climb before, firstly, welcome. And secondly, every competitor gets 2 timed runs today, one now, this morning, and one this afternoon, and it's the fastest run of those 2 that counts for your position in class, for the class honours. And we have class, well, everything from class A1, which you've just seen, which is road cars up to 2 litres, right up to the unlimited single-seaters that you saw a moment ago. Then we take, of the competitors here today registered for the British Championship, the fastest 12 competitors in this practice, in these timed runs we're seeing now, will qualify for the runoff at lunchtime to gain points for the British Championship, with the top 10 scoring points. And then we do it all again this afternoon. So second class runs and another runoff this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. There's loads of racing and action to go. You'll see all the cars that you've seen this morning again at least once, but probably twice, apart from those 3 you've just seen. And then you'll see the big cars, the fastest 12 runners in the runoffs. Whilst we've got a moment as the batch returns, I've got a little parish notice, if I may. Can I wish a very happy 12th birthday to Jason Mills, who's here today. So Jason, wherever you are out there on the hill, happy 12th birthday. What a brilliant way to spend your 12th birthday, I must say. You've got great taste, and I hope you're having a fantastic day.
I've just been having a chat with somebody, actually just came by the box, and he was saying he was watching Sean Gould, and it was saying 150 odd into, or 140 odd into bottom S. That should be something you need to find out, Billy, on the data when you do your paddock walk.
Well, if they tell me, they might keep it a bit secret.
Well, yeah, there is a bit of that.
I'm not sure that they'd make it round bottom S if they were doing that. I would guess you're more in the 130s, but I'll ask.
Yes, I don't know, but certainly they will know on their data. I tell you what, this is looking amazing up here. The crowd, we're getting a really great crowd here today. It's lined all the way up to bottom S there and beyond. So every space is taken on the railing. How about that?
Where would you want to be on a sunny day? Where else would you want to be on a day like today?
Couldn't be any better. And we've got the privilege of watching it, haven't we, from the commentary boxes. We're trackside. Of course, I'm a bit jealous because you've got the live stream, so you can see everything that's going all the way up the hill, all those split times. And I'm looking at a computer screen that is like really difficult to see in the sun. But no, I'm not jealous, Billy.
No, I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. No, you hide it well.
I'm not bitter.
So flags are in, by the way. So we're about to have the next batch. We are getting a Westfield coming to the line, I believe. So that was actually batch 7 and 1 combined, because the last 3 cars were batch 1. So we're on to batch 2 now. So we're into our road car classes proper. And we've got Paul Evans coming to the line in the... No, we haven't, actually. I tell a lie. It's got 747 written on it. So
do you know, yesterday afternoon I really struggled, actually, because saw all these weird numbers coming up, and I didn't know where the heck they were half the time.
Well, they throw them up in a different order just to tease.
Yeah, they certainly did that. They teased me, but good time.
It is Paul Evans, though. It is Paul Evans. I was right. I should. Do you know what? I should stick to my guns, shouldn't I? This is Paul Evans in the Westfield. Drops the clutch off the line. Nice start. 2.78 seconds. lovely purple little Westfield with you already.
Yeah, there's a whole clutch of Westfields and Caterhams here this weekend. This particular one's got a conventional car engine. A lot of them are running Rover K-series engines or Vauxhall Red Tops, as they're known, but some are running bike engines. But this particular example just sounds very good indeed, going very well. I'm just looking in the programme. Do you know whereabouts we are actually in the programme?
Yes, I do. We're on page 20. So we jump around a bit because of dual-driven cars. We're currently on page 20, so the 2 dual-driven cars in Class B. This is road cars, special in production cars. Time for Paul Evans, 34.91. Joy Hoyle now on the hill in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint. Very similar to a Westfield with you.
Yeah, Joy Hoyle, of course, as an ex-instructor. She's sharing with Professor Raymond Lower. This is a 2-litre Vauxhall Red Top, very well developed car, about 260 brake horsepower, so that's quick in one of those, isn't it, Billy?
Yeah, very quick indeed in this car. They've developed this for a couple of years. It's just got quicker and quicker and quicker. Great to see it here. Next on the hill we've got John Wood in the little Mini. This is a very modified Mini, isn't it?
It is. It actually runs a BMW cylinder head on the top of that little A-series engine. They've travelled all the way from Scotland as well. It's a well competed car, in fairness, and shared car as well.
Nice and neat and tidy into the S's for John. Time, by the way, for Joy Hoyle was a 33.68, so about a second and a third quicker than Paul Evans you saw before her. Meanwhile, John Wood on the way to the finish crosses the line to record a 36.70. Next on the hill we've got Laura Wardle in this beautiful 911 Carrera. Sounds great, looks great with you.
Yeah, shares this with Jonathan Williamson, has done for many years. And yesterday I said the engine had its first rebuild after 30 years. She told me it is actually 40 years. That was last year.
Is it really?
Yeah, amazing. And it was only because the engine was fine. It just needed a little bit of a tickle to, you know, get a few more horsepower again.
Well, he spent a lot of his life going up Shelsley as well, so very good engine in the back of there, obviously. But Oliver Meek now on the hill in the S2000. I love these cars. These engines rev to 8.5, I think, 9,000 RPM. Yeah. Incredible engines.
Spectacular engines, Honda engines. They are absolute revvy beasts, aren't they? But these S2000s are becoming popular, and you're having to pay pretty good money to buy one of these days.
Well, a lot of people put them through hedges, which did reduce the amount of them that there are available to buy, but it did, for those that didn't put them through a hedge, it did mean their value of their car went up. So, hey-ho, I mean...
Wow.
Yes. We've got Simon Joyce with you now in a Clio.
Yeah, so one of these little Clios that Lloyd would absolutely love. I don't know if he's joining us later on, but these little Clios, they're 2-litre pocket rockets, aren't they, with all the right bits on them, really.
They are, make great hill climb cars. Time, by the way, for Oliver Meek in the S2000 was a 37.96. So, Bob Penrose now on the hill in his Clio with you.
Yes, here he comes now, actually. It's going quite steady. I don't know, we're so used to seeing these great big single-seaters hurling up here, aren't we? But anyway, this more ordinary Clio, you might say. But again, great. Imagine a great road car too, wouldn't it?
It would indeed, and yes, Bob taking it nice and steady. It's funny, used to seeing them in that big, as you said, 7-litre Pilbeam sports car, so it's quite funny seeing them in a Clio, but...
I don't know if they still got that Pilbeam, but...
It was for sale.
Yes,
I don't know if they've sold it.
What a growling big thing that was, wasn't it? That's spectacular. Now we've got Seb Cartwright now. Here comes Seb. Now this is in a little spectacular little Mini, this one. I think this is a supercharged one, actually.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think so. Very rapid indeed. Yeah, I'm just enjoyed by a royalty just coming into my box. Not allowed to say the name because we don't do that. No, this particular this can't possibly say. No, I'm sorry, I can't possibly say. But anyway, yes. What do we go? Let's get carried away. So we've got Richard Pates now. This is he's in
MGZR.
MGZR, yes,
K-Series 1.6 in the front.
Well, they've become popular little cars too, haven't they? Because that little K-Series engine is quite a revvy little thing, actually.
It is indeed.
Yes, he's just checking my buttons and dials to check I haven't moved anything.
Okay. So, I now know who you've got in the box, though, said that. Right, so Richard Pates is out of Top S, heading towards the finish line. Ian Richards, had a bit of a wiggle as he came through Kennel. And with you at crossing, Richard Pates crosses the line to do a 43.25, by the way. Robert Penrose did a 41.62. Bob Penrose did a 46.20. Ian Richards with you and gone, I believe. we've got Ian Richards heading towards the line in the RS Clio, just to record a time of 40.73. Then we've got Robin Holden on the hill in the Mazda Roadster. Quick little car this, nice and neat and tidy as he goes through Kenilworth Crossing. Let's see how close he can get to Robert Wilson in the Elise, braking nicely into bottom S, turns very nicely through the S's.
Royalty is just leaving the box. I couldn't possibly say who it was, Charles. I mean, sorry, Charles. Anyway.
So Robin Wilson heads towards, Robert Holden, heads towards the line. You've got David Wilson. Can he be as quick as son Rob?
Well, yes, he's an instructor here as well, David. A beautiful line through crossing there. He knows his way out. Foot is absolutely planted. Young son David, very quick. Both quick, aren't they? But these cars are brilliant hill climb cars, aren't they?
Yes, and he is fully committed through the S's. Very nice and neat and tidy, as you'd expect from Dave. Heading towards the finish. Can he pip son Rob this morning? Let's see. 33.18, and Rob did a 33.20, so 2/100ths of a second separating father and son as we stand. What can Jonathan Langmead do with you?
Langmead, our golf pro from South Devon, his Dawlish is his home course, and he was here with his good lady this morning. I was having a chat. Yeah, very rapid driver, holds the class record, doesn't he?
Carried loads of speed through the S's, little of a wiggle on exit, but no issues at all. Crosses the line. What's he going to do? It's a 33.09. Wow, that's a 1/10 of a second between those three. That's impressive.
They're having a go. Now we're getting to the big BMWs and Porsches. This is the armful of Steve Atkins. This is a BMW M2 competition. This is a 3-litre turbocharged BMW rear-wheel drive. What a rapid tool.
Oh, uses all of the road on the exit of top S. Almost touched the new sleepers. Almost christened the sleepers, but got away with it. 32.63. Next on the hill, Tim Elmer in the Alpine A110.
Such a pretty thing, this one. Look at this. This is the modern Alpine 1800 turbocharged engine, but rear-wheel drive. It's just stunning and very quick too, aren't they?
They are indeed. Nice and neat and tidy as he heads into the S's. Yeah, very light mid-engine, great little hill climb car. Let's see what he can do compared to Steve Atkins' 32.63. Heads up towards the finish, crosses the line to record a 34.21. Kevin Dodd now on the hill. This is a supercharged Lotus Elise with you.
Yes, stunning car and quick, getting quicker and quicker. Kevin is actually the father of Kirsten Dodd, who's married to Matt Ryder, and he shared this car, I think with Sarah Bosworth. No, Lindsay Summers, I think, recently.
Oh, did they?
No, I'm talking rubbish. Caroline
Ryder.
Caroline Ryder, yes, talking rubbish. Yeah, that's right.
You got there.
I'll get there eventually.
Heading up towards the finish for Kevin Dodd. You can tell it's supercharged. You can really hear the whine of the supercharger as it comes past you. Crosses the line to record a 36.64. Next off the hill we got Robert Lancaster Gay, often right up the sharp end of this class in his 997 GT3. He's with you.
What a beautiful thing this is. Robert was stunning in practice yesterday. He was the quickest of the Porsche drivers yesterday. He says he loves the wet. He might get that later on, but at the moment, no. But this car is his new car, and isn't that special?
It is indeed. Has he sold his Cayman then?
I think he might have done. He may still have that one. Who knows?
That was a lovely car, but...
I think he sold it because one of these doesn't come cheap, does it?
No. Dime for Robert Lancaster Gay, 33.82 to slot into second in class. Next on the hill we've got Tony Adams in his Cayman, just waiting for the light so he can get going. Currently this class is led by Steve Atkins in the BMW M2 competition. Rockets past me as Tony Adams in the Cayman with you.
Yeah, this is new to him because he previously had a Lotus, and this one he said it took some getting used to because it's got the PDK automatic gearbox. So, but anyway, he seems to be growling his way up the hill very effectively.
Very nice indeed. Also, interesting, this one's a 4-cylinder Cayman. You can tell by the noise, but actually, when you take them to the tuners, they can get more power out of these than they can get out of some of the GT4s and GT4 Club Sports. So they often give them a run for their money. Let's see what his time is. It's a good time. It's a 33.99. Next on the hill, we've got Richard York in this absolutely beautiful blue 718 GT4 Club Sport. Flat 6 engine in the back. Sounds brilliant with you.
Yeah, got the lights on as well. Richard is, has had this car for a while. Doesn't that sound like a proper Porsche should sound, doesn't it? Beautiful thing in blue. Expensive bit of kit. One of those isn't going to come cheap.
know also, though, probably one of the cars that's worth more when they get after the weekend than before it, because they're collector's items, those GT4 Club Sports. Very nice car. Great to see. Heads up the finishing straight, crosses the line, 35.47. 35.47. Next on the line, we've got Peter Herbert in his 911. This is had to have a second go at dropping the clutch, but he's off the line now. 2.83 second start. Into Kenilworth with you.
Wow, this is one I would so like to take home. Old school Porsche, classic air coolers, that little spoiler on the back. Extremely valuable bit of kit these days. They do not come cheap. You'd be probably paying £100,000 for that car, wouldn't you, Billy?
I suspect so, yeah. They're not cheap these, but very pretty. Great to see them being driven as their designers intended. Rather than sat in a barn, so brilliant to see. Heads up towards the finish, 35.21. Simon Tarling with you.
Nice, that's the 996 GT3. This is a highly developed 996, one of the earlier models, and this one's got a 3.6 engine in it, one of the water-cooled ones, so this was the 996 was the first of those.
Heads up towards the finish now. Meanwhile, we've got Steve Atkins on the hill in another M2 competition.
Yes, it is, and does. Oh gosh,
I'm not sure that must. Isn't Steve Atkins already at the top? How come he's going again? It may be a slight.
Yes, I don't know, but I'm going to say that could be David Meek. David Meek in the Cayman GT4. I'm going to guess that.
Yes, I think you're right. So I think that's. Sorry, I was going off my timing screen, but yes, I agree. That would be Cayman GT4. That's David Meek, number 35. David Meek records a 33.20. 33.20. Which is a quick time. Steve Atkins did a 32.63, so still leading the way in the class. Now, this is an interesting car, Jonathan Maycock in this MX-5, but it's turbocharged.
It absolutely is. It's Dr. Jonathan Maycock. He is always mixing it with the big boys in this little tiny Mazda. He's giving away loads of horsepower, but with the turbo on it and his striving style, he'll ruffle the feathers. What can he do?
Bit of very late braking into bottom S and missed the apex by a mile, but gathered it all up through top S. Nicely done. Heads up towards the finish. You're right, less power, but also less weight, which is good, and takes the lead in the class with a 33.11.
He'll be pleased about that. I had a word with him this morning because it suits him to be dry. Yesterday he had real problems with traction in the wet, but in his old school
as the boost
car
came in, probably.
Yeah, that's right. But today it's dry, and those big Porsche boys are going to have a battle on their hands to beat him.
Well, I think as we stand, and that's the end of the batch, by the way, and so that's the end of the class, and I'm pretty sure that there's a slight glitch on the timing where Steve Atkins went twice, because he definitely didn't. But Steve Atkins, the first, in his BMW, leading the way in that class at the minute on a 32.63, which was a great time. Second at the moment, Jonathan Maycock in the little Mazda you just saw, second in class on a 33.11, with third in class being the GT4 Club Sport of Richard York, or the misnamed Steve Atkins, shall I say. So that's very close already, less about half a second separating the top three. So all to play for them this afternoon, as long as it stays dry. Oh, by the way, Willem Towett is looking at me. Hello, Willem. Very nice to see you. Willem, obviously a very quick hill climber himself, as well as the aerodynamicist behind the Empire Wraith as well. Oh, and Mrs. Towett as well. Hello. Here is brilliant. Very nice to see you.
Great to see you, Willem.
Lovely to see you. Yeah, they're opposite my commentary box.
Oh, wonderful.
They're
wonderful.
waving at me.
Fantastic, fantastic.
And, yes, Willem will, I'm be sure, heading up the hill later to tell people that they shouldn't have done it like that.
Well, I had the privilege of meeting William, but I've seen his cars in action, and that little Empire Wraith that Zach Zammit will offer to driving, that is the Works Empire Wraith, which I believe Willem designed.
Yes.
And doesn't it look spectacular?
Absolutely stunning, he did, but he also used to hill climb a pill beam.
Yeah, didn't he have a 205 as well?
He did, which, well, at the time, that 205 went in the wind tunnel at, and he'll tell me when he gets here, I want to say Williams, but I think I'm wrong, but he'll tell me, that 205 was as trick as they come, because it had a load of Formula One knowledge in it. So they were, that was a very, very quick car. And then, yes, he had a big pill beam, which at one point he turbocharged.
Wow.
At 1,000 horsepower when the boost came on.
Was it a single-seater pill?
Yeah, it was MP 88, I think.
Was it?
Or was it 98? One of the two.
1,000 horsepower?
When the boost came on, yeah. But the problem is it arrived in one lump.
Incredible.
Yeah, it was
Incredible.
I think it was the engine that Alex has got in effect, turbocharged.
That's me. So, well, it's
Phenomenal
great to see him. He's obviously an old friend of yours. So,
yeah.
because for those that don't know, that Billy Grace is the son of David Grace. David Grace was an incredibly successful hill climber. How many times did Dad win the championship?
5.
Just 5.
Just the 5.
Just the 5.
Well, he calls Scott Moran 6 times, and Scott calls Dad 5 times.
Fabulous, fabulous. And what was the car he was driving?
Dad, well, he
the
started
main one.
off.
Yeah.
The funny thing, he started off in a Mallock, and then he had. He had 2 Mallocks, then a Pilbeam sports car with a 2.8 litre heart in the back, and then an MP58 Pilbeam with the DFR in it, and then the Gould GR37, which was a Rout tub. So, earlier we were talking about how Rout, unfortunately, sort of got sidelined out of Formula 3, and that benefited hill climbing. Well, Dad's GR37 Gould Rout was an RT37 Rout tub with the Gould bodywork and engine and the like. So, Yes, so that was a pretty special car indeed. We got the flags in. We've got Graham Manton on the line in the Westfield. So we're into class. What are we in? Class. We're on page 20 and 21, I think. 20 and 21 of the 20 of the program. We got Graham Manton with the Westfield. He's passed me. Mr. Gear as he went for second, but he's found it now and he's with you.
Yes, he's sharing this car with his daughter Becca, and he actually is an estate manager in Shropshire, and in his weekends he comes hill climbing in this very rapid little caterer.
Graham heads up the finishing straight towards the finish. Next on here we got Mike West in the lovely little Radical SR1, looked after by T Valley Motorsport. He's with you.
Yes, well, he is at Mr. Team Valley Motorsport, and this particular car, as I say, they've changed the colour. You had the Golf racing colours before, didn't it? But a little higher booster in the back, the Radical, perfect little car, isn't it?
It's a really good little hill climb car, and we're seeing more of them on the hill, which is great. Talking about fantastic hill climb cars, we've got Robin Nicholson on the hill now in the Mallock, the venerable Mallock Mark 20, very quick in this car with the Nicholsons. With you already?
Yes, now that's a stunning clubman's car, runs a 1704 crossflow in the front. They built loads and loads of these. This is a lovely, lovely example too. They had the 60th anniversary at Prescott last week, and that was a stunning sight to see 20 of these cars.
And do you know who took time of day?
Yes.
Best time of day, Archie Cooper in Richard Brown, God rest him's Mallock, which was absolutely amazing, stunning to see. Robin Nicholson did a 30.48. Anthony Wood with you in the 1100cc Force.
Yes, this is a shared drive with his brother, of course, and they're coming at us all weight sizes with these shared drives. But yeah, they come down from North Yorkshire, so he's come a long way, haven't they?
He has indeed, but going very well in this car. Heads up towards the finish now. Let's see what he can do to set the benchmark in the 1100 class. He does a 30.20. Next on the hill we got Ben Heyman now with a BMW engine. Very wide Drew Kennel with you.
Absolutely on a mission too, the Hager brothers. They're very quick in this car. They've been ruffling the feathers, really. They had a Kawasaki turbocharged engine before, which gave loads of trouble, so they put one of these in, and it's going great.
Used all the road on the exit of Top S as well. I think he had to get out of it, which would have cost him a bit of time, but still a very quick time, 27.45. I reckon there's some more time in there this afternoon if he doesn't quite go so wide out on the XFSs. Tim Thompson now on the hill in the OMS 28. By the way, celebrating 40 years OMS this year, 40th anniversary of OMS this year, which is amazing. He's with you.
Yes, he is. Tim Thompson, a long-time hill climb racer. He's sharing this car with Jonathan Flesher. Jonathan's actually made runoffs and got points in runoffs this year. Amazing, wasn't it?
Very good. Oh, had a bit of a wiggle out Top S, so it gathered it up, but no harm, no foul. But it will have killed the momentum as he heads up the finishing straight. Anyway, 29.51 for Tim. Richard Weaver now on the hill in the Evo 2. He shares with his son. With you.
Yes, look at this, immaculately turned at Empire, isn't it? You'll watch young Tom go in this later on as well. Tom will be dicey with Stuart Bickley and the like to see who can get the quickest in the 1100s.
Very neat time from Richard through the S's, and the exit Top S perfectly through the S's. Got back on the power nice and early. Let's see what he can do at the finish. It's a 28.35. 28.35. Next on the hill, Pete Taste them. Brothers Pete and Dave sharing the DJ this weekend. I'm presuming that means that Pete's OMS is a little bit poorly, so he's in this stunning DJ Firehawk in this lovely livery. He's with you.
Yeah, this is like brand new because obviously David had a problem with it last year. Car's been all rebuilt. It's got actually a new shell on it.
It's a new tub. It is a
new tub. Yeah, fabulous thing, and of course new colour as well. And Pete always quick. Who's going to get the bragging rights, him or his brother?
Well, I think they're betting in the car as well. I think first time it turned a wheel was when it came off the trailer. Oh, a bit of a loose bodywork at the rear, by the way, on the right as it went across the line, but he records a 30.06, so I expect to see Pete into the 29s this afternoon. Changing class now, so they're all the dual-driven cars. Now we're back to road cars. We've got another 911 on the hill. We've got Rodney Isles with you.
This is special, folks. This is four-wheel drive. This is a Porsche with four-wheel drive. It's got about 500 or 600 horsepower, I was told. It's an absolute beast.
It is indeed. It's a 911 Turbo, isn't it? It could even be a Turbo S, but very quick car. Now, Rodney, we've seen him. I think he used to have a Cayman as well, or am I dreaming that?
Rodney had an Alpha Force.
Yes, he did. Thank you.
And he's still got it apparently.
But he's competing in the Porsche this weekend. Good time, 32.32. Next on the hill, we've got the first of our GR Yaris's with you, Alan.
Yes, these little Yarises are absolutely rapid, aren't they? 3 cylinders, but that 270 brake horsepower, four-wheel drive, all the right bits on it. And very impressive they are too.
It is indeed, and as Alan makes his way through the S's, we've got Roger Stocks on the hill in the next Yaris in this sort of Brawn GP tribute livery, which I love. It looks brilliant.
I love it too, yes, the homage to Brawn as we call it, but yes, those wheels, it looks like Jensen Button's little old saloon car, doesn't it?
Well, 100% success record in terms of championships entered and championships won, if you think of Brawn.
It existed a year. What a fabulous story that was.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, have you seen the documentary that Keanu Reeves does?
Did. I thought it was brilliant. Yeah.
Really good. And funny enough, we were watching the footage, watching the documentary, and they were on the grid at Albert Park. And I was like, oh, I know that man. That's my dad's next door neighbour, because he works for. Well, he still works there. He's at Mercedes now, but he was on the team at the time. So he was on the documentary celebrating in the pit lane.
Wow, that's fabulous, isn't it? That was. It was.
I know him.
Keanu, what a fantastic.
It was very good, actually. It was.
Great job.
When I heard it, it was like, oh, that's a left field choice of question asker, but he was brilliant. Anyway, time for Alan Mansfield with us, 37.10. Roger Stocks was quicker on a 36.21, and now we've got Ian, Fido, with you.
Yes, well, his son Simon's here today, marshalling, and here comes Ian. He's been campaigning cars for many a year, hasn't he? In fact, he had a sports car, didn't he, Billy, that he used to race?
I think you're right. Yes, the Fido's a name synonymous with hill climbing. Know that they've been in the paddock a long time with lots of different cars. Now in this GR Yaris. Fantastic little car, these. Across the line to record a 36.33. So in the Porsche, by the way, leading the class, the 911 Carrera. Well, it'd been a Carrera,
Porsche,
911 Turbo S that you saw.
It's a monster. That Porsche is a monster. In the dry, I'm telling you now, they're not going to get near that car. No. It's a four-wheel drive Porsche as well, for goodness sake. Yeah. What a fantastic thing. Now, this is Pete Richards. His wife, Joy, is taking pictures on the hill today. Very well. He's got this Golf R, very competitive. He's an ex-Clubman's racer as well. But now he's got the Golf. He had a Yaris before this, bought the Golf, and he has been going quicker in this Golf.
He has indeed. He's already into the S's. Uses all the road through the S's on the entrance to Top S. Very nicely done. Lots of momentum as he heads up the hill. Heads across the line now to record a 33.94. Tony Hawkins now on the hill in another Yaris with you.
Yes, here he comes now. This is a colour we see quite a lot of in the Yarises. Oh, good morning to you. Okay, got some friends just looking by. Yeah, the Yaris goes by into bottom S.
Excellent, good run there. By the way, we've got the Porsche Cayenne EV on the line, the brand new Porsche Cayenne EV. Just so you know, the record here for an SUV is 35.53, set by a Bentley Bentayga. So keep an eye on this Porsche. It's about to leave the line to see if it can break the SUV record. We shall see. By the way, time for Tony Hawkins was a 34.48 in Formula Yaris. off the line, rockets off the line with all that torque from the EV. 1.94 seconds to 60 feet, already with you.
Wow, the lights are on. It's trying to break this record for the EV, and who'd bet against it? Professional racing driver driving it. I tell you what, for a big car, that is scuppering up the hill something special.
It is indeed, and she's purple in the first to Kennel, and let's see to Crossing as well, and to the S's. This is for the SUV record. Through top S, very neat and tidy from Gabriella. She's the Formula E Porsche factory test driver. What's she going to do? 31.28, 31.28, smashes the SUV record here at Shelsley by over 4 seconds. So quickest SUV ever up Shelsley Walsh. Well done, Gabriella.
She'll be pleased with that, won't she?
She will be.
And it says a PB. Well, how about that?
Well, definitely a PB,
yeah,
but also a record.
Rob Lloyd's just gone by me in the little, well, he's in that, Rob's in the MK Cup 200 car with an 1100cc motorbike engine. Here we've got Robert Brody now. Oh, this is the Fisher Fury, with a motorbike engine. Got a Honda Fireblade engine screaming away in the front there. That car is immaculately turned out. It's such a pretty treat in that yellow. Inside looks amazing, doesn't it?
It is a very pretty little thing. You don't see many of these. They do make good little hill climb cars though, and this is the Road Cars specialist production cars, so the Fisher and the Caterhams and the Westfields and the like. Heads across the line to record a 34.85. Malcolm Hickey now with you in another Westfield.
Yes, he's been competing for absolutely years, Malcolm, actually, and he's from Llandymog in Wales. He's running a 1800cc Rover K Series, so that's as big as they go, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Dad's got one of those in the front of his Morris Minor.
Has he really?
He has indeed, yes. About 190 brake.
Oh, awesome, awesome.
Simon Price now with you in the Westfield.
Simon's always very rapid, isn't he? From Shrewsbury, he's in the wide-bodied Westfield. Got a 2-litre red top, Vauxhall red top in the front. Very competitive engine and car, that.
By the way, time for Paul Evans that you saw before. Sorry, Malcolm Hickey that you saw before was 34.91. Tied an identical time with Paul Evans. Heading up to the finish now for Simon Price. That's going to be a 34.03. John Pick now on the hill in the AMS Mataya.
Yeah, John was the quickest in the wet yesterday, wasn't he?
Four-wheel drive.
Oh yes, so that is a car that's basically a Subaru Impreza with a fiberglass body over the top of it. It's about 300 kilos lighter than an Impreza, so quite impressive.
Yes, it goes very well in it. It goes very quickly in it, doesn't it? Anyway, he's up out of the top S's. This is purple so far, so is he going to take the class lead in specialist production cars? Let's see. Yes, he does. 33.21. 33.21. Pips Joy Hoyle by about 0.4 of a second. Richard Price now on the hill in the Caterham 7. Launch control engaged as he rockets past me. Already to you.
Highly competitive is Richard Price. This is a Rover K Series in this. It's a fully developed car. He's a very, very quick driver. You can see the car's beautifully turned out as well. He knows his way up there. No sat navs for him.
Brake, lots of brake though, inside left wheel into bottom S, but controlled it nicely and very nicely out to top S. This is going to be quick. Is he going to take the lead in the class? We shall see. It's going to be a 31.88. Yes, he does. Takes the lead in the class, 31.88. Timothy Higgins now on the hill in the Westfield with you.
Yes, that was quick, wasn't it? So yeah, here comes Tim Higgins, nicely through crossing there. Foot to the pedal now. I don't know how he's doing, just having a look here. He's not going to beat young Richard Price, I don't think.
Nice and neat and tidy run though from Tim, which is great to see in the bright orange Westfield. Neat and tidy off the up the finishing straight, off towards the finish. We've got on the hill now. What can Ray Lur do? Can he beat Richard Price? He's very quick in this class and in this car. He's with you.
Yes, he is. He's sharing with Joy Hall. He's a professor of mechanical engineering and retired, and he knows how to build these cars. He rebuilt it after a shunt at Nebraska earlier in the year. Thought it was written off, but it's not. He's well on the way now towards the finish.
So let's see what Ray can do. How close can he get to that 31.88 of Richard Price? We'll give you a time in a minute. By the way, the time for Tim Higgins was a 36.14. Ray Lur does a 32.26 to pop into second in class, about 4.5 tenths behind Richard Price. Next on the hill in the lovely Mini, it's Stuart Wood.
A little BMW cylinder head on the front of that off a motorbike engine. That's a clever conversion, isn't it? And goes very well. Comes from Scotland, so they've had a long journey to get here.
Given who now owns Mini as well, it kind of works as a story.
It kind of works very well, and actually it's a great conversion. question. It makes a lovely installation, actually.
It is indeed. And across the line, 37.44. Martin Rutter now on the hill with you.
I do like this little Fiat X19. There's not many of these left. A lot of them succumb to the tipworm. So this example has been very well developed over the years. Regular competitor as well. Comes from Stroud, and he certainly knows his way up Shelsley Walsh.
There's some very quick versions of these competing in Europe actually on the hills there. They're basically the body, and then it's almost a Formula 3 car underneath. They're incredible. He heads up towards the finish. Next on the hill, a car very close to my heart. Andrew Russell in this lovely little Ginetta G15. Been hill climbing this car as long as I can remember. This car.
Yeah, such a regular class winner too. Hillman imp engine in the back of that little Ginetta, but it's a rear-wheel drive, very small, very, very light, and he certainly knows how to drive this car.
He does indeed. By the way, the time for Martin Rutter in the Fiat 37.72, so only 0.3 of a second behind Stuart Wood in the Mini. Andrew Russell heads up the finishing straight. What can he do? It's going to be a 35.94 to take the lead in the class. Jonathan Williamson now on the hill in the Porsche.
Growling 6-cylinder air-cooled Porsche, campaigning this car for 40 years, and comes from Taunton, sharing this car with Laura Wardle, and if anyone knows his way up the hill, it's Jonathan.
And what makes this car a little bit different? Is this the supercharged one?
No, that was Andy Norris's car.
I always get those two wrong.
Yeah, no, Andy's car is currently retired and being rebuilt.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, did you not see what happened at Doon last year?
Yes, no, I did.
Yeah, Paul Howes now. This is another classic air-cooled Porsche. Absolute beast of a thing. Comes from the Forest of Dean. What a lovely Porsche that is, isn't it?
By the way, Jonathan Williamson in a 2.09 second start, which isn't bad, but that's all. Having the engine hanging over the rear axle does help with traction, doesn't it?
That's a very quick start, isn't it?
It is indeed. Next on the hill, we've got Nigel Elliott in this incredible TR7 V8, and we've got an onboard camera in the car as well, which is brilliant. He's already with you.
Yeah, it's a twin turbocharged Rover V8. My goodness me, growling up. What view you must be getting at on the live stream. Must be amazing.
It's very good indeed. He's down the gears into bottom S, couple of saws at the wheel as he goes through bottom S, nice neat and tidy through top S, very smoothly through the S's, didn't even have any oversteer on the exit of top S, heads towards the finish to do a 34 flat, good time. Hayden Spedding on the hill in the E-Type.
Old school E-Type, puff of smoke as he changes gear, he heads up towards bottom S, soft top down today. Hayden from Barnsley, and he's been out in this car loads of times, hasn't he?
He has indeed, and yes, highly modified Jag, great to see it. We are in the modified series production cars now. By the way, now we've got on the hill, we've got Richard Hampstead in the first of the ex-rally cars, if you will, a Super Impreza.
Yeah, this is a well-developed car, isn't it? There's a few of them here today. Well, you'll see them in a bit, but yeah, that looks great as well. But they're very effective hill climb cars, aren't they?
They are indeed. By the way, some times Hayden Spedding did it at 36 seconds flat in the E-Type. Leader of that class at the moment was Paul Howes in the 911 that did a 32.64. Let's see what Richard Hampstead can do. He does a 32.18. Popping and banging as he rockets past me is Jeff Twemlow, down from Scotland in the Impreza. He's with you.
Well, he's actually from Hale in...
Oh, is he from Hale?
Yeah,
sorry.
he spent a lot of time in Scotland, but he's from Hale in Cornwall. He's here with his
he's
brother.
literally the opposite end of the country.
Yes,
I couldn't have got that
absolutely.
more wrong,
But he also travels up to Doon on a regular basis. He's connected with the Tillicoultry Quarries lot as well.
That's why I thought he might be from Scotland.
Yeah, and in fairness, I think Jeffrey is from the north originally, but now lives down in North Scotland, you know.
Yes, opposite.
So it's all very confusing.
It is indeed. Heads up the finishing straight to record a 37.52. Jim Herbert with you in the Evo. Oh, he's pulled off at the first corner.
Yes, he has. He's gone into Kennel there and just pulled into the left by the recovery trucks and everything. That's such a shame, actually, because Jim Herbert's from Winchester. That Evo 5, very well developed car, got about 600 horsepower, but something has probably gone wrong.
It sounded okay past me.
Did it?
But it may be when he went for second gear. I don't. He, whatever it was, he realised something wasn't right and sensibly pulled straight off into the service road. And actually, they might be leaving that there, and unless he was flagged. But I don't think he was flagged, was he? You got your microphone off, Chris.
So I don't think I forgot to switch it on.
I can hear you. I can hear you in the background.
Oh, how funny, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I wish I had an open mic, but I haven't. So it's you get commentator's finger up here. You know, you have to remember to keep it on. And
are you sure if you don't flick the button the other way?
I'll try that. Is that working?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, what a silly old fool I am.
Yeah,
but there we go.
take
Yeah, that's working better now. Well,
well, that's all right.
Thank goodness you've rescued me again,
work
Billy.
microphones. I think Corn was in Scotland, so we'll call it 1-1 as we stand.
It's 1-1. I mean, the thing is that you know, this is commentators' bloomers, isn't it? Really, you know, you can't stay in a box and do this all day and not make the odd bloomer.
Exactly. We are live here.
Oh, we are very much live. Yes.
So yes. Jim Herbert's pulled off. I don't know why, but flags are in, and well, quite sensibly pulled straight into the sort of service area just after the first corner, after Kennel, and the car is well out of the way, so nice and safe. So there's no point delaying things and sending it back to the paddock. So we've got flags in. We've got a car on the line. It's another Evo. It's Stephen Moore now. This is a rocket ship off the line. 2.16 second. Pops and bangs. He's up into third gear before he disappears out of my sight to you.
Yes, Farmer from Salisbury, near Salisbury. Yeah, this is a very special Evo. This one. He's got 3 of these just to have a nice collection. This is his fastest one, and my goodness me, what can young Stephen do this weekend?
Well, he's already perfectly in the class in all the sectors, so I think he's going to take the class lead nice and neat and tidy as he comes out of top S. I think he will be a competitor when in August we have the top 12 tin top runoff here as well. Does a 30.20, so takes the lead of the class by 2 seconds, so great run from Stephen there. Also, that's the end of the batch, so cars will be returned to the paddock. We take a breath. I can give you some, just to remind you where we are on the classes that we have seen and who's leading the classes so far. Class A1, which is road cars, series production cars up to 2 litres, that's led by Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus Elise. But it's worth saying that the top 3 in that class are Jonathan Langmead, then David Wilson, then Rob Wilson on a 33.09, a 33.18 and a 33.20. 1/10 of a second separates 3 of them, and Robert will be, I'm sure, overjoyed that his dad beat him by 2/100ths of a second as we stand. So that class is going to be all to play for this afternoon. Class A2 road cars over 2 litres, led by Jonathan Maycock. But again, this is an incredibly close class. So this is A2. So Jonathan Maycock, who is driving the Mazda MX-5, the turbocharged MX-5, he did a 33.10. Steve Atkins did a 33.11, and then Steve Atkins and David Meek are tied on 33.20. So that class incredibly tight between the Mazda, that BMW M2, and also some of the Porsches. Class A3, this is for series production cars, 4-wheel drive, led by Rodney Isles in that monstrous 911 Turbo on a 32.32. And then second, Peter Richings in the first of the... no, he's not in one of the Yaris's, is he? He's in the GW. He's in the Golf R, second in class, and then the flock of Yaris's after that. Class B, this is road cars, specialist production cars, led by Richard Price in the Caterham so far. That was a very good run you just saw on a 31.88. Second is Ray on a 32.26. So can Ray find 4/10 of a second this afternoon? We shall see. Third, John Pick in the AMS on a 33.21. Modified series production road cars up to 1400cc. So this is this is led by Andrew Russell in the lovely little Ginetta on a 35.94. Class C3, led by Paul Howells in the Porsche on a 32.64. That was a great time to be ahead of Jonathan Williamson, who's on a 33.37. And then Class C4, you just saw them, currently led by Stephen Moore on a 30.20. He's got a 2-second lead there, so a nice healthy margin as we head into this afternoon's runs. That's as far as I can take you for now in terms of classes where all the competitors have had a run. Next, we're into batch 4 already. This is going to be a fun batch. So the first cars you're going to see are some dual-driven Formula Ford, and then the dual-driven 1600cc single-seaters. Then you'll see the modified production cars, so some more Westfields and Caterhams, and then you'll see the sports cars as well, which are lovely to see, including the little Dart, which is a Clubman's car that's been rebuilt. Great to see that. Then you will see, after the sports cars, the 1100cc class. Some really quick cars in here. Keep an eye out, especially at the end of the batch, for the battle between the likes of Jonathan Flesher, Dave Tatham, Stuart Bickley and Tom Weaver to see who might be right up the top of the class. Not to discount also Ben Hamer, who's already run and set a 27.45 in that class, which was a very quick run in spite of two quite understeery moments at Kennel and Bottom S. But they, as you said, Chris, they've got rid of the turbocharged Kawasaki engine, which was powerful but, should we say, temperamental?
Yeah,
and replaced
definitely.
it with that BMW, which seems to rev to about 1 million, I think.
Well, of course, it's the same type of engine that Robert Kenrick had in the back of his little Raptor, and of course holds the class record. And in fact, I believe I'm right in saying that Sean is currently building an 1100 class car, and I think he's going to chuck a BMW engine in it.
If that would be amazing to see.
Well, I think it could well happen, but it's a great job, and they've had. It's been so frustrating watching them in that little car, because it's a pretty little car, that little Hermes, but that engine had been playing them up something rotten, and now they really are going brilliantly. And of course, both their lads don't drive that car, but they drive a little Hermes Hornet.
Oh, of course they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's. I think. Yes, eventually you run out of patience with things like that, don't you? But the BMW engine seems to be going great guns in it. I did wonder, because I hadn't seen that car yet this season, and it had an M badge on it, and I was thinking, well, Kawasaki, that's not their logo, that's BMW's logo. Have they changed the engine? And they have indeed. So we've got flags in. We've got a course car back in the Subaru course car is back in the paddock. We've got, I think, a dual-driven Formula Ford coming towards me. It is. This is going to be the car driven by Paul Harris. So the number 798 comes to the line. It's a lovely little, I love the colour. And also it's got a go faster stripe, and we all know that's worth, what is it, 2/10 or 3/10 for a go faster stripe?
Oh, probably worth at least a second.
Yeah, probably is. That's true.
Actually, Jimmy Harris, he's on we're on page 24, folk, of the programme. Jimmy Harris, there is a picture there by Joy Richards of the little Formula Ford, going very well indeed. And he's got a very go faster helmet as well, which is obviously the reason he's the quickest in the class.
He's very quick indeed. We've got Paul first, however, and we'll see Jimmy in the next batch. I've not seen them. There's a cone in the middle of the track, chaps, at the first marshal's post. There's a chicane. That's how quick Paul is. They're trying to slow him up. Cone removed. Thank you, marshals. And flags are in. And so we have Paul Harris on the line in the Van Diemen RF85. It was such a pleasure to be joined by Marcus Pye yesterday here, who knows everything there is to know about Formula Fords.
Well, he knows everything there is to know about motorsport.
Yes, that's true. But so this is a Van Diemen RF85. RF, of course, for Ralph Furman, the founder. This is a 1985 car. Already with you.
Yeah, look at this. It's got no aero on it as such. It's got no wings. It's on road tyres. It's got a little Ford 1600 road car engine in the back of it. Great little car to learn single-seaters in, isn't it?
Oh, you've got to be smooth. It's about momentum and being very smooth and neat and tidy. The moment you have a slide and you lose, especially given we're obviously going uphill as well, you lose all momentum. But this is a good run. It's a 35.18 to set a benchmark in the class. We will see the rest of the Formula Fords in the next batch. Next on the line, we have a beautiful sort of maroon Force TA now, which is driven by Paul Jones. Went very well in the wet yesterday afternoon, I must say, this car. Let's see what it can do in the dry. Paul's off the line, rockets past me, 2.32 second start with you in the 1600 Force.
Oh, crikey, he was close to the exit there of Kennel, but he's going very well indeed. Paul Jones from Worcester, of course, sharing the car with Darren Gumbley. This is a proper little thing, isn't it, with that motorbike engine in the back flying.
It is indeed, and this will be the first car we've seen in the 1600cc class, so let's see what the time is. I'll get you a time in a minute. It's a 27.61. Adam Greenham with you.
Yeah, the Greenhams are always absolute triers, and now he's flat to the pedal. Look at that, a spark's going into bottom S. I love it as he's braking into bottom S.
Yeah, 100% on the commitment graph for Adam Greenham. Bit of a wheel through bottom S, but nothing to worry about. Big slide as you'd expect from him through top S, but very neat and tidy. He's perfect set to so far, so he'll probably take the lead in the class. Yes, he does. 26.38, 116 across the line. I'm going to talk you through this whole run, if I may, Chris, because we've got an onboard camera with Alan Warburton, who's sat on the line. So I'll talk you through this whole run for the benefit of the stream as well. Alan on the line in the Gould GR59. Pops and bangs as he leaves the line. Feeds it the gears up into 4th, I think, before he disappears through Kennel. Nice and neat and tidy as you'd expect. Back on the power through Kennel and crossing. Neat and tidy through crossing. Uses all the road through there. Flat through the kick. Braking into bottom S at 114. Turns nice and neat and tidy through bottom S. No hint of a oversteer through there. Very neat and tidy through top S as well. Tiny adjustments at the steering wheel, but very smooth run from Alan. He's up the finishing straight. He's across the line. 26.2, 415 across the line. And that's a run of Shelsley, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. It's that short and that fast. Becky Manton now with you.
Yes, Becky Manton works at ProDrive in Banbury. She's certainly a mechanical engineer there, and there's a load of smoke going into bottom S. Over you.
Locked rear front left wheel there quite substantially, but got away with it. Up through the S's. Nice, no drama at all through top S. Heads up towards the finish to record a time of 32.73. We've got Jerry Neary with you in the Westfield.
Yes, here comes young Jerry. Yeah, been campaigning for many years. These Westfields. Yes, maybe got slowed through a bit there. Yeah, I think so. We get used to seeing him going at different speeds, don't we? And he's going quite steady, I thought.
Yes, well, we are back into Class D now. So this is Modified Cars Specialist Production Cars. Becky, by the way, on the 32.73 takes the lead in the class so far. But we got Phil Goff on the hill now, who goes very quickly in this Dayglow bright green Caterham with you.
Yeah, this has of course got a motorcycle engine in the back of it, the front of it, the Hayabusa of course. This is very rapid indeed. They're usually much quicker than the car engine ones, aren't they?
They are a bit lighter as well, I think. It's a bit the same with the 1600 class in single-seaters. They get a lot of power out of the motorbike engine and not much weight, which is why they're so popular. Next off the line, we've got Steve Garner. Phil Goff does a 31.65 to take the lead in the class. What can Steve Garner do?
Yeah, travels from Essex, actually. This is a very well-sorted car indeed, and he certainly knows how to drive it. He'll be looking to win this class if he can. Already he's made his way to bottom S.
Braking into bottom S, nice and neat and tidy through bottom S, coming out through top S, again nice and neat and tidy, and I'll bring you a time in a minute. Meanwhile, Mike Luck is on the hill in the beautiful Dart HC18 Clubman's car with you.
One of the best cars you'll see here this weekend, home-built car. This is unique, this is fabulous, isn't it? Got a 1700 Ford cross-flow engine in the front, but it is different to all the Maliks, and doesn't it look good? And this guy is an ex-champion as well at circuit racing.
It does indeed. I'll just give you that time for Steve Garner. It was a 31.54 to take the lead in the class over Phil Goff by a 1/10 of a second. So they're 1/10 of a second apart as we go into this afternoon. Mike Luck does a 32.75. We're into Class F now for Sports Libra cars. So for sports cars, you're on page 23 of the programme. Mike Luck to the 32.75. We've now got Grant Sinclair with you in the Hillman Imp.
Yeah, isn't this pretty? This is a lovely little thing. This car here, this is a Maguire Imp, so very special. It used to be a circuit racer, this type of car, and there's not many of these left, but very small, very light, proper little Hillman Imp engine in the back of it, screaming away.
I'm not sure how much Imp there is left.
Impish.
Yes, that would be a good name, wouldn't it? A Hillman Impish.
Hillman Impish.
But it's a great car, and it's great to have them down. They have come down from Scotland, definitely not Cornwall. So it's great to have them here. 38.98 for Grant. Got a bit of a replay just coming up on the screen. It is a very pretty car, and I think we're going to... right, so what happened there, just got a replay, is the start line chock that they use to hold the rear wheel in place on the start line so the car doesn't roll back, got caught in the bodywork of the Maguire Imp and made it halfway to Kennel before it fell out.
Wow, that's a first, isn't
I've not seen that before. On the HillClimb bingo card, there aren't many things I haven't seen. That is one of them.
Wow.
Well, it's not now. I've seen it now. But yes, that was... whoops, so it got stuck in the sort of rear...
Will he get a rerun?
No, he didn't know. He carried on.
No, but do you think it slowed him down?
Yeah, he probably thought, that's weird. As I took second gear, it really came on cam and it rocketed away. It's because the chock came out of the way. But anyway, Chris McDade on the hill now in the Hillman Imp. Again, down from Scotland with you.
Well, this one's not just a Hillman Imp. This one's got a Rover K-Series 1800cc engine in the back of it. And isn't that beautifully turned out?
It's lovely,
So
isn't
it's more conventional English, but obviously it's heavier than the other one, but it's got a bigger engine.
Bit more
so
power.
who'll get the bragging rights, do you think?
It's going to be close, isn't it? I think it's both their first time here, as far as I know, but it's going to be good to see who has the bragging rights. I'll bring you the time as he heads across the finish to record a 39.11. So by a tenth of a second, it's currently Grant who leads the way. Now with you, John McQuillan.
John McQuillan, yeah, Team Valley Motorsport car, the early Radical, isn't it? Higher booster engine in the back of it. Quick, actually, he was quicker than Mike West yesterday.
He goes very well in this car, and very neatly turned out by T Valley Motorsport, and it's a very nice little hill climb car, an SR1. He heads up the finishing straight to record a 33.22. David Bickley now on the hill in his SR1.
Right, this is slightly more developed, I fancy. It's almost a bit of a brawn homage, this one as well, because he's the father of Stuart Bickley.
He is indeed.
And this is Bickley Motorsport, and yeah, he certainly knows his way up here.
Yeah, they've done some aero work over the winter, I know that. It's got a much bigger rear wing on it than it ran last year. He's going very well in it. Let's see how close he can get to the Nicholsons as well, who with Robin in the Mallock leading the class so far. 32.19 for David Bickley to pop himself into second in class. Next on the hill, we've got Andrew Burt in the Mallock Mark 32. You don't often see a fully closed Mallock. They did these sports cars for a little while. They're a very pretty little car. Great to see one on the hill. He's on the start line, he's building up the revs, he drops the clutch, he's off. 2.51 second start for Andrew in the Mallock. He's with you.
Oh, isn't that pretty too? There's only 7 of these left in the world. This is a rather unique motor car. Lovely to see it out. As you say, you don't see many enclosed Mallocks like this. And anyway, he's already into bottom S.
Going very nicely indeed. I will bring you the time when we get it. Andrew Burt uses all the road on the exit top S, but nicely done. Sam Nicholson on the hill in the venerable Mallock Mark 20. Very quick car, this.
Yes, and very close to all the banks as he's going up the hill. He's having a go. The engine's sounding right back on song. They've had some problems recently, but they've got it sorted now. And he's already into bottom S.
Into bottom S. I spoke to him at length yesterday, and the first time the engine had been rebuilt in 20 years. Wow, he used all the road out of top S. I don't know if did he brush the sleepers. I don't know, but he got away with it, and he still goes quickest in class. 30.12. Andrew Burt, by the way, did a 31.65, and Matthew Price is now with you in the SR3.
Now he's rebuilt this car because he'd blown the engine recently, and it was all doom and gloom. But anyway, somehow he's got it back on the road, and he's absolutely flying because he's an extremely quick driver.
Yes, slightly bigger car than the SR1, more aero, more power. Very quick car. This is going to be quick. Is he going to take the lead in the class? I think he will. Yes, he does. 28.31 to take the lead in the class by actually about a second and a half.
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it? He's a great young driver, actually. I'm really pleased to see the car's being rebuilt because those higher boosters don't come cheap to rebuild them.
Now we've got Alan McDonald with you in the ferocious supercharged 4 sports car SR4 with you.
Yeah, fabulous, isn't it? He comes all the way from Scotland, and this is the ex-Rob Stevens car that actually back in Rob Stevens had did a 25 here at Shelsley.
Yes, a really incredible car. Again, we've got an onboard on the top of the roll hoop, so great angle up. Shelsley heads up towards the finish. What's he going to do? Is it under 30? Yes, it is. Second in class, 29.41. 29.41 to slot into second in the class. Now on the line, we've got something very different indeed. We've got the NGTD V8 Roadster of Nigel Hinton. An absolutely wacky looking car, really. It looks absolutely brilliant, sounds great with a big V8 bellowing away in the front. He's with you.
Yeah, it's a bit different, isn't it? Yeah, so look at you growling away. Yeah, this is quite a hairy thing to drive, I can tell you. Last time he was telling me he was driving it, he had no brakes. He said it was a very difficult car to drive then. But anyway, hopefully the brakes will work as he goes into bottom S. I see the lights go on. Yes, he's got round there.
Yes, he stopped it nicely, nice and neat and tight through bottom S, right over to the left-hand side before turning through top S, uses right in the middle of the road as he comes out of top S, heads up towards the finish to record a time of 35.59. Graham Lokes now on the hill in the beautiful Lola Porsche.
Wow, look at this, folks. Porsche engine in the back of that glorious Lola sports car. He built the engine, there's twin exhausts at the back there. It growls, it looks beautiful, and it sounds great, and he's going well.
Very pretty car, and sounds, as you said, absolutely brilliant. Oh, this is we got a car off the line. He's
So, Billy, there'll be a little stoppage now, matey, and we'll carry on. Drivers getting out the car, unassisted. So, yeah, that was unfortunate. He came out of kennel there. He was really hitting it hard. He hit the bank coming out of kennel. He hit the recticel, rolled the car. He's now sat on the side of the track. He's okay, folks, and the ambulance crew will with him now and deal with that.
But you said he got out of the car.
He got out of the car.
So
He's literally sitting on the bank there.
Excellent. That's
Obviously
good to hear.
pretty stunned, but he did roll it coming out of kennel. He hit the bank, and he could see he was overcooking it. He was trying hard, you know.
Well, he was
what we do,
frustrated
isn't it?
after his start, so he lost 2 seconds on the start because
really?
it bogged down on the start line. He did
Yeah.
4.68 to 64 feet, so it just bogged, and you saw him wave his hands. So I think he was frustrated after that and wanted to make up time, and unfortunately went a little wide through kennel. The main thing is, if you are Scott's team in the paddock, he got out of the car, so he's perfectly all right. Got out unassisted, which is great. There'll be a bit of, and that's why we have recticel.
It's a brilliant thing, recticel. If you're not familiar with it, you'll see those big we'll see it, the big blue pieces on the track at the moment down there, and it's literally full of foam.
Yeah.
And unlike, so when you hit recticel, you're not hitting a hard object like a tyre wall that, you know, might not bounce much, or a bit of hard Armco. So we've had it's fitted up the track. If you look up at bottom S there's a load of recticel there that was extensively used last year, wasn't it, Billy, on the same round?
Yes, it was. Yes, it earned its keep.
It earned its keep. It's not cheap, but it's a brilliant development for the sport, and it has saved a lot of, I think it saved folk, and obviously it doesn't damage the cars so much, does it? Yeah, we've had certainly quite a moment there, but we'll get the recovery truck is just coming out of his little spot. He'll go and recover that vehicle.
Is that Scott walking down the track back towards us with a helmet on, or is that?
I can't see. Well,
I've got
can't quite see. Hang
don't
on.
know if that's him or it's one of the drivers from a.
Yeah,
horse
I'm
car.
just.
Oh no, he might be from the midst.
I've just put my long distance goggles back on now, and yeah, he'll be getting dealt with by the ambulance crew. Yes, he's had a rough moment, but he managed to get out unassisted out of the car and sit on the bank and take 5. Well,
actually, I think he's actually walked back down to me. I think
has he?
Unless, he's a chap with a helmet, so that might not be him. I think that might be one of the.
I don't think he'd be allowed to.
No, that's from. Is the Evo still in your?
Yes, it is.
That's who it'll be.
Yes, it's Jim Herbert probably.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Big Jim. Big Jim Herbert.
Probably working out how he's going to get his car back now, because obviously the truck is a bit predisposed.
Yes.
But yes. So.
Well, we're going to have a delay here, folks. But I tell you what, I've got a really full car park I'm looking at down there. I'm seeing loads of people all the way up the hill, which is an incredible sight. Shelsley on the British round on a day like today. You can't be anywhere better, can you, Billy?
No, you can't, exactly. Shall we tell people about how you can help make this wonderful venue be here for the next 120 years?
Let's go for it.
Let's do that. Well, the way that you can do that is you can become a member of the MAC here at Shelsley Walsh. So you can become a member of the MAC, which owns and runs Shelsley. It's a fantastic thing to do. There are wonderful benefits, including discount entry fees to all the events, including all the other events that you have going on through the rest of the year, from the August meeting to when the British Championship comes back. Classic Nostalgia, which is over the summer, which is a brilliant event. All the events that they run here, you get discounted access. You also get access to the membership tent. It covers all year, and if you sign up today, they will give you your money back for your entry for today. So actually, if you sign up today, you get your money back through your entry fee today, and also your entry ticket, and also the discount that you get at all the other events. So I'd highly recommend it. All you have to do is visit the MAC hut, which is between Kennel and Crossing. In fact, it's a green hut with a big white sign that says "Join the MAC today" on it. The very friendly people in there will be able to help you and talk you through all the wonderful benefits of being a part of Shelsley Walsh, as well as being able to tell you the history of this incredible venue and how you can help make sure it's here for the next 120 years as well. So do visit the hut between Kennel and Crossing to sign up to be a member. You will get your money back from today's entry fee, and you will also get discounted entry to the rest of the year and access to the MAC members tent. I'm going to take my leave for a moment, and I'm going to hand back to the fountain of knowledge that is Chris Druitt, and I will come back a little later on. Yes, I'm going to pass back to the main man after you've had this filler for a while, and I'll speak to you a little bit later.
Good, cheers, Billy. Well, folks, Chris is just returning into the box. They're dealing with our incident here now. We're very efficient at dealing with these things. All the marshals are sweeping the tracks. The rector cell will be put back into its place. The car will be recovered. In fact, it's actually going back onto the flatbed now. The driver has obviously been dealt with, and in no time at all we'll be back in action. Fortunately, although there's damage on the car, the driver is going to be okay. So that's his motorsport. It does happen. The drivers are trying really, really hard to qualify to win their class or get into the runoff. This is time runs. It doesn't get any better than this. Are you back in action, Chris? Not quite, he says. Not quite. He says not quite back with us. But this is the event to come to. If you've not been before, welcome to Shelsley Walsh. This is the oldest still running motorsport venue in the world, actually. And we'll just give you a few little notes. We've gone through the becoming a member. This is practice. We've had our first practice. We're now into our time runs. When we break for lunch, or now, you can go and get food and drink in the courtyard at the base of the hill. There's a bar down there as well. There's a fully fledged restaurant, and in the paddock also there's various food outlets. We've got the Shelsley shop down there. We have the 2025 t-shirts in stock of all sizes, and we've got Shelsley seat pads, so no more numb backsides. Next weekend we've got the Chill on the Hill, and you can drive Shelsley in your own car for £140 or £120 if you're an MAC member. It includes breakfast, and it's £10 for a passenger. You get a minimum of 5 runs. So if you've never had a chance to come to Shelsley Walsh and drive the hill, that will be your chance. Chill on the Hill next Saturday. Now, Classic Nostalgia is the big weekend. Basically, we've got retro and classic cars, rally cars, celebration of Subaru winning WRC car in 1995 with Colin McRae. The original ProDrive team members will be present, and more news on that one very soon. We've got Bike Bonanza on Saturday, July the 5th. Bike only day, motorbikes only. So you can buy a day licence and ride your own bike up Shelsley on the day. Again, all on the Shelsley website. You can share your pictures online using the Shelsley Walsh website, so others can search for your pictures and enjoy them, and give us a follow on at Shelsley Walsh. And of course, Shelsley Walsh, we have a Facebook page as well, actually, so that's all good. Chris, are you back in situ?
I'm back. Whether in situ is appropriate, I don't know. I've got a numb bum.
Yeah, actually, I have to say the seats in Vox do not befit the marvellous box that it is, do they?
No, they're historic.
They are, yeah, they're
like all
prehistoric, aren't they? I should say. Well, the Jedi's just, I saw it go back down into the paddock. They're still sweeping up here and just doing the last bits and pieces. So,
but Scott, I think
we'll be back in action soon.
And Scott is fine, I gather.
Brilliant. Okay. Well,
have we mentioned the charity?
No, but I think you're going to tell us now.
Well, the charity is, let me just see what it is. Hereford and Worcester Community First Responders is our charity. And in 2006, the West Midlands Ambulance Service was formed, but the charity remained as H&WCFRs. So first responders obviously are people who are willing to be called out if there's an accident or a problem, and to help the police and the ambulance service. This is from Martin Bennett. It is a memo sent to Sarah. We all attend regular training and comply to a standard code of practice. Most CFR schemes also carry out community defibrillation, CPR and bleed kit training. So a worthwhile charity, and I guess they'll be ambling around with buckets and looking for a response. So if you see the Hereford and Worcester community first responders coming round begging for your money, well, please be generous. That's our charity this weekend.
We generally have a charity most events, don't we,
We
Chris?
do.
Yeah, and they do a great job, to be fair. They're our first responders on pretty serious incidents, to be fair. So they do a marvellous job, and we thank them for that. So yeah, get your hands in your pockets, give them a pound or so, and I'm sure they'd be very grateful for that. So what have you been doing, Chris? Have you had a cup of tea or something? Had a wander around? Or what have you been up to?
I stole a copy of Octane out of the office because they're always anxious to get those a good home. I sat in my car and read it for a little while, and I shall go back to the car and have some lunch at lunchtime. In the meantime, we're on batch 4. William's going to come back to do the big cars just before lunch and just before the runoff. I'll do the runoff from here, Vaux Villa. I thought I might remind you of the current positions in the British Hillclimb Championship. And to help you do that, help me do that as well, I've turned to page 33 of the programme, where you can see that Matthew Ryder and Wallace Mingus are having a huge battle at the top. Matthew with 95 points, Wallace with 89, and of course it all closes up towards the end of the season because people can take part in as many events as they like, but they are expected to drop their worst scores so that they're left with, I think, how many scores are they left with counting? 6 maybe. But anyway, there we are. Matthew Ryder, Wallace Mingus, Will Hall doing really well to be in 3rd place, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he doesn't start nudging Wallace and Matthew for top spot. Sean Gould is doing well. Sean Gould was very quick in practice this morning in the original Gould GR59. I'm not sure what the numbers, the J and the B and the M mean with the GR59, but someone will tell us.
I think the J stands for Judd.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and because Sean, both Judds. Will Hall, has he got a Judd in his? I thought he might have, but Wallace has got a Cosworth, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. So that's where we currently stand. On the other side of that page, with the British Hillclimb Cup, which is for your position in class, is led by our Midland Hillclimb winner last year, Jonathan Varley, in the dinky little GWR Predator, but closely followed, well, actually, on equal 72 points, David Warburton in the GR59. Something that might interest you about the GR59, it's a unique and very clever design in that the bodywork from front to back is one piece of carbon fiber. So that gives it enormous strength. But what's even more interesting is that the one piece of carbon fiber is composed of 3 different specifications of carbon fiber according to the job they have to do. So the front nose cone is designed to crumple and protect the driver if he charges into something head on, and that's from the pointed nose to just behind the front wheels. Then you've got the center section of the bodywork, which is really for torsional strength and to protect the driver. So good strong carbon fiber there. And then the tail section is another specification of carbon fiber, designed to deal with heat, because as you can imagine, with a 4-litre Judd engine, there's a lot of heat around that area. So it's an absolute work of art, and the only access in through the top of the tub is for the driver. So if you want to change engines, gearbox, suspension parts, you put the thing up on the lift and everything comes down from above. It's a degree of technology that certainly is a match for F1.
Well, Sean, of course, produces parts for F1, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He has a very sophisticated business there, which was founded by his father.
Just the two of them working in the garage.
Incredible. And, of course, we had at Classic Nostalgia, Chris, remember that lovely, the original first Gould last year, that red one that was a championship-winning car for Chris Kramer. I was 85.
Yeah, and I was privileged yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, it was the weekend before at Prescott, to catch up with Chris, who's still on very good form.
Oh, excellent, because you were doing your live interviews, weren't you?
Yes, I was. I don't know how many of them have been broadcast.
I think most of them, Chris.
Have they?
There's been a YouTube thing put out about the Prescott Historic meeting, and I was watching you do it.
I just saw the one with Le Monstre, which was an incredible story.
No, there were several.
There are several. Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you and Marcus did a fine job there.
How embarrassing. But Le Monstre was the most amazing device, and a lovely story, especially when he was in the States with it, and between events he had a week off. And although he had a truck to put it on, they decided for the weekend to go driving in it. It's got a tow bar at the back. They attached a mini caravan, a sort of bubble caravan, and Le Monstre towed them to all sorts of exciting places for their weekend. Can you imagine the reaction of the young Americans seeing this extraordinary thing trundling along with a caravan behind?
I mean, if you're not familiar with this, folks, this was at the Prescott Historic meeting last weekend, and this is a car that ran this huge, Cadillac, wasn't it? Was it a Cadillac V8?
It was a 5.7-litre Cadillac. Yes, it was Briggs Cunningham, whose family made a fortune, I can't remember how, paper, I think, who entered 2 Cadillac saloons for Le Mans in 1950, and quickly decided that they were both far too heavy, so he decided quickly to take all the weight off one of them, and by taking the body off, which they did, they took half the weight off, and then they got a local French bodybuilder to build a body, and I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of it, but do have a look. Le Monstre, the monster. It was quickly christened by the French press. It has the original Cadillac saloon bits underneath, including gear changes, 3 on the tree. Do you know what 3 on the tree is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
You do, because you're old.
Yeah, indeed. You tell us, Chris.
3 on the tree is a steering column gear shift, and in my young days, lots of cars had steering column gear shifts, and it was regarded as a very sensible way, because then you could shove a passenger in the middle who didn't get tangled up with the gear lever. And 3 on the tree is a 3-speed gearbox on the steering column. Towards you and down was first, away from you and up was second, away from you and down was third and top, and reverse, if I remember, was towards you and up, opposite first. But my mum had a standard Vanguard that was 3 on the tree. I'm ashamed to say that the weather is not behaving terribly well.
No, we are actually getting rather gloomy up here. The wind is getting up. I'm actually seeing a brolly going up, but that's not a good sign.
It's not a good sign.
We've got the ambulance. The cars are just getting back into position. The ambulance is just reversing back from middle marshal post. The black car is moving into I don't know. So I don't think it's going to be long, Chris. They've obviously done their stuff, and we're going to be back in action shortly.
So we're halfway through batch 4, well, actually more than halfway, 2/3 of the way, and our next competitor should be Gary Warren, Empire Evo. I think it's one of the sensations of hill climbing has been the development of these little car manufacturing companies just focusing on hill climb cars. You've got OMS, of course, almost started the whole thing. You've got Gould, you've got Empire, Force, GWR,
yes,
DJ are doing really well.
Wow, yeah.
And it's been such a revolution since I started serious hill climbing. Most of the competitive cars were ex-Formula 1 cars, slightly modified for hill climbing, softer suspension, and different gearing, of course. But the idea of having completely specialized hill climb racing cars was not even in our minds at the time until OMS came along. So was that not the case? Was it not Pilbeam that really probably changed the market? Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have. Yes, Pilbeam came along. What did they come along with first? Can't remember, but they produced a lot of cars for Formula Ford, and but then they came with a hill climb car, the MP. What would it have been? It was a modified Brabham, I think, was the first Pilbeam.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I've not really read the history too much on that, but nevertheless, they came along and dominated for many years, didn't they?
They did, and we're celebrating Pilbeam later on this year. Now then, we've got a car coming to the line. It should be Gary Warren in the Empire Evo. Nice to see so many of these Evos appearing, so they're obviously busy producing them.
Yes, Empire cars, they're based in Taunton, Bill Chaplin, and
they're done in Taunton.
Yes, and he's not a big company, but he produces a few cars every year.
He used to be a great sidecar racer, didn't he?
Oh really? I didn't know that, but I know he knows how to build a racing car. Here comes Gary Warren, look folks, come all the way from Scotland. Oh my goodness me, and he is absolutely on a mission. He is not hanging about. He's a class record holder at Doon up in Scotland, very successful. Already into bottom S, Chris.
101 into bottom S, that's quick enough. And he probably in the 26s. No, 27.95, 103 over the line. A good run by Gary.
I think we've got a bit of precipitation up here, Chris.
We have down here as well.
Yeah, and that's not ideal, is it?
No, we've got Graham Williams on the line, just off the line. OMS 2000M, a relatively early OMS.
Yes, here he comes now into my sight now. Yeah, he's taking it a bit steady coming through. It is a very early OMS. You're quite right. The engine cover's right high up over the engine as well, and but nevertheless, little bike engine in that one, making good progress.
Records a time in the 29s. No, clock still ticking. 34.56.
Yeah, I think it's going to... Sorry.
Here's a nice vivid green. Gregory Barton, car number 80. That's an Empire 00.
Yeah, little 1 litre motorbike engine in the back of that one. It's damp out there at the moment, but I don't think the track is being too affected just yet.
Keep your fingers crossed. We might get away with it. Let's have a look where lead car up should be Gregory Barton was the last, and he recorded a 31.82. So Robin Wood in the Force PT should be next. They wheeled a car up towards the line, and then they've wheeled it away again. So I hope that isn't Robin Wood in trouble. We're trying a new parking scheme this meeting, and it seems to be working well. That's the smaller racing cars down the right-hand side of the paddock, looking down. Dougie Can, no, Robert Clark.
Yes, here comes Robert. Yeah, it did. Yes, it is. This is another little empire. He's a head gardener of all things, and he certainly knows how to drive a racing car. Sparking it into bottom S, already into top S.
He's followed by Dougie Can, 2.08 off the line. That's a very quick start.
Yeah, local man Dougie and his family are here watching him this weekend. If you walk around the paddock, there's always the ones and girls all chase after his young Dougie. Very handsome young man. Love Island captain.
Will Harner, actually Hamer, OMS 28.
Yeah, look at him go too. This has got the BMW engine in this one. Very successful combination. They have absolutely been on fire in this little car since they put that engine in.
It's a 1-litre engine producing prodigious amounts of power.
27.86, Chris. Good.
That's very good indeed for Will. Are we still convinced that the cutoff is somewhere in the 25?
Well, I guess it's all on the weather now, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's if it stayed dry, then we'd probably go 25s, but it'll open up the field for the smaller engine cars, won't it, if it does rain?
Richard Matosian took over this Predator BMW, and it's taken him a bit of time to get the hang of it, but my goodness, he's quick now.
It's Robert Kendrick's old car.
Yeah,
He actually holds the class record at 24.58.
Wow.
That's a staggering time, isn't it?
It really is. Time for Richard, 28.08, 112. Jonathan Flesher.
Very rapid, Jonathan. Oh my goodness me, he was having to go through kennel there. He's trying. Oh, he's having to lift up a little bit. I think he scared himself a bit there. But he's already come in the runoffs at Creganton this year, so he's sharing that car.
103 into bottom S. Who we got on the line? Dave Tatham, I think. Jonathan going nicely to 28.55, 106 over the finishing line. Yeah, this is David Tatham.
David Tatham from Yorkshire, a farmer from Yorkshire. This is his rebuilt car. This is the Fireball now. He did prang it last year, but it's all rebuilt. He's sharing it with his brother this weekend. It's looking great, and he's a very rapid driver. Quickest driver on Classic Nostalgia last year.
Did he get DJ to rebuild it for him?
Yes, he did.
Sensible.
Proper job.
Yeah, coming towards the finish, 28.49. Stuart Beckley in the very bright green.
In the Force, look at him come now. He was the quickest of these 1100 runners yesterday in the wet. He was staggeringly quick. It's okay at the moment, but Stuart will probably just be thinking about that.
105 into bottom S. That's what I always used to do in the March, funny enough. And it's a 27.33, good time, 105 for Stuart. Who have we got on the line now? Should be Tom Weaver. Lovely story of the Weavers transfer from driving the tow truck, the rescue truck, which Richard used to do with great skill. Then he started competing, and pretty soon Tom caught the bug, and now Lizzie has caught the bug. So it's a real family do.
Tom Weaver, spectacular young driver too, actually. He'll be trying to chase down that top by Stuart Beckley. He'll be trying to qualify for a run-on. It could happen, folks, it could happen.
His time is a 26.84.
That's a brilliant time, I think.
Is a good time. 107 miles an hour, 109 into S approach, and that's the end of batch 4. So those cars will be coming down, and we're gradually getting towards ever bigger engined single-seaters. We've got the Formula Fords to come, but then after that we've got the racing cars up to 1600, and there's some seriously quick cars in that lot, including David Warburton, who was 8th in the championship last year.
You're right. These 1100 cars, though, are getting pesky quick, and they're embarrassing their chums in the 1600s now because they're smaller and lighter.
They are.
And the development of the motorbike engines, of course, has been so good that they're producing, as you say, produces horsepower for such a little engine, you know.
Well, Paul Hames 1.3.
Yes, he's turbocharged.
Turbocharged, 450
Yeah.
or so.
Yeah, incredible.
We got some little messages coming up on our screen. Link Zeppaloid from northern Germany is watching. Hello, Link. HillClimb TV in the workshop fixing cars. Quite right, Rich. You're doing a brilliant job. Trizonia in Greece, well, what? Can you think of anything nicer? Sitting on your sailing boat in the Greek sunshine, watching Shelsley. Can't beat it.
Send a bit of the sunshine here, though. That'd be
Hjøring,
nice.
watching from Hjøring in Denmark. I'm not sure which bit of Denmark Hjøring is in, and all the way from Aberdeen, Aaron Bowie. Watching from Ludlow, that's not very far, supporting the Weaver 3 driving the hill. I like that. Junior Jedi that was from. We're watching from Münster in France. That's Tom Riedinger, who's a great fan of both Prescott and Shelsley. And Tom, I mean, most people think Münster is in Germany. Well, there is a Münster in Germany, but Münster in France is in the Alsace, you know, the stuck between Germany and France. So, Tom, welcome back. Hope you're enjoying it. We're having a lot of fun here, and I think we had a bit of a scare with the weather. Some clouds came over and it got cold and spat at us a bit, but now we've got blue sky again. Watching from Guernsey, Jamie Lapage. Bavaria, Germany, Michael Rutter. Guten Tag, Michael. Thruxton at the BT British Touring Car Championship, David Sargent. Well, it's a great thing to do between races at Thruxton. Get your laptop out and watch some hill climbing.
Yes, you can also watch it on your phones, can't you? On your smartphones, you can get YouTube, HillClimb.TV. Rich Danby puts out this service for us.
A watcher from Hangzhou in China, an overcast Devon, an Irishman in Wales. Are they allowed? Watching from mid-Wales.
We love it. You watch from anywhere you like.
South Australia, we have UK weather here. Oh, what's sad for you. You've had some pretty extraordinary weather down in Oz. Aschaffenburg, Deutschland, ranch racer. Aschaffenburg. I can't remember where Aschaffenburg is, despite having lived in Germany for 3 years.
Red flags are in, Chris. The whistles have been blown. The cars are coming back down. They're nearly all back into the paddock.
Excellent.
We're going to be back in action very soon, folks. So what are we looking at? We think we're going to get, is it some 1600 cars soon?
We are getting the 1600s, then we get the Formula Fords. Do we? Yes, we should do. They're not on my list of runners, but certainly we're getting the 1600s in batch 5.
Possibly we might get Paul Jones first in the Force. He's a shared driver with Darren Gumbly, isn't he? Or will it be Paul Harris in the Formula Ford?
Don't know.
We will find out, Chris, won't we, very shortly?
Yep.
But you're right, the weather has brightened up. It's brightened up ahead, up top of the hill there. It was just a passing little shower. Let's hope it stays that way so we can keep a nice dry track. I don't think the track has been affected. It's quite cold. It's not particularly warm, which won't be great for decent for the tyres, these sticky tyres they use. But it's looking all right. Looking all right.
Here's number... Oh, my specs, I brought the wrong specs. 804, I think. Richard Walker in the MP88. I don't know if... No, that's not the one that Billy Morris used to share. MP88 was one of the very last pure 2-litre pill beams.
Anyway, it comes into my sight, this Rover V6 engine in the back of this one. This used to belong to a famous Yorkshire hill climber who's now retired. His name just escapes me at the moment, but he's already into bottom S.
So into the S's at 92. Another MP88. Jonathan Evans really storms off the line.
And here he comes now, this 2-litre pill beam runs a Millington engine, which is only made up the road near Bridgenorth, and this car is actually a lovely old thing, isn't it? Sharing the car with Kevin Creevan, who will be up later.
Here's Trisha Davis on the line in the little 2-litre V8 powered Force TA. She's a great enthusiast, has done a great deal to help Marshall. She was in charge of spares controlling at Prescott. All round goodie.
Yes, heading into bottom S, and there's a husband's built V8 in the back of that one. Late car there, he bought that car last year, so it's a proper thing.
Now Leslie Munch has got GR Raptor 01, so presumably the first prototype, but not the one that had the Arrows Formula 1 engine in.
Correct. Well, that was Jonathan Varley's car that'll be up later on, but Les Munch comes from Scotland. He's an absolute tryer too, isn't he? Look at him go.
He certainly is. 108 bottom S, 2146 off the line. Clock is ticking in the 20s, 27.29. Speed over the line, 123. James Chalmers Jr., really getting the hang of it, being careful not to beat Dad's time. Nicely controlled start, got a lot of traction control, controlling things. You can hear the sputtering.
And he's already gone by me now. Oh my goodness me, spiking over the kick there. Fantastic looking sight in that car that looks like an early Mercedes Formula 1 car.
114 bottom S, just coming to the finish, and his time is in the 27s, 27.69, same top speed as Les Munch, 123. Trisha Davis was actually 124 over the line. Kelvin Broad really enjoying sharing this car.
Yeah, sharing it with Alex Coles, and they put these day-glow stripes on the wings now. We'll wait till you see Alex Coles drive this car in a bit. He will be trying to get into the runoff and get points in the British Championship in this car.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if he achieves that. Kelvin, 27.32. William Lockridge in the car. I think he's sharing with Zach Zammit. I could be wrong.
This is the William Towett designed Empire Wraith. This is the works car. He is sharing it with Zach Zammit. Will's trying really hard. He's an ex-Northern Ireland HillClimb champion, and you wait to see Zach Zammit drive this car later.
Yeah, Zach doesn't hang around. 26.17. That's marginal for runoff, I think. But a good 131 over the line. Now, who are we waiting for? We should be waiting for Debbie Summers in this brilliant constructed car, family construction. Every member of the family had a different role in producing. It's so pretty and it's so effective, and it's got the 2.5 litre Cosworth in the back that originally powered the Firestorm. But do have a look at this car in the paddock. It's an absolute work of, well, a work of love from Archie's point of view, from Alex's point of view.
Constructed in their own garage, basically over 7 years, and I believe Alex is constructing a second car.
Oh wow!
Yeah, which, you know, this is a fabulous car, isn't it, Chris?
It certainly is.
Brilliant.
Alex works for Aston Martin, doesn't he?
Yes, he does, and he's a genius around cars, and also a brilliant driver, isn't he?
And one of his jobs was producing the course cars for Formula One, the Aston Martin DBXs. Now then, who have we got? Well, we've got Debbie. Debbie's no mean driver. She doesn't hang around. Got a
young baby now, isn't she? But here comes Debbie Summers, young mum, and absolutely flying up the hills. This is her first return back in a competitive car for some while since she's had the little one, but obviously enjoyed it.
Very much so. Kevel, time for Debbie 28.7, speed 121. Bernard powered by the first Terry Davis engine, TKD V8. Bernard finishes with a 28.19. Lynn Owen, sharing of course with Steve.
Here she comes now, Lynn Owen, wife of Steve. This is the Works OMS V8 power in the back of it. Very rapid car and driver.
I don't know how many they've got in the factory helping them, but they're certainly turning out the OMSs.
220 I think they built already, Chris, in 25 years, I think.
Yeah, Lynn 31.30. Speed 108. A lot of noise coming to the line. Not sure who it is. It's Nicola. Nicola Mingin sharing with Dave Wren in the multi-championship winning GR55, driven for many years by Martin Griffiths, won lots of championships, and Nicola holds the record here, 26.87. I think her record is in the 24s. 138 over the finishing line. Lindsay Summers, his mum.
Lindsay Summers, yes, she's driving the family Firestorm. This is the car that Alex will be driving later on. My goodness me, and this car revs to 14,000 RPM. Beautiful shape, isn't it? And has been very, very successful.
And she owns the car, so Alex has to be really nice to her if he's going to borrow it for the weekend.
27.45 there for Lindsay Summers and a 26.87 for Nicola Mingis.
Here's Sean Gould on the line, holds the record here. Nice. 1.89, that's incredible.
Sean Gould on a mission. He is still incredibly rapid. He is the hill record holder here. My goodness me, he's on a mission too. He's going into bottom S already. This is going to be a very quick run, Chris.
Says 150 in the bottom S, but we don't believe that. Clock ticking, is it in the 23.36? 23.36. Well done, Sean.
That's a terrific time. A terrific time.
It is 138 over the line. We do believe that. 150 into bottom S. No one's going to be doing that. Lizzie Weaver, good. Lizzie really getting into hill climbing. She's acquired the family skills.
Here she comes now, yeah, little Lizzie. Yeah, she comes in the Formula Ford. Whole new ball game, driving a single-seater. She was driving a Citroen Saxo, which they own in the family, but all of a sudden she's in this Formula Ford, learning her craft in a single-seater and going very nicely.
Carol Nichols in the car that her dad built, Ken Nichols. He was building them right up till the day he died. Lizzie heads for the finish. 80 miles an hour and 38.16. Pretty good. Carol on her heels. 62, not so quick into bottom S. She bought this car 6-7 years ago as a tribute to her father. It's a lovely story, and she's really enjoying hill climbing it all over the country. Charles Williams in a very rare car. In fact, I think it's unique. The Chevron, the only Formula Ford Chevron. Carol did a 40.5. Charles used to compete against me in the 2-litre class. We had a lot of close battles. David Owen, car number 93, the Merlin Mark 11. Merlin thrived for quite a long while on Formula Fords, Formula 3s. I'm not sure about Formula 2, but they were successful, and then decided to pack it in. Mike Gallery, car number 94, another classic Formula Ford. Van Diemen, and on the line Les Buck in the famous Pringett Mistral. I think Mr. Pringle and Mr. something had, I think they built 14 of these, and I believe most of them went to racing driver schools. Sarah Bosworth in her Van Diemen RF85. Les Buck, Mike Gallery 34.5. Les Buck is nearly there. 80 miles an hour over the line to record a 35.59. Sarah Bosworth, good start, goodish start, and considerably quicker than Les into bottom S. So it's a goodish run, 34.28. Jimmy Harris, car number 98 in the RF85 Van Diemen, identical car to that of Sarah Bosworth. And pretty soon we're getting Jason Tunnicliffe in the 1-litre Empire Evo 3, newish car to him. I think he had it new last year and really getting the hang of it. Nice start and rushes through Kettle.
He's into my sight now and going very well. A carriage owner from Somerset. This is a very rapid. The sparking is incredible. It's very low to the ground as it goes into bottom S there, already into top S.
113 bottom S. 27.05, that's brilliant. 116 miles an hour. And Mark Schlanker is always quick as well in the Force TA.
Here he comes now, Mark Schlanker. This is the Exiner Price car. Mark had an 1100 car before, but now he's got the bigger class now. Thoroughly enjoying this car. Local man, only comes from Stourbridge, so what can he do?
Well, he can do 108 into bottom S. I think it'll be in the 27s, at 27.02. That's a very good time indeed. Darren Gumley is always quick.
He knows his way up Shelsley. He's a local man too, sharing the car with Paul Jones. Lines are absolutely immaculate. Foot is flat to the floor here. Brakes hard into bottom S now. No dramas into bottom S.
127 S approach. Well, maybe. Andy Green and 26.56 for Darren Gumley. Andy Greenan going very quickly as always.
Having a mission too, yes, sparking his way up the hill now and breaking hard into bottom S. He's sharing this with his brother. Who's going to get the bragging rights? Will they get in the runoff?
I wouldn't be surprised if one or both of 25, you see, 25.54 should get them into the runoff. 115, and our last runner in this batch is a Warburton, and it's a David Warburton, proudly sporting car number 8, indicating 8th in last year's championship.
Hold on to your hats, David Warburton, extremely rapid driver. In fact, he's definitely going to have a look at qualifying for the runoff. He's got loads of points in the runoff before. Can he do it?
Well, let's see. Clock is getting there.
Oh, 24.94, brilliant.
That's excellent. 116 over the line. Interesting, 100 quicker into bottom S than over the line.
So that's the first 1600 in the 24s, isn't it, today? So that's a great time, and he's a seriously good driver. In fact, when he comes up here through crossing, he's absolutely flat. He doesn't lift at all, which is very brave, and then keeps it planted all the way into bottom S. Impressive. Nice little batch of cars, Chris, I thought.
Very. Shelsley does need gritting the teeth and a degree of courage, as well as skill. Prescott and Lowton Park are sort of slightly Mickey Mouse and demand a great deal of skill, but Shelsley demands skill and courage, because, I mean, if you think of the big cars, they are going into kennel at over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're having to lift through there, aren't they?
Well, the really brave ones go through without lifting.
Goodness me.
And the other big test is a lift at crossing, whether they're brave enough to go through there. I think I occasionally went through without lifting, but my car did suffer from understeer, and understeering at crossing is a bit heart in the mouth job.
It's tricky all the way up the hill, isn't it, Chris? Because, I mean, Kennel Bend is scary because they tend to exit that very close to that rector cell. They then got to prepare themselves to go through crossing, which when you walk up the track is blind, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, very tricky stuff. And then they keep it planted all the way up there through the kink, which is really bumpy there now, which you'll see loads of cars sparking away there as they go through the kink. They then go through the speed trap, which is up above that, just approaching bottom S, then braking really hard into bottom S, and then they got to negotiate the S's, and the quickest cars go through those S's in approximately 7 or 8 seconds, which is incredible, before getting round top S and then just gunning it to the finish. And the likes of Wallace Mingers and Matthew Ryder and Sean Gould and Will Hall, they're taking what, 3 or 4 seconds tops to get to the finish from there.
I'm handing over to a proper commentator who knows everything, and he's going to go through the remaining competition classes, including the big cars. Then I'm going to come back for my annual treat, which is to commentate on the first runoff. So I'll talk to you a bit later on, Chris.
Yes, okay, see you in a bit.
Hello there, Chris. How you doing? Are you there? Or maybe you've gone for a quick comfort break. Anyway, great to be back on the microphone with you. That was pretty exciting, that last batch with the 1600s. I will be interested to see what a qualifying time is for the runoff, given it is spitting with rain, which is great news for Dave Warburton and Sean Gould, who have both already been. Not so much good news for those sat in the paddock who still have to qualify. So it'll be interesting to see if there's just some spits or if that gets heavier. But it's great to be back to talk you through the last couple of batches before our first British Hillclimb Championship runoff of the weekend.
I've just had a visit.
Hello.
Hiya, Billy. I've just had a visit from Toby, actually, and Toby Moody, and is one of his jobs is getting folks through the gate, and my goodness me, we've got a really full hill today. He's done a brilliant job there. All the way up the hill, I'm seeing spectators. That is such a wonderful sight, isn't it? And all the way down the hill, so wonderful. Let's hope the weather stays dry. We can get a dry runoff and dry qualification.
It is spitting with rain.
Yeah, I know. This could make life very interesting because we've got some quick 1100s already gone up in those drier conditions, and David Warburton, Andy Green,
and Sean Gould as well has already been.
Sean's been. Ooh.
If I was Sean and Dave, I'd be feeling quite happy with my life about now. So
you know what? I think you're absolutely right, and we've seen this with Sean before, where he has he started a runoff in first position, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And gone up in dry, and then suddenly it started Il Pleu, and of course it's all gone his way.
So we'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, we've got flags in, we've got a car on the line, we've got a car off the line. It's Amanda George in the beautiful Chevron B19. Sounds fantastic. This car looks brilliant, and it's with you.
Yes, it is indeed. Look at this, folks. You won't see a prettier looking car in the paddock. Immaculate car, a real history car, really famous car. Gérard Larousse was the French driver that drove it. He was owned by Joe Siffert, famous F1 driver. Eiger Racing. Treat your eyes on that one.
And she's driving it very nicely indeed. Bit of a wiggle as she came out top S. I don't know if it's getting greasy up there or not, but she's across the line to record a 33.05. Joseph Mackerel on the hill now in the little Tiga with you.
Yes.
A bit smoky, this car today.
Yes, it is a bit smoky. Probably the engine's a little bit tired. As I say, it's an unusual car. There's not many of these ever been built, but Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley, both from, I think, New Zealanders, built this car, a very long time ago too.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, nice and neat, tidy run from Joseph. Heads up towards the finish, and those two cars are in our historic class, so for cars built... is it up to 1980? I'm going to have to remember. It's up to
1971.
Thank you. Oh no, up to 1990. These are the 72. That Tiga is is in Class N. Cars manufactured from 1972 to 1990.
Oh yes, correct.
We do have some. Basically, we have the dual-driven historic cars right now, which we've just seen. They will then come back down at the end of this batch, and they will go up again in the main historic batch in a second. It is spitting with rain. There'll be lots of people wanting everyone to be as quick as they can coming to the start line. I've got a Pilbeam MP88 V6 warming its tyres. That is the ex-George Bleasdale car.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, because I couldn't remember. I knew it was a Yorkshire hill climber, George Bleasdale.
It's the sister car to the car that Tom New had, so he had an identical, and they were built at the same time with the same engine.
Well, thank you, Billy. I knew you are a font of knowledge.
Thank you. I did go and ask Tom. I was like, "Isn't that your old car?" He said, "No, it's the sister car." So,
yeah, but that's your job, because at lunchtime, folks, Billy will do a live Paddock walk round, won't you?
I will indeed.
Yeah, which will be on HillClimb.TV.
So we've got the car on the line. We've got Gavin McLaren on the line. They had an OS as well, didn't they?
They still have.
They still got it.
Yeah.
He's off the line. It sounds brilliant as it rockets past me, and he's to you.
Yeah, isn't that lovely, actually? This is quite a famous car, as you say. And in that yellow scheme, that lovely Rover V6 in the back of it. Unusual. Don't know many of those Rover V6 engines.
Yeah, the K-Series, KV6, and they were very popular in the 2-litre class sort of 20 years ago or so, maybe 25 years ago now, because they were quite powerful and compact. And so a very popular engine in this era of cars, sort of early 2000s.
Were they road card engines as well?
Yeah.
What did they fit them in, the Rover 80s or something?
I don't know what they were in, actually. I actually don't know, but they were definitely road car engines too. Right, you can hear... by the way, time for Gavin McLaren, 30.69. Kevin Creven off the line now in the Pilbeam MP88 with the Ford engine in the back.
Yes, it has. Lovely. It's a Millington engine, actually, and Kevin's from Northern Ireland. His whole family are hill climbers, actually, his wife and his daughters, and they about 5 or 6 of them turned up at last year.
That's brilliant. Nice, neat, tidy run. It has has sort of stopped spitting, but there is sort of, well, it's spitting a little bit. There is still dampness in the air, so it's going to be interesting to see how people get on in this run. It's Ian Tucker now on the hill in the OMS 28 with you.
Yeah, he's come all the way from Cornwall, actually. Come a regular competitor. He's got a stretched tyre booster in the back of that one. Still loves his hill climbing in this OMS. And yeah, but you're right, the weather is very sort of on the cusp, isn't it?
Exactly. I don't think you can stretch it much more than 1620cc. I think you'll start to see through the side of the cylinders if you're not careful. But across the line for Ian Tucker, 32.23. Nigel Pitt now on the hill in this beautifully sounding and looking Delara with the 2-litre V8 in the back.
Yeah, Terry Davis engine in the back of this one. This is just a fabulous looking thing, and he's also got his shoestring racing OMS as well, hasn't he?
Oh, that's the same. Yes. I wonder where that car is. Is that the boys that is that being driven by other members of the family? Or?
No, the OMS is still at home, but he brings this one out, and sometimes he brings the OMS. It depends how he feels.
Time for Nigel Pitt, 29.91, so sub 30 seconds. Good run from him. Terry Davis on the hill now, builder of these lovely 2-litre V8s. He's with you in the OMS.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Force.
This is a new car they had last year. He's sharing it with his wife Tricia, but he's a brilliant engine builder, but also he can drive a racing car, can't he? It's always a close battle, isn't it, between him and his wife?
It is, and yeah, I think these engines sound absolutely brilliant. Lovely compact design as well, and they fit really well in these little single-seaters. Cross the line, 29.91, identical time to Nigel Pitt, actually, which is interesting. Andy Bogood now with you in the Force.
From the Channel Islands, in a very stretched Hayabusa 1630, but my goodness me, he drives it well, and on the back it's got a single disc in the middle, which is quite unusual.
That's it, on the rear car.
So the rear brakes are single disc in the middle.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Well, he's across the line to record a 27.45. That's a quick time, 27.45. Let's see where that actually takes the class lead, funny enough. So good time there with Jonathan Varley, yes, to run. He's on the line in front of me. He drops the clutch. He's off. He rockets past me in the GWR Predator, sorry, with the 2-litre V8 in the back with you.
Current HillClimb, British Midland HillClimb champion, and this car had a Formula 1 Arrows V10 in it at one time, but now it's got this V8.
This is another car that could qualify for the runoff. Let's see how he does. He'll probably take the class lead, but what's the time going to be? It's a 25.41. 25.41. That slots him into the class lead. It also slots him into third position in qualification times for the runoff. Big wiggle from Les Match. I thought he was going to join me in the commentary. Sorry, Stuart Sugden almost joined me in the commentary box there, but he's with you now in the GWR.
And I tell you what, he is absolutely flying. Oh my goodness me, that's a very rapid run. I hope he holds it together.
Nice and neat, tight through bottom S, up towards top S, holds it all together, gets in so close to the exit of the barriers on the exit of top S, but it's okay.
24.
He's across the line, 24.78.
Brilliant.
That's a fantastic time.
Brilliant. That's outstanding time. It's not just brilliant,
yes.
That's outstanding. And you could see he was on a total mission, wasn't he?
And that will qualify for the runoff, I bet you that, because that's second quickest we've seen so far. So slots in just ahead of Dave Warburton. Next on the line, we've got the
red flag here.
Okay, was there a bit of Dave?
No, I don't know. We've got a red flag. Yes, we've got a middle marshal post just walking up the track slightly.
Ah, there's something came off the car. It's
he's just retrieved something.
Round thing.
To retrieve something, but
and he's getting a wave from the crowd.
Getting a wave. He's waving back. Yeah, well done. Good job. Good job.
Something fell off, but I don't know what it was.
Well, he was going that quickly. Of course, he was going through the kink there. It's all sparking, and it's like. But that was an extremely rapid run because, with the track being slightly sort of,
very quick,
bit iffy. That's brave, as Chris said. That is brave driving.
It was indeed, and very quick indeed, and yes, that was a very quick time. Well done him. 24.78, second overall at the moment.
So we're still going to go with our 25's thoughts for the qualification.
Yes. How many have we got to go?
Yeah, how many have we got?
Hang on. I'm going to put some. I reckon we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
I think you might have to be in the 24th to qualify, would be my guess. Looking at who we've got to come, we've got very fast runs yet to come from
We've got Will Lothridge.
We've got Will.
Pete.
We've got Alex Cole, Zach Zammit. We've got
Paul
Jack
Hames.
Cottrell. Paul Hames not here today, unfortunately.
Oh, is he not?
Sadly, did a clutch yesterday, so that's why you haven't seen Paul today.
Right.
But then we've got all the big runners, so it's going to be tight. We shall see. It also depends on what the weather does. But
that's the crucial thing. But that little run by, by Stuart Sugden there, that was an eye-opener, I got to say. That was an eye-opener.
It was indeed.
And that was bravery. But this is what we're here for. And I think, because the conditions are a little bit iffy, it's in and out a bit, isn't it?
It is.
It's cast that.
It's because it's when, like now, you can feel it's gone colder, so the track is getting colder and colder as the cars sit waiting to run.
There's rain ahead of you on the hill, I can see it. So
yes.
here comes John Chalmers. Yeah, John Chalmers in this absolute beast of a motorcycle engine car with the turbo. My goodness me, sparking through the kink there. That was spectacular. Over to you.
Nice and neat and tidy through bottom S, as you expect from John, right in the middle of the road as he turns into top S. Nice and neat and tidy through top S as he gets the power down, heads towards the finish. Does a 27.73. Look out, here comes Alex Coles. He's already with you.
Oh my word, come on Alex. This young man can really pedal this little racing car. 1300cc supercharged engine, sparking into bottom S. My goodness me, what's he going to do?
Let's approach you to 138. Oh, big wiggle as he came through bottom S, but he picks it up nicely and nicely out of top S. Very quick through the S's. Is this going to be into the 24s? Let's see. Yes, I think it will. 24.74.
Brilliant
24.74. Just pips Stuart Sugden in the class by 4 100ths. Slots into second place for qualification for the runoff. And next off the line, we have Zach Zammit. What can Zach do? Rockets past me. Already into kennel. He's with you.
Beautiful car, this one. The Empire Wraith, the works car. Zach Zammit from Malta. My goodness me. Oh, goodness me. It's like a firework display through coming into S's.
He's quick into the S's. He's actually perfect in the S's. I mean, he's quicker than Alex Coles. Nice and neat tidy through the S's. He's purple as he exits the S's. Is this going to be lower into the 24s? Let's see. Yes, it is. 24.24. 24.24 takes the class lead by half a second. That was a quick time. 129 miles an hour across the line.
They are on some serious go-go pills, these guys now, aren't they?
And that, I would say, will be very much qualifying for the runoff. He slots into second behind Sean Gould. We have Ed Burgess on the line in the V6 Gould GR55. The car stalled, but they've restarted it. He's just going through his start line procedure. He drops the clutch, he's off. Big wheel spin as he comes past me, changes into second and into third before turning into kennel into your sight.
Ex-James Baxter car, this one. This is a GR55. It's sinister black, isn't it? He normally drives a Bugatti Type 51. Here he is in a Gould. Absolutely loving it.
Beautiful driving from there, nice and neat, tidy as you'd expect from him. Out of top S, bit of a wig as he came out to top S, heads towards the finish. Richard Summers now on the hill in the family-built P40.
Yeah, doesn't this look good, folks? That lovely V6 growling away in the back there. This is home built by the Summers family. What an achievement to build a car to compete in the British Hillclimb Championship and potentially get into the top 10.
Yes, indeed. Time for Ed Burgess, by the way, was 28.89. We wait for Richard Summers' time as he heads up the finishing straight across the line and record a 29.72. So he'll be pleased to be under 30 seconds. 111 miles an hour across the line. Sandra Tomlin now sits on the start line in the Pilbeam in the MP97. 4-litre Judd V8 in the back, loads of power, and she's with you.
Yeah, this is one of the last of the fully competitive hill climbs, Pilbeams. 4 litres of power, so that's got it all going on. The colour scheme looks magnificent. She drives it very well, and Sandra's a great driver as well.
She is indeed, and she's already into the S's, very neat and tidy as you'd expect from Sandra. Puts her foot to the floor as she heads towards the finish, crosses the line now, 30 seconds dead, 126 across the line. Simon Andrews with you in the OMS.
Yes, it is, sharing this with Bernie Kevill. Actually, this is a beautifully turned out car, isn't it? Whether they can qualify for the runoff, I do not know, because I think they're going to be so quick to get into that runoff. 25s, 24s maybe.
I think, well, I've still got my neck on the 24, but we'll see. Simon Andrews heads up the finishing line, 27.92. 27.92. Next on the line, we've got Steve Owen. OMS, by the way, celebrating 40 years this year, which is absolutely incredible.
40 years.
Yes, 40 years.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant. Leaves the line in the factory OMS 28 with the RPE engine in the back, already with you.
Yeah, looking good too, actually. Steve, whether he can get the quad in the runoff, I do not know, but we'll certainly be trying hard. Already he's approaching bottom S.
Breaking into bottom S now, nice and neat and tidy from Steve. Bit of a wiggle as oversteer through bottom S, and a little bit tidier through top S though. Got the power down, heading towards the finish, and records a time of 27.70. Terry Graves on the hill in the Gould.
Terry Graves, electrical contractor from Cornwall, actually. This is a stunning car, actually. I love the colour scheme on this one. Terry, I don't know when he's going to get the runoff, but it's certainly a great sight to see it, isn't it?
It is indeed. Nice and neat and tidy through bottom S for Terry. Turns in quite early to top S, but nice and smooth for Terry. Heads up the finishing straight towards the finish now. 26.58, 135 across the line. That's got some poke in a straight line, that car, hasn't it?
It certainly has, and he's got it all working now because he had a lot of problems with that car recently.
Now we've got Harry Pick, leaves the line in front of me in the same engine as Terry, but this time in the OMS chassis with you.
Yes, Harry Pick, young driver from Leamington Spa. My goodness me, he's having a go, isn't it? So look at that car, that's a brand new OMS really last season, so well, can he get it?
It's going to be tight, but let's see. A bit of an oversteering moment through bottom and top S, but he's got it in a straight line now, heading up the finishing straight. What's the time going to be? 26.80. 26.80. Graham Wynn now on the line in the Gould GR59. The phenomenal 4-litre Judd in the back. Graham lined up in, well, slap bang in the middle of the start line, really. Adjusts his visor to get ready to head off. Let's see what Graham can do. I think he's stalled, so he'll just have to restart, and no harm done though. The rear wheels didn't cross the start line, so in hill climbing, if you stall and your front wheels cross the start line, you can reset. If the rear wheels cross the start line, it is a failed run, but no issues there for Graham, as the rear wheels didn't cross the line. They're just lining him back up on the start line. Let's see what Graham can do. Can he get to the 25s? We shall see. Adjusts his visor up just whilst he's looking at the dash and adjusting and making all final preparations. Visor down, launch control will be engaged as he gets ready to select a gear. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here he comes, Graham Wynn off the line. 2.38 second start, rockets towards you and into Kennel out of sight.
Bought this car as his retirement present. The latest spec Gould, my goodness me, it's sinister, isn't it? Black and white, very quick. Graham Wynn, OBE. Can he get in a runoff?
We shall see. He's very neat and tidy through bottom S. He's out of top S, very neat and tidy. Power down, and this is where this car really comes to its own. Rocking up the finishing straight. 25.47. 25.47.
I think he'll get it.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
He slots him into 7th at the moment in the qualification, and there's still about 6 cars to go, but we'll see. Here comes Jack Cottrell. What can he do? Rockets past me to you.
Yeah, Jack Cottrell, stunning. Great young driver now, and he's got so much confidence now in this little Dallara with the big IndyCar V8 in the back of it. He's very smooth as well, isn't he?
He is, and this is looking very neat and tidy and quick. Bit of a wheezy kick through bottom S, but nothing to worry about. Nice and neat and tidy through top S. Gets on the power early, nice and smooth, rocketing up the finishing straight. Is it going to be in the 24s? Yes, 24.81. 24.81. Slots him into 5th place. It's really tight between 3rd, Alex Coles on 24.74, and 6th, David Warburton on 24.94. You've got those 4 cars separated by 0.2 of a second for a place in the runoff.
You've got 6 cars to come, haven't we?
We have got 6 cars to come, exactly, so it's going to be really tight. Let's see. Dave Uren is now on the line in the Gould GR55. He goes really, really well here. He loves this hill. He's very quick. He rockets off the line past me, and he's into Kennel, nice and neat and tidy to you.
Boy, he's having a go too. I tell you what, he is not hanging about. So far, he's just kept his foot planted. It's so smooth through the kink, as you say. The suspension works brilliantly.
And he's into bottom S, nice and neat and tidy through bottom S. Gets it right over to the right, left-hand side, through top S. Nice and tidy through top S. Gets the power down, heading up the finishing straight. 24.34. 24.34. 10th of a second slower than Zach Zammit. 3rd place as we stand, so that will qualify. Trevor Willis on the line in the OMS 28 with the RPE engine in the back. The big V8 drops the clutch, rockets past me. Here comes Trev. 2.13 second start to you.
Gonna probably need a 24, folks, and then Trevor, driving instructor here. My goodness me, sparking through there. He's trying hard. He certainly knows his way up the hill. Already coming to you.
Braking into bottom S at 121. Very neat and tidy through bottom S. Gets it over to the left-hand side. Full turning through top S. Very neat and tidy on the exit of top S. Power down. He's just got to wait till the finish line arrives. What will he do? 24.95. 24.95. That slots him into 8th place, 1/100th of a second behind Dave.
With 4 to go.
With 4 to go, he will qualify, but that he will at best qualify 12th. So that's really tight, really tight. Right, next on the line we've got Wallace Mingus, 4 times champion, drops the clutch. He's driving so well this year. He storms past me into Kennel.
Is there a finer looking car on the hill, folks? Is there a better driver? He will have a serious something to say about this. Come on then, Wallace, go and qualify and then get in and win that runoff.
Breaks into bottom at 124. Nice and neat time through bottom S, right over the left-hand side, turning through top S. Nice and neat time on the exit of top S. Purple sector through the S's, so that was quick. Will this be into the 23s? Yes, 23.78. 23.78 puts him in second place in runoff qualification at the minute. That time by Sean, as with 23.36, is looking very handy indeed.
Wow, that I'd forgotten the young Sean. Yeah, that was a great time, wasn't it? But he was absolutely on it. He was on it.
Now we've got Will Hall bringing the car to the line. 4 big burnouts in the beautiful Williams liveried Gould GR59. Again with the 4-litre Judd in the back. The car stalls as he comes to the line, but it's got an onboard starter, so he refires the car. He will set up the car. He's at driver's side right of the start line, looking straight towards Kennel. They are just backing the car up to get the car in line. Time to beat for qualification, you have to do a 25.54 or better to qualify. Fastest time currently a 23.36. What we will do, he builds up the revs, he drops the clutch, off he goes. This is a 2.05 second start. That's really quick. He's already into Kennel to you.
Yes, it's looking good too. All the mobile phones are recording as he's going up the hill. Will is on a mission here, folks. He'd love to win a runoff. He's already won one at Prescott earlier in the year. Can he do another one?
129 miles an hour into the S's. Very neat and tidy through the S's. He's already out the other side. It's quick. What's it going to be as he crosses the line? It's a 24.02 to qualify third. Alex Summers leaves the line in the DJ, rockets past me. 2.02 second start. He's with you.
Local man in the firestorm. 14,000 RPM this V8 revs to. My goodness me, he's going well. He really is having a try. Go on, Alex.
We've got an onboard. It looks brilliant. 127 into the S's. Very neat and tidy through bottom S. Turns through top S. Tiny bit of oversteer as he came out of top S, but nothing to worry about. Power is down. The finish line's coming. What's it going to be? 23.75. 23.75. That puts him into second place at the moment in the qualification for the runoff.
So is Sean still leading the way?
Sean still leads the way on 23.36.
Sean is a revelation this year, isn't he?
And it was that little bit sunnier earlier, a little bit more warmth in the track, and it benefited him. Oh, Matt stalled as he tried to leave the line, but he refires the car, no issues. It's Matt Ryder on the line in the Gould GR59, reigning British Hillclimb champion, number 1 on the car, leading the way in the championship as we stand. What can he do now? Can he beat teammate Sean in the qualification for the runoff? Builds up the revs, drops the clutch, off he goes, rockets past me, 2.12 seconds. He's already into Kennel, he's to you.
Yes, he is. Here he is, the reigning champion. Come on then. My goodness me. And he's so smooth as well. His lines are perfect. Braking hard into bottom S.
Braking into bottom S, turns in nicely. Bit of oversteer through bottom S, but nothing to worry about. Through top S, and that was very neat and tidy. It's purple through the S's. Is he going to be quicker than Sean? Let's see. It's a 23.52 to qualify second. 23.52 seconds, which means Sean is the fastest qualifier on a 23.56. I will take you through the runners and the riders for the runoff in a minute. Luckily, I get to keep my house because the qualification cut-off was a 24.95. So I was right. You did have to do a 24 to qualify, which just...
Wow.
So that was very exciting indeed. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because in about 10 or 15 minutes, we will have the runoff once we've got one more batch of historics, and then we will have the runoff. I believe we're having it before lunch, but I will get corrected, I'm sure, if that plan is not changing. But if that plan changes, but I'm pretty sure it's before lunch.
What's the time now, Billy?
It is. Well, it's lunchtime. No, it's so it's 1:20.
Is
so
it?
We've got one batch of cars to go, which is batch 7. So let's see. We await confirmation on that.
So what cars have we got to come? A batch of historics or something?
So I can take through the runners and riders. Now this is provisional, because if there's any dual-driven cars, that might change. But in terms of the 12 drivers that qualify, fastest to qualify was Sean Gould on a 23.36. Second, Matt Ryder on a 23.52. He will actually, though, run first in the runoff as that car is dual driven. So Matthew will go first in the runoff. He will then come back down and swap over to Sean. Third qualifier, Alex Summers on a 23.75. Fourth, Wallace Mingus on a 23.78. Fifth, Will Hall on a 24.02. Sixth, very good time, Zach Zammit, 24.24. Seventh, Dave Uren on a 24.34. Eighth, Alex Coles on a 24.74. Ninth, Stuart Sugden on a 24.78. 10th, Jack Cottrell on a 24.81. 11th, David Warburton on a 24.94. And 12th and final qualifier, Trevor Willis on a 24.95. Incredibly tight. I've not known a runoff where the 12 have been separated by 1.5 seconds from first to 12th in a long time. And just as a reminder, Matthew Ryder will run first.
Good afternoon, Billy.
Oh, hello.
Toby here from
It's
Crossing.
Toby.
Chris has just disappeared for a moment to have a little
cold
bit
glass of water.
That's a very good one. Yeah, up the hill here. Great to see everybody here, but my goodness me, they were cracking on.
Unbelievable. And I must say, there's a few man of the matches so far.
Yeah.
That time from Zach Zammit, that 24.24, was very tasty indeed.
Yes, yes, I should know. He's rather quick.
He is indeed. Yes, he is.
He's very quick.
It's interesting to see that the advantage actually Sean got by going that bit earlier at the beginning of the batch before, and the temperature I think has come down as the clouds have come over.
Totally. I've just walked up a couple of times in the last 20 minutes, and it's a bit cooler. But as you can see when you look over the Team Valley, Billy, it's not as misty and as drizzly as it was a moment ago, and it's essentially dry. So as you said a moment ago, we've got one of the high points of the season coming up.
It's going to be brilliant. And I've just got handed to me the runners and riders for the runoff. So what I said before was correct, apart from Matt Ryder will run first. But I was just saying, I've not known it in a long time where you've had 12 drivers bunched within a second and a half.
No, but as you know, having worked for McLaren, it's getting tighter and tighter at the top of international motorsport, and there's so much Formula One technology and, you know, that Silicon Valley of motorsport that is based around Silverstone. You know, it's a £12 billion industry annually, and there's a lot of waterfall of that technology into what the cars are on the hill using today.
Indeed.
As you know, the Goulds, they're an engineering company. They supply carbon fibre to numerous Formula One teams, and that carbon is exemplary, and that's why, you know, the carbon on the Gould is exceptional. The engines, the torque, the gearbox, do you remember when flipper paddles, you know, came into hill climbing? It was all a bit, oh crikey, this is a bit Formula One, and now it's the norm, and the downshift are perfect. The suspension is everything. There's a lot of Öhlins technology now here in the top class, in the runoff, so it's helping.
It is, and traction control and launch control are the two other areas that have come on in the last 5 or 10 years massively. Sort of the early systems of launch control 10 or so years ago, you look at how much better they are now, and they're going down the classes. So at first just the top, some of the top cars might have it, and now you can get it on an 1100, get it on a Caterham.
You don't have to have it, as I discovered the other day. So yes, you don't have to have it, and it's quite good in a different way.
Yeah.
In a different way.
We've got flags in down here. We've got a little bit of a change of pace whilst the runners and riders get ready for the runoff. We've got the historics. We've got Simon Taylor in this wonderful HWN The Stovebolt Special sound sounds brilliant, bellowing away with you already.
Ex-Sterling Moss car, and yes, the HWM, the Stovebolt Special, used by Michael Douglas, I believe it was, in a Hollywood film. Simon, former BBC television and radio Formula One commentator, he drives this up from South London on the motorway with the stealthy black helmet, comes to Shelsley, stays in a local B&B, absorbs the history and drives home. Wonderful.
It's incredible. I mean, I drive here in a little A-class Mercedes, and I thought that was a long enough drive, but to do it in that is impressive. But good time, 36.43 for Simon, slots himself into second in class, behind Amanda George in the Chevron. Richard George now on the line in the very Chevron I was just speaking about, the B19. Beautiful car this, absolutely immaculately prepared, and goes very well indeed too.
Yeah, this is a hark back to the, early 70s now. Yeah. You know, sports racer, kind of Targa Florio, European hill climbs, all on Villar in Switzerland. Joe Sifford owned the car. Gerald LaRousse, Formula One driver and then Formula One team manager, owned the car, drove it. It is, you can see your face in all the aluminium, can't you?
Yeah, it's a lovely car, absolutely immaculate. And it's amazing to think cars like this were designed back in the day that could race the hill climb and Le Mans.
Yes.
Which was brilliant.
Which is next week.
Indeed. Martin Jones on the hill in the little Brabham. Very pretty little car this. With you.
Out of Kennel up towards Crossing, and then up towards what we call the top left-hander, through into between the barriers, past the speed trap and into Bottom S. Bottom S, it's you kind of need to hit the apex of the second third of Bottom S. There's a crown in the road in between the S's at speed. You don't want to go over the crown of the road too much because then you might have a bit of a slide. Top S opens out, finish line, you're done.
And he's off across the line, 34.74. Next on the hill, Andy Tippett in the lovely 3.5 litre Rover-powered Brabham, bellowing away.
It is, yes. It's sucking half of Worcestershire's air into the top of those 8 trumpets as it growls its way up towards Bottom S. A healthy crowd I can see from here, which is good, up towards a gap in the trees that I can see here from Crossing and away towards the finish he goes.
We've got an onboard camera on the car as well, so you get a fantastic view of his left shoulder as he rockets up the finishing straight, crosses the line, 32.03. 32.03 takes the lead in the class. Next on the hill, another bellowing V8, this time a Formula 5000 Lola with Roger Deans at the wheel with a big 5 litre V8 motor in the back.
Come on, it's an automobile.
Yeah.
It is an automobile. Look at this. Yes, Formula 5000, the days of the 70s, Formula 1 drivers would drive a Formula 5000 race for a bit of extra cash, and they put it in their pockets, and they did the race, and they had a drink and had a party and went on to the next weekend.
And a great idea for a motor racing series. Let's get mostly British built but lightweight European chassis and stick a big V8 from America behind it, and off we go, which was what it was. A nice time there from Roger Deans, 35.52. Simon Durling on the hill now in the very pretty little Alpine A110.
The little Alpine that has been replicated, we're updated with the newer Alpine.
There's one here competing.
Yes, and I was lucky enough to drive one last year. What a thing it is. Alpine really pushing some boundaries of road car, sports car technology on for automotive side of things. But of course it all harks back to this when it was rallying on the Monte Carlo.
Yes, exactly that. And a very pretty car, very well driven by Simon, who knows his way up this hill, given he lives at the top of it. Next on the hill, we've got Simon Braithwaite. Now, this is a car I know that will be very close to your heart, because it's an E30 M3.
Well, I can see 2 in my vision. One's on the racetrack and one's in the car park at the moment, Billy. You can maybe see it from the commentary box down there. Yeah, E30, the first of the family of M3s before the 36, the 46, the 92, the F80, such like. So, 2.3 litre straight 4 dog's leg gearbox. They then enlarged it to a 2.5 litre, which was called the Sport Evo.
That was for DTM.
The 2.3 that I've got is a DTM car. Right. It was a homologation special. They had to only make another 500. Won the French Rally Championship 1989-1990 with Francois Chatrier. Bravio, Hill Climbs, Touring Car Championships, British Touring Car Championship, Italian Touring Car Championships.
Bathurst.
Bathurst, when it was in Benson and Hedges colours. They did a JPS colour. Yes.
Iconic.
Yes, but I still think that the best nickname was Roberto Ravaglia, which of course his nickname in the factory was Bob Ravioli.
That's so good.
Tutti Frutti Bob. Hey, he's a Bob Ravioli.
Bob Ravioli.
Yeah, he's
I like
piloti
that.
di macchina.
I do like that.
Yeah.
So that's the end of the batch. So it was only a short batch for the historics whilst we get ready for the runoff. I will quickly take you through the runners and riders, and then I'm going to hand back over to Chris, who's going to take us through the runoff.
And I'm going to hand back over to Chris. So from crossing, do enjoy this runoff. It's going to be a cracker.
It's going to be absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Toby. And firstly, what's exciting to note is we have 7 different manufacturers in the runoff. We have Gould, OMS, Delara, GWR, Force, Empire and DJ all represented in this runoff, which shows just the strength and depth there is in qualifying in British Hillclimb racing at the moment. So the runners and riders will go as follows. The first to run will be Matthew Ryder in the Gould GR59, number 1. He will then come back down the hill. Then we will have Trevor Willis, number 5, in the OMS 28. Then number 8, David Warburton in the Gould GR59. Then number 9, Jack Cottrell in the Delara. Number 111, Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor. Number 114, Alex Coles in the Force TA. Then Dave Uren, number 6, in the Gould GR55. Then we've got Zach Zammit, number 115, in the Empire Wraith. Then Will Hall, number 3, in the Gould GR59. Then Wallace Mingis, number 4, in the Gould GR59. Then Alex Summers, number 2, in the DJ Firestorm. And the final runner and fastest qualifier was Sean Gould, number 7, in the Gould GR59. The flags are coming in, which means that the hill is ready. There might be another minute or two delay whilst the runners and riders get strapped in, because they will have to let the cars cool, they will need to refuel, they will need to retire, and they've only had about 5 minutes to do so because that was a short batch. So we may be waiting a couple of minutes or so yet. I'm going to hand back over to Chris Druitt. I cannot wait for this runoff. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I cannot call your winner, so enjoy. And I'm handing back to Chris.
Thank you, Billy. We'll see you later on. Well, the course car's just going up to inspect the track, which is generally the way just before the runoff. Just check everything's in order, all the marshals are in place, nothing on the track, everyone's happy, and then we will be progressing with the runoffs. The marshals are down there at crossing, just below, down at Kennel rather, just having a quick look at the track, at something down there. They're walking back onto post now. Red flags are still in. When they blow their whistles and wave their red flags, we'll be ready to go. The course car will go up to the top and go around the top paddock and then come back down, check everything is good, and then we will be ready to rumble when Chris will be starting us off down here at the bottom on Vaux Villa.
I sure will, and it's going to be incredibly close. They're probably putting their best set of tyres on, which just brings me to mention the drama we had over the winter when Avon decided to stop making tyres down in the West Country, and there was a panic because our hill climb drivers were thinking, crikey, what am I going to do for tyres next year? Well, thank goodness it's all being resolved by a new company called Nova, which is Avon the other way round, rescuing the whole thing. They've got the rights to build the tyres, they've got the machinery, which they've shipped down to Portugal, I think, and they're gradually beginning to build the tyres under the Nova brand. In the meantime, there have been enough Avon tyres left over to just about see us through this season. So thanks very much to the Nova team for taking on this responsibility. It's a huge job.
There's talk of their tyres may be available from about July onwards, Chris, so that could some competitors will no doubt have more tyres than others, I'm guessing.
Yes, that'll be interesting. But of course, there'll still be some classes that won't be supplied with their normal size tyres. They might have to eke out the supply of Avons, or maybe go to who did I see?
Hoosier, perhaps?
That's right. Hoosier came in.
Yeah, there's some of the competitors have got Hoosier tyres now, but the flags are in now, Chris, up here.
Good.
Horse car is headed back towards you now, and I reckon it won't be long, folks.
And the really good news, keep your fingers tightly crossed, is that at the moment it's bone dry. The track is bone dry. Let's hope it stays that way. It's so unfair in a runoff when halfway through there's a downpour.
Yes, I tell you what, it's interesting actually watching them going through the kink, how some of the cars are sparking like crazy, aren't they?
Yes.
And yet the older Gould of David Uren, that is older suspension that works even better.
Well, maybe they've got the idea from Formula One where they run them as low as they possibly can. That's why there's so much sparking in Formula One. So we're getting ready, and as Will told everybody, Matthew Ryder's going to be our first runner up the hill and then back down again. He'll jump out of the car very quickly and hand it over to Sean Gould, who will, I think, be the last runner. So he's got time to strap in, get comfortable, and so on.
Just a quickie, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Behind my box, I've got Chris Kramer, your old sparring partner.
Yes, well,
He's watching the Hill Climb today.
Guten Tag, Chris. Wie geht's?
Yeah, good to see him out.
That is okay. He was a brilliant driver. He drove my march up the hill on one occasion to do a demo because the original march, the little 2005 March, was unavailable, and I was slightly nervous. I thought he'd bring the car back down and say, "This is rubbish. You've got to do this and that to sort it all out." But he didn't. He just said, "Thanks very much." Now, up to the start comes Matthew. Matthew's been the sensation of the last.
No, I think
two...
it'd be Sean Gould.
Is it? I beg his pardon. You're right.
Yeah.
It's Sean.
But and if he's got a black helmet.
No, it's Matthew.
Matthew? Oh, because Sean out-qualified him, didn't he?
It's Matthew.
That's interesting.
Yes. And all of a sudden Matthew appeared on the scene and 1.97, a brilliant start.
Here he comes. Oh, he's very wide through Kennel, but he's absolutely on a mission, folks. My goodness me. He'll be looking to win the runner. First car going up. Boom, try. Good conditions. Come on, Matthew. What can you do?
114 kilometers. That's a genuine time. 7.35 is very quick for this sector. 23.13. Brilliant. 139. So that was a quicker run than any of our qualifying runs. 23.13, 139 over the line. Wow, Matthew must be breathing fairly heavily now.
That's a marker though, isn't it? A serious marker.
It really is. That's going to take some beating. Well, it's beatable.
Yeah, they're going to have to possibly get in the 22s.
I know. I must remind myself what the record is. 22.5, is it?
22.37, I think. I'll just check that in the front of the program.
You're right, 22.37.
Sean Gould.
I think we'd be lucky to get
has been held since 21st of August 21.
Yes.
Yes, surprising, isn't it?
And of course the track surface is probably not as good as it was then. Interestingly, the last time they resurfaced the track, the following year, there was a spate of new records.
I think Matthew would be sat up the top saying, "Come and get me."
Yeah, probably.
Hey, come and get that. That takes some beating. And the first few runners, of course, will be slower qualifiers. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And here he comes now, driving back down the hill to hand over to Sean Gould. Well, yeah, he could be coming up later on as the El Champione.
I wonder if any of our people in the 24s. Well, Zach might get into the 23s, and as might David Wren.
Yeah.
They were low 24s.
Which-
and of course Will Hall, a 24.02. He desperately loved to be in the 23s.
But we're talking about maybe got to get to 22, to beat that time.
Oh, I
He's
know.
only a tenth away, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's
so, I mean,
right.
that's staggering. So, but I think Wallace, that Matthew said there, come and get me. Yeah, and now, but Sean, his qualification was terrific, wasn't it? He went up very early.
Yep. He clearly likes Shelsley. Sean.
He's very good here, isn't he?
He is good. He's brave.
He is actually, yeah. Fair dues, fair dues. The builder of these lovely Goulds, and yet he can drive as quick as anyone in them. Fantastic. So, who do we think we're going to get next then, Chris?
We think we're going to get Trevor Willis.
Wow. So Trevor was in 12th or 11th position then?
Yep.
Wow.
Did a 24.95 in the OMS. Still in there fighting. It's a slightly elderly car. I think Trevor's had it in its current form for at least 14 years.
Wow. But the most successful OMS driver ever, three times champion.
Absolutely
Fantastic.
right.
What a driver he is, and great to see him.
Have I missed seeing Matthew coming down?
He has come back down. Yep. He's back into the paddock now.
Okay, so the camera is focusing on the paddock scene, and indeed it is Trevor Willis strapping himself in, so he'll be the next runner. 24.95 was his qualifying time. I'm not sure what sort of time Trevor has done, but I think well into the 23s.
Yeah, no, Trevor was in the 24s actually.
Yeah, but I'm wondering in the past, what's the best he's done?
Oh, yeah, no, I think he's been pushing near 22s actually, but certainly 23s. I think Matthew has actually had himself a real result, because normally he has to go up last, and looking at this potential inclement weather, he's already done it.
Yeah.
He's up there, isn't he?
Yes.
So if it does do any ill plur, then Matthew is saying thank you very much. But anyway, I would imagine the other drivers are impatient to get on the hill now.
The only time I won the runoff was when I qualified 12th and did quite a reasonable run, but then the heavens opened.
Wow.
And I was, I'd been praying.
But you'd won it. You won it. You won the runoff.
Yeah, the paper said.
Fantastic.
The paper doesn't mention anything about it.
No, the name drew it. Drew it.
That's right.
Runoff winner. Brilliant.
That was Lowton Park.
Was it at Lowton, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned a bit Mickey Mouse, but I think Lowton's really tricky, actually. It takes really tricky stuff around there.
It takes a lot of skill.
And that Cedar Straight is not straight.
No.
But far from it.
So Trevor's engine is fired up. It's nice. We used to have to snip up little bits of paper to keep the running order in view, but of course now with the screen it does it for us, thank goodness. Here comes Trevor, this immaculate car, been repainted a few times. I think this latest colour is the best he's had. 3 times champion. And maybe the first time or two it was a young car and engine power, but certainly the third time it was all about Trevor's amazing driving skill. OMS 28, of course, an early one. Nicely controlled start, 2.03.
And here he comes now. He's coming into Kennel now. My goodness me, he's already through. He's sparking. He's absolutely doing. Trevor, what can you do? Can you do in the 23s? 22's a massive ask.
127 into bottom S. That is quick. Over the line, 24.39. So it's an improvement.
Who have we got coming next, Chris?
David Warburton is just lining up the GR59. We've got an onboard camera. That's good. That's going to add to the interest. Watch David start. Traction control starts. They're so reliable and easy to run nowadays.
And here comes David Warburton now. Planted flat to the floor, no lifting whatsoever. Can he get into the runoff? That's what I'm talking about. He's in the runoff, you stupid boy.
Bottom S, speed 118. Top S, neatly done. And blast up to the line, 24.69. 24.69. So everybody's going so far a little bit quicker than their qualifying runs. Up to the line comes Jack Cottrell. I think more credit should be given to DJ than to Delara. Okay, it's got a Delara tub as far as the just behind the driver is concerned, but all the suspension and the sorting out and the losing of weight has been down to JD. Jack off the line in 2.19.
And here he comes now, absolutely flying. Jack, that engine is absolutely screaming, that IndyCar V8, my goodness me. Smoothly through the kink, hard into bottom S.
Into bottom S, 127. Jack's a brave lad. And over the line, 24.72. 10th quicker than before, 24.72, which puts him. Trevor still second behind Matthew Ryder, David Warburton third, and Jack Cottrell fourth. Now, who have we got? Stuart Sugden in the little Raptor. That's an amazing qualification, 24.78. What engine has that got?
It's a little higher booster in that one, but it's
turbocharged. Yes, it is.
But he was super quick earlier, Chris, I tell you now. He was on a total mission earlier in qualification.
Yeah. I don't know if Graham White is still building Raptors up in Scotland.
Apparently he is.
Is he?
Yes, he'll build you one.
That's good. Stuart qualified with a 24.78. Just a fraction behind Jack Cottrell and a fraction ahead of a fraction behind Alex Coles. 2.24 for the start. Oh dear, he
wow,
got on the grass.
My goodness me, he's absolutely trying past me now, but I don't know, it looks as spectacular. It's a smoother run than his qualification run, which could mean it's quicker.
124 bottom S. And up to, it's wandering all over the place, 24.99. Yes, it did cost him down on the way into Kennel. I think he had a bit of a fright going on the grass, so that's dropped him back a bit. Next comes Alex Coles in the Force TA, qualified with a 24.74. Here comes Alex, 2.13. Just nudging the grass on the way into Kennel.
Into crossing here now, absolutely flying, isn't he? This young driver from Plymouth, he's been getting into runoffs all season, been scoring points in this 1300 supercharged engine.
It says 140 to bottom, but I think that's doubtful. Let's see, 7.63 is a good time in the S's, 24.71 and 126 miles an hour, 24.71, a fraction quicker than his qualifying. Next up, David Wren in the Gould that's experienced a great deal of winning in its life. Qualified 24.34, sharing the car, of course, with Nicola Minges. Gould GR55. It's nice in this maroon colour. When Martin drove it, it was all sorts of funny colours, creams and yellows and things. 2.05 is good.
And he's looking good through Kennel. The lines are immaculate. Cuts it tight through there, through crossing now. He's sparking. The suspension's working brilliantly. Hard into bottom S, Chris.
136 it says. We don't push or believe that. 21, 22. Is he in the 23s? Yes, 23.86. Good improvement, David.
23.86, yeah. So does that take him second?
That takes him second, indeed. Zach Zammit will be very happy to have qualified, and qualified well with a 24.24. Now, can Zach get into the 23s? Don't see why not. It's nice and dry still. Slightly shaky start, but 2.2 is okay.
Here he comes now. He's round Kennel. It's coming into crossing now. The lines are immaculate. No dramas so far. It's a good smooth bit of driving, which is what he does. And now it doesn't look ragged. Is it good, Chris?
It is good. Well, 130 it says, 15.89 in the S section. S70 24.64, slightly slower than qualifying. 24.64 puts Zach in fourth place. Next up will be Will Hall. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing Will being really successful with this newish GR59. It's such a lovely colour, it's been beautifully prepared, and Will is really getting the hang of it. It's a 4-litre Judd in the back. Beautifully smooth start, 1.94.
My goodness me, yes. Now, come on, Will. Everything's good so far. He's planted. He is absolutely on it. Looking at his times, he's going very well indeed.
113, you believe that. 7.62 within the S's. And it's a 23.28, a low 23.
Wow, fantastic, fantastic. Second place.
Indeed, 23.28. What did Matthew do? 23.13. Who's going to beat that? Well, Wallace could, of course. And it's Wallace's turn next. Gould GR59. He's got a 3.3 litre version of the Indy engine. Plenty of power, although he says he could always do with more. 23.78 qualifying. 2.05.
And here he comes now. Is there a better looking car on the track, folks? Wallace, our Scotsman. 4 times champion. Look at that thing go. Come on, Wallace, into bottom S.
Into bottom S, 170 through the S's. Clock's ticking. It's a 23.54. 23.54.
So third.
So Wallace, as you rightly says, into third place. Up comes the Firestorm, Alex Summers, who's taking half a year off, having a really relaxed time and enjoying it. He's still as competitive as ever, but he doesn't worry about the, qualifying and all the classic.
Here comes the screaming Firestorm, folks. Alex Summers driving it. My goodness me, he's close to our barriers here. He's very smooth in the bottom S. This is going to be rapido.
It is indeed. Look at that start, 1.9. Brilliant driving. 23.01.
Oh, well done, into the lead.
23.01 takes the lead, just from 23.13 of Matthew.
That's some driving.
Now, what can Sean do? To win this, he's got to get into the 22s or a straight 23. And he's capable of doing it. He's done it before. Qualified with a 23.36. Has he got nice new sticky tires on the car? Stalled it, but that's okay. Can't hardly moved. I think it's got a self-starter. It has. Narrow line between too much wheel spin and stalling. The traction control is being a bit vicious this afternoon. Get another 1,000 revs and you're spinning the back wheels and not going anywhere. Yes, he's off with a 2.1. I hope that doesn't make him cross.
He's a little bit down, I think, at the moment, but he's certainly trying hard. This is as good as it gets, this car. It's Sean Gould, Hill record holder, already through bottom S.
Neatly through top S, no oversteer. 22.23.38.
Wow, so I think that takes him...
Third place, I think.
It takes him third place, you're quite right. What a great runoff, Chris.
Fantastic, so close. Let's just repeat it in case you need to make a note in your program. Try to find the appropriate page. You'll find it. Okay, our winner is Alex Summers with an amazing 23.01. Shows the advantage of taking some time off. Second goes to Matthew Ryder, 23.13. Third, Will Hall's making a bit of a habit of third place, 23.28, but it's close. Fourth, Sean Gould, 23.38. He won't be happy with that. Fifth, Wallace Mingus, 23.54. Sixth, David Wren, 23.86. Seventh, Trevor Willis. Remember, he's got half the horsepower of most of the others, 24.39. Then Zach, a successful visit over from Malta, 24.64 for 8th place. Then David Warburton, 24.69, 9th place. A great 10th for Alex Coles, so he wins a bit of a point, 24.71. 11th and 12th, not scoring points, but doing well. Jack Cottrell in the DJ, 24.72, and a great run by Stuart Sugden to achieve a 24.99, 12th place. Well done, guys. That was a brilliant runoff. Well done to all our marshals, as always. Remember, this is the first runoff today. We've got another one towards the end of the meeting.
Cars are coming back down, Chris. Just give them all a clap, folks. Here's Trevor Willis as the first one, and then obviously you'll see Alex Summers, who's won this runoff. He'll be coming down in that white Firestorm. There's Alex Coles coming down there from the top now.
Yeah, give our drivers a wave. They're waving to the marshals. Nice wave from Alex.
Is this... yeah, Alex Summers, give him a clap. Go on. Fantastic, fantastic. Brilliant. Well, what a great runoff, Chris. We did enjoy that, didn't we?
You really do see the best of hill climbing at Shelsley. The power and the speed is mind-blowing. David Coulthard came here once doing a TV program, and as part of the deal, Shelsley offered him a drive up the hill in a single-seater. He said, "No way, you're not getting me in one of those things up that country lane."
Incredible stuff, isn't it? I don't know how long we've got for lunch, Chris. Any idea?
I haven't been given any information. What's the time now? 2 o'clock. I guess maybe to
45 minutes, perhaps.
Perhaps, or 3/4 of an hour. I'll try and find out. See if anybody can tell me. Hold your hats.
Yeah, marshals are still on post, but we generally get a minimum of 45 minutes because the marshals have got to get back down and have a bite to eat, have a breather, haven't they? And if you're on the hill here, you can get there is food on the hill up at bottom S there. There's the members tent here as well. You need to be a member, but then as you walk down the hill down towards the car park, there's food on the left hand side, and then of course in the paddock we've got various food outlets as well as the club restaurant, and also I think you'd probably better get a drink as well, Chris, couldn't you?
Hello everybody, hello. So sorry, we had a slight technical hitch there, we're all back. Welcome to the start line at Shelsley Walsh. What a runoff we've just seen, won by Alex Summers. First runoff win of the year, but so close between Alex, Will, Sean, Wallace. Absolutely brilliant, really, and of course Matt Ryder, of course. So absolutely brilliant runoff, fantastic to watch. Elliot, let's go and have a wander around and see who we can find. First things first, let's see if we can go and find our runoff winner and stick a microphone under his mouth and see what he has to say, because that was, I've not known a runoff that close between first and 12th in ages. It was tenths of a second. It was absolutely brilliant. It's not the grippiest track today. It's been a bit spitty with rain this morning. It's cloudy now. And it's quite cool actually, so the heat really has gone out of the day. The heat's really gone out of the track, hence why a lot of the cars were struggling a bit to get the ultimate times, but to be down into the 23s was absolutely amazing. So let's go and find Alex. We'll also come and have a look at this later, which is not this is just an Nissan Qashqai, but behind it is a Porsche Cayenne EV, the new Porsche Cayenne EV that's been here this weekend, already taken the SUV record on the hill. Let's see if they can go any quicker this afternoon, but let's go and find Alex, who is somewhere. He's there he is. He's signing autographs, he's kissing hands and shaking babies at the moment, or something like that, but he's currently doing an interview for somebody, but I'm going to quickly, just no comment, I'll just jump straight in. I'm going to give him a hug first as well. Mate, well done, congratulations, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, well, surprised, because obviously these boys are having a good old go in the championship. I think not having the pressure of the championship, you could just get in the car and just send it, so that's nice. But yeah, really special. It's the first national my 5-month-old son's come to. So,
and your first win of the year?
The first win in, well, since that. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So yeah, really happy. Car's mint. DJ obviously, as always. Thank you, Sean. DJ, as always, has done a really lovely job. We had a bit of a shocker at Gersten, but yeah, absolutely mega to be here, and really, really pleased, really. And I didn't get between the championship protagonists, so
You just got ahead.
I either have to come last or yeah. So that's nice. But no, it's always special to win here, and I'm just mega chuffed.
And the car looks on rails, but it's not the grippiest it's been here. It's sort of cold. It's a bit cold.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you could simulate the amount of grip here, I think when I saw Matt do a 23, whatever he did, 1 or something, and I was like, that's about where it is, because you just lose so much time in the S's and up to Kennel. When the record runs, you do sort of 5.2, 5.3 to Kennel, and that was probably 5.5, and then you've not got that mile an hour and that purchase into the first corner. So yeah, maybe someone will do a 22 later, but we'll give it a go.
Well, congratulations. Great first win of the year. And also, as you said, great that little Jack's here. Yeah. And great that your wife's back in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a really... I was a bit emotional earlier talking to Paul, because I took my granddad's ashes up in practice 1 yesterday, and it's the first meeting that he's not been to, the first national. And obviously to have my baby, 5th generation of Summers here, yeah, look, just lovely. But yeah, Mum, Dad, Debbie, all competing, and yeah, just a really nice way to cap the day off, really. So
and it's only lunchtime. You might have got more to do this afternoon.
I just want to go to the bar now. It's done, job done. But yeah, we'll have a go later, mate. But as I say, not being in the championship means I can make a value judgment on the start line and think, do we have the right tyres? Have we got the right setup? Am I feeling it? And yeah, just on the line feeling really good.
And you had the onboard, so everybody on the stream got to see it from your point of view, from your driver's eye view. It was amazing to watch.
Apologies for the not so subtle fist bumping at the...
it did come across, yeah.
Did it? Yeah. It's just... it's how it feels to win here. And anyone who says otherwise is either lying or not telling the truth, in my opinion.
That's the same thing, arguably.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. So yeah, it's an amazing place to be, and it's lovely to win here, and hopefully remind these boys that although I'm not in the championship, that I'm hopefully going to come back and
still be a thorn.
Yeah, annoy them a little bit. Yeah. So yeah, no, brilliant.
Well done, mate. Go well again this afternoon, and we can't wait to see what you can do.
All right, cheers, boys.
Cheers, mate. Absolutely amazing, absolutely brilliant. Let's see if we can find Matt as well. There he is. Hello. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Congratulations. Good run. Solid points.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. It's always a bit more difficult when you go first because you don't know what the benchmark is going to be or what you need to beat. But you go out and give it your best shot, and I was happy with the run. And second's great.
And just on that, talk us through the mentality of how that changes, because this year and actually last year you were normally out qualifying Sean, so you usually go second. How much different is it to be first, especially on a day where the conditions are changeable?
Yeah, that's what's difficult. Sometimes if you see someone else do a really competitive time that's a bit quicker than they've been doing all weekend, you think, oh right, well I know it's in the track, then I can afford to push it a little bit harder into Kennel or make sure I brake on the last of the late breakers when you've seen the splits beforehand, whereas when you go first you just have to give it a good shot and do that for everyone else, basically. So it probably is a little bit harder, but on the whole it's also quite nice getting it done and then watching, and it's like my bit's done now, it'll be what it'll be. What
is that like when you're standing in the paddock watching everybody else have to go?
Well, I try not to pace too much because people see me, but it's just nerve-wracking. You just wait for everyone else to... It's out of your hands by that point, so you just have to sit and wait.
And also, congratulations, by the way, you're going to become a dad very soon.
Yeah, coming in September, so it's all go this year.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, exciting times.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, mate, and congratulations on the finish, and ahead of Wallace and Will, who it looks like are your main protagonists for the championship at the moment, which is also good.
Yeah, that is great. We're only 11 out of 30 rounds in, though, so there's an awful long way to go before we start thinking about championships, but all you can do, I think, is just try and do your most consistent, best run of it every weekend and see where that puts you a little bit nearer the end. So far, so good.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, Billy.
Go well this afternoon.
Thanks.
So that was good. I was stood. Well, you'll see if you watch this. If you've not seen the runoff that's just happened, go back on the stream and watch it. Him through the exit of Kennel, all of the road, millimetres from the erector cell, absolutely full-on commitment for the first run. Let's see who else we can find as we wander down the paddock. All right, very well. Who else are we going to have a chat to? Will loves it when I speak to him. Now, Will, you love it when... Hi, Flo. Hello.
Hello.
Now, your dad loves... as do you.
I love it, Billy, yes. Yeah. It's great.
That was really tight.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a good run. I think in the S's I wasn't committed enough. So I've got to try harder this afternoon. So yeah, so see what we can do.
But it's tenths of a second, is it? Third to fifth.
Yeah, it's close. So it's good, isn't it? And it's good for the
Really
spectators. So yeah. Yeah.
And you want to be on the stream, do you?
Do you want to be on TV as well?
Yeah.
Oh, do you? You're now speaking to the stream.
Live on TV.
Oh, you've gone all shy. Well, yeah. Well done. See you later. That's Wallace there. So was Wallace? I was struggling. Was he fourth or fifth? Something like that. Great run. As I said, really, really close. Oh, some bit of malleting trying to get the wheel of Dave Uren's car off. Who else can we speak to? Do you know what? She doesn't like speaking, so I'm going to speak to her anyway. And I'm going to sneak up on her. So I'm going to speak to Debbie Summers. Now, the problem is I found you.
Oh, hello. Finally found me.
It's taken 3 years of doing this?
Yeah, pretty much. I've always avoided you, haven't I?
You have.
You've been on one side of the paddock and I've been on the complete opposite.
You've been in another hill climb. You've been at Prescott. It's been really bad.
Found me, though.
Yeah, what's it like to be back in the car?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, it's been nearly 2 years. Obviously, I had baby in between all that, and it's great to be back in the race suit and back to where it all started and just building it back up again.
Car going well?
Yeah, really, really well. So I just need to hopefully have another dry run this afternoon, go a bit quicker, and then I feel like that's a massive box ticked for me.
Yeah. And nice to have Jack here as well, isn't it?
Oh, it's so nice. So yeah, Alex's auntie has been taking him up the hill, so I've been seeing him when I've been coming down. It's like, don't try not to get too emotional. But no, it's really nice to have him here. Another generation of Summers here as well. So I think that's been quite nice for the whole family to be here and seeing that. But no, he's passed out. He's missed all of our runs. He's fallen asleep the whole time. So
BHC 2050.
Oh God, don't. I can't even think of that. Someone said that when we signed on. They're just thinking about 16 years' time. He could be the one signing on. I was like, oh no. Maybe one day.
One day. But a bit soon yet, though.
A little bit too soon. I mean, he's only nearly 5 months old, so give it a bit of time.
Well done, and go well this afternoon.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you for speaking, finally. So we're on down the paddock as well, so who else we can see. So if you've not been to Shelsley before, by the way, you should really come. It's a completely open paddock. It's fantastic to actually be able to wander around and see all the cars, all the drivers. Top single-seaters here, they've just all got back from their runoffs. Then you've got the clubman's cars back over there. You've got the sort of sports cars here. So this is sort of locator field territory. So your Westfields and your Caterhams and Little Mini. So these cars will be going out a bit sooner than the big cars again, because we'll do everything we've done this morning again this afternoon. So let's have a wander down the paddock. Let's have a speak. Let's have a chat to Zach. He's all the way over from Malta. He's going really well this weekend. Zach, I'm coming to find you. You could stand if you like to. How was that?
Very good, thanks. Very good.
Happy with that?
Yes. The timed run was a bit better than the runoff, but very happy. The car is as we wanted it to be, and 2 clean runs, and wait for the next timed run, I guess.
It's worth flying all this way when you have a day like this.
Yes, definitely. Yes. Makes it all worth it. Yeah. Makes it all worth it.
It's so tight though in the runoff. It was so tight between everybody.
Yes, it was very tight. I was pushing very hard, and we're all very close. Some big cars we're giving around for their money, and me and Alex here are pushing each other along. So no, it's good. That's why I enjoy it, because we're close.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it? Competition.
Yes, definitely.
Well done. Go well this afternoon. That was Zach Zammit. Flies all the way in from Malta to take part in this championship, which is absolutely brilliant, and goes incredibly well in the now supercharged Empire. This is the Wraith, so this was designed by William Towett, who is around actually. Let's actually head back this way, because there was also the other people I'd like to speak to. Wayne Penrose is here, who you might remember if you watched the stream last year. He brought his VW Beetle all the way over from Australia. He's flown back in for a couple of weeks to be here. All right, Scott. All right. Yeah, Graham going all right?
Yeah, he's we're just going to get him to pull his finger out a bit this afternoon. Yeah.
It's tight though.
It's very close. Yeah. I think he was 14th this morning, so yeah, it's good. He's going well. Car's in one piece. It's just.
Have you driven it since the bigger rear wing went on?
I tested at Lowton beginning of the year, and it's a big improvement. So it's made, and I think here especially, I think it helps because it loses a bit, like the floor. It's quite reliant on the floor through the kink, and when it bottoms out and loses the floor, all the 59s were getting a bit squirrel, a bit loose through there. So I think that's helped big time. So yeah, he feels happy with it. So yeah.
Excellent.
This afternoon.
Yeah, go again.
Try and find your dad.
Yeah. Oh, he's in the canteen.
Sure.
Yeah, he's eating. Yeah. Ah, Willem. Now, I was looking for you. Now, hello, Willem. How are you doing?
I'm well, mate. You?
I'm very well, thank you. Now, Willem, for those that don't know, if you've not been watching the stream, you designed the aero for the Wraith.
I did. Yeah.
How long ago did you do that now?
2010. It's a while ago. Yeah. It's been mildly updated since, so we released 2010, 11, 12, 13, and then the full package went on 14, I think. But the design work is done in 2010 when I had a bit of a break from F1. Then I went back to break F1 and had to go back to work. Yeah.
And it's nice to see it going so well in Zach's hands.
It is, yeah. They're lovely to see. And he's a very good pedaler. I'm disappointed he didn't go a bit faster in the runoff than he did in quali, because he did a good job. So in the big car, I've done a 24.14 here.
Was that your quickest hit?
That was my quickest, yeah. And the little cars, they're knocking that sort of time off. Now, cars keep getting better. Yeah, the tyres are good, the cars are getting better. But, yeah, that's nice to see.
Was that in the Pilbeam?
Yep, yeah.
And where did you win it? Did you win a runoff here ever at Shells? Oh, you won lots, but was it here?
I think I've won a runoff here. Not many, you know. The enthusiasm level was up here and the skill level's just a little bit below that.
Not at all. What are you up to now?
A lot of teaching, university teaching and consulting mainly. And then volunteer stuff. Formula student. I love Formula student, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's fantastic. And yeah, you must love to see the sort of development of the big single seaters.
So, I regularly go back to Australia for holidays. My family's in Australia, and go to hill climbs if I can in Australia, and they're enthusiastic, and you get the same thing, but if you like, in less quantity. You get the good cars too, but less quantity. So I've got a mate here, if I can.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you commentate in Australia, don't you? Hello, very nice to meet you.
Likewise, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. But Willem, yeah, take over. Come on.
This is Phil Memory, who is an ex-hill climber and commentates on hill climbs, on historic F1, historic events like Phillip Island Classic and things like that.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
And this is your first Shelsley?
Yes, first time in the UK, absolutely having a ball. I wish I could just pick this lot up and take it and plant it in my backyard.
With the crowd too, because
with the crowd. Oh, absolutely.
The crowd makes such a difference. That's a big crowd, as usual.
Yeah.
We do get a big crowd at Shelsley, which does make a difference. The atmosphere in the paddock, especially in the build-up to that first runoff, there's a quiet that descends across the place as everyone's a bit tense. You know, it must be the same in your championship with the build-up to runoffs?
Well, we don't always have runoffs.
Okay.
They're a bit of a speciality that occur on occasions. Usually it's all of the official runs and whoever's the fastest, that's it. I agree, 100%. But yeah, it's a spectacular thing. It adds real atmosphere to the whole event. Great stuff.
So I've worked almost my whole working life in F1. And you never can get, in Formula One, you cannot get close to the car.
No.
Here, and especially at Shelsley, you stand right on top of cars, driving at the absolute limit, and you can see them sliding and applying buckets of power, squirming out the corners. You're right on top of them. It's amazing.
See, now there's the trailer for hill climbing right there. But so do you commentate at the hill climb at Bathurst?
I haven't done Bathurst, no. But I've done a lot at Haunted Hills, which is in Gippsland in Victoria. I've done it just out of Newcastle in New South Wales. And I've done it at Mount Cotton in Brisbane. So.
Amazing. And they have a GR55 over there, don't they?
They do, and Dean Amos is the driver of that this year, or last year, and won the Australian Championship. Arrived at the Gippsland, or Haunted Hills as it's called, arrived there, never having been there before, and he scared himself, said, I'm not going to do any good here. And won the championship. So,
did he really?
Yeah. So he was up against a lot of guys that have run there, for some of them for a lot of years, and still managed to just cream it.
Oh, brilliant. Well, it's such a pleasure to have you here and to have come all the way across. If you fancy coming and visiting in the commentary box in a little bit, you'd be more than welcome.
Well, I'll take you up on that offer.
Excellent. All right. Well, yeah, I'll be in Vox. Yep. Yeah, which is where Sterling Moss first ever commentated. His first ever commentary was in that commentary box.
Quick story.
Oh, go on.
On the bus, so I caught a train from Wangaratta to Melbourne, and then a bus from a train station to the airport. On that bus, a woman said to me, "Oh, would you like a seat?" Because I'm an old bloke. And I said, no, it's all right. And we started to chat, and out came Motorsport. And she said, oh, look, I was involved in the supercars for a while, and she said, and at one stage I had to look after Sterling Moss and his wife.
Really?
I went, can I shake your hand?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Well, you can go sit in his commentary box.
Yeah, I'll take you up on it.
Excellent. See you in a bit. Oh, we'll carry on walking. Wasn't that amazing? See, it's great. We get fans from literally all over the world coming to Shelsley, and it's absolutely fantastic to see. I'm being pointed at. It's Mr. Penrose talking about Australians. Actually, two people I want to speak to here, and I'll come to you in a second. Welcome back.
G'day, Billy. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Really well, thanks, mate. Enjoying the event over here again this year.
And I hear a rumour, you can confirm it live on air, that you might be bringing the car back next year.
Yeah, that is true, mate.
You're going to come back?
Yeah, we are.
Excellent. So we'll see you here next year.
So the plan is to bring Phoenix back over to UK. I've organised storage for Phoenix in Bristol for 3 to 5 years, and then we'll fly over twice a year and do different tracks throughout the championship.
Absolutely amazing.
It's going to be great fun. It'll be really, really good.
You've got the bug.
Definitely.
And you own a bug as well. You drive one and you've got it. So.
That's exactly right. Yeah, more than just got the bug.
Yeah. Well, excellent. It's going to be so great to have you back next year. That's going to be really exciting.
It is, mate. Yeah, I'd like to say hello to all my mates in Australia. They will be watching the live stream.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, and we were just chatting to a chap who's one of the Australian hill climb commentators who's over here.
Oh, is he?
He's down there.
Terrific. Yep.
Yeah. So go and find him.
And one of our mates and a countryman is coming over to drive in July. And he's driving the Zamet car.
Oh, really? Oh, is he driving that? Oh, wow. That's a proper beast.
And he's going to be driving it at Wiscombe in July.
Oh, Wiscombe. Okay, so it'll probably... Do tell him it may be summer, but it'll probably be rain.
That's quite funny.
Yeah, quite a lot.
Yes, okay.
Yep.
Yep. So, Dean will be over here and he'll be competing in July.
Oh, brilliant. Well, that will be great to see.
It will.
Well, Wayne, we'll see you later today, but we can't wait to see you back competing next year.
Oh, I look forward to it very, very much. Thank you.
Cheers, Wayne.
See you, Billy.
We just need to speak to Damien. Can I jump in quickly? For those that don't follow, how long have we got? Oh, we don't know. What's the time? Oh, we got 5 minutes. Okay, all right, so we've got a bit of time. So, hello.
Hello.
Now, for those of you that don't follow you on social media, tell us why you're not competing here this weekend.
My car is in a different country. It's over at Pikes Peak, so competing there this year. The 2025 Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
That's amazing. And you've had practice. From what I read, I do follow you on social media, and give the handles after this so people can follow you. But how did practice go?
It went really well, much better than I was expecting. I was quite nervous going out there, all new to me, having never even seen the mountain before, and it is a proper mountain. It's scary. But it went really, really well. Really happy with the car. We had a couple of little niggles. Better to find those out during testing than on race day. So a week yesterday we're flying back out, and then 22nd of June will be that one only timed run up Pikes Peak.
Do you only get one time run?
One timed run.
Wow.
So that's the only time we will have run from the bottom all the way to the top. So practice are in sections, so split into 3 sections. So you'll do each of those sections, and as a rookie I have to complete each of those sections. Last time we were out for testing, the top section was frozen, so we weren't able to drive it all. And when we left, so 2 days after we left, there was like a foot of snowfall. So the whole top of the mountain at that point in time was covered in snow. You couldn't make out the roads, you couldn't make out anything.
That's amazing.
So it's incredible, definitely different.
Yeah. And what's the atmosphere like?
It's brilliant. It's really good. So everyone's really friendly. Everyone really wants you there. So there's some aspects of it kind of clubby, and then there's Romain Dumas with the Ford Performance Motorsport team there.
Full on spaceship.
Yeah, with $5 million budget. So we've only got $4.5 million budget in the Legacy. So,
£4.5 pounds.
£4.5 there. That's probably closer to the mark actually. So it's just amazing. To come from UK hill climbing to go out there and experience it. But I'm still looking forward to getting back and seeing everyone here driving up Shelsley today.
Gives you the itch.
Oh yeah, just like yeah. So
are you going to be doing the Tin Top Challenge later in the year?
So I'm going to be driving Stephen Darley's wide arch red GC8, so I'll be driving that at Harewood. Won't be at Doon, so first round, so I'll be, that's the same day as the Pikes Peak climb. So I'll do Harewood, Wiscombe, which is one of my favourite hills, and then carry on the rest of the season, hopefully do most of the rounds.
So we'll see you here competing in August, hopefully.
You will indeed, yeah. So,
excellent.
Yeah, great stuff.
And is Damien, because that car had a slight issue last Shelsley, I seem to remember, all fixed now?
Yeah, so Stephen's car's all fixed now. He's had an outing in it. He's repaired the little bit of damage that I might have maybe done at Doon. So the car hasn't had an anti-roll bar, so Stephen's designed like a blade type anti-roll bar for the rear of the car, and it's never been fitted, so it's been quite tail happy. So if you see, there's some footage of the car from the same live stream at Prescott, and it's quite sideways through there, which is great fun. Maybe not the quickest way up the hill, but
fun, but not so fast.
Yeah, and obviously then if you do kiss the Armco at Doon, then there's a little bit of repair work that was needed, and that's all done, so it's looking pretty again.
Oh, good. Excellent. Well, best of luck at Pikes Peak. I'm sure everyone will be on the stream who follows the stream. We can't wait to see how you get on, and then we'll look forward to hearing all about it when you're back.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. See you later. Let's have another wander. Do you know what? I'd actually like to go and see if the Wilsons are around. I don't know where their car is, because they were about 2/100ths of a second separated this morning in their little caterham. So let's caterham, Lotus Elise. Sorry. Let's see where they are. They might not be here, but so. Just so you know, if you're new to Shelsley, then that's the food area over there where everyone's having their lunch. It's an absolutely beautiful venue. That, if you look to the right, Elliot, is the start line, and you can really get an idea from down here how steep it is, just between the start line and Kennel. And then over to this is the return road paddock. Sorry? Oh, the Wilsons are over there. We might go and find them over there. Oh, are they? Okay, well, I don't know why I'm going over here then. This is the return sort of area and the dual-driven paddock. So if you've got two drivers in a car, you come back into this paddock to save yourself going all the way back to your own garage. Let's head this way into the... let's have a talk to some of the road car guys. They were really close this morning in some of the classes. Also, I love this. This is fantastic. This is Brawn GP tribute livery to me. Absolutely looks fantastic. Is the driver of this... Whose is it? This is yours, isn't it? Yes. Can I just say, love the livery. Is it a Brawn GP tribute? Was that what you were going for? Is it coincidence?
It is, a homage.
Yes, a homage, yeah.
As the commentator says.
Well, it's going really well today.
It's going very well, yes. The driver's not very good, but it's brilliant. Yeah.
And there's now 4 of these competing, isn't there?
Yes. I'm not the youngest. But the others are much older than me.
Well, there we go. And what drew you to the Yaris? Because it's becoming a really popular hill climb car.
It was just coming up to my 70th birthday, and it caught my attention on Top Gear programme. Yeah. And I thought, that's just me. I'll have one of those. And I gave it to myself for my 70th birthday.
Happy birthday, from you.
Yes. And then I thought, well, I'm out on the public roads. I'm going to be a thorough nuisance in this thing. I better do something with it.
Oh, brilliant. And it works well as a hill climb car?
I think so, yeah.
They're very popular, loads of grip as well. In the wet yesterday, it must have been quite fun.
Yes, it was very good actually. Actually, I'm praying for rain this afternoon because I did rather well yesterday. The others didn't. So.
Well, there you go. Well, I hope it rains. For us, I hope it stays dry, but for you, I hope it rains.
I mean, I come from a rallyist background back in the 70s, early 80s, so really that's where I am. Yeah. Give me mud and messy stuff, fog, ice, just love it.
Gravel.
Yeah. Trees 2 foot away,
Oh, brilliant. Well, go well this afternoon, and I'd love the livery.
Love it. Yeah, cheers.
See you later. So yeah, one of our Yaris drivers. Oh, I was actually going to quickly, can I grab you quickly? How pleased was Rob this morning to be 2/100ths of a second behind his dad?
He was absolutely delighted. He's still very, very grumpy. But there we go.
It's very close. It's a 10th between 3 of you.
It is very close, and it's always nice to be close, but it's also nice to win. So yes, so we were 2nd and 3rd, so hopefully we'll reverse that now.
Excellent. Well, you go in the first batch, don't you?
Yes, well, Rob's up first and then me.
Okay, well, all the best.
Thank you.
Cheers, Dave. See you later. Yeah, very, very close. And that's Class A1, so that's series production cars up to 2 litres, which is a bit of a Lotus Elise battle. Also, lots of lovely Renault Clios in that class, but very, very close. 10th for second, separating 3 of them, which is brilliant to see. Who else should we go and have a speak to? Let's go and have a look at this, by the way. This is interesting. This is the AMS Mataya, if you've not seen it, which is basically a Subaru running gear with this really cool sports car body on. You don't see many of them. I mean, in fact, I've never seen another one. Falls into sort of modified production class, which is why it's in with the Westfields and the Caterhams. John Pick drives it, goes very well in it, has qualified for the Masters in it as well, so has done the European rounds in it as well. It's just a really interesting little car. Who else should we go and have a word? Oh, actually, let's find out. You might remember one of the one of the Evos had a failure this morning when it got to the first corner and then stopped. I can't see that car, so unfortunately that might be them out of the weekend, which would be a crying shame. But that would be a shame. Let's. Oh. How was it going? That was quite close this morning in the a little close to the rector cell.
Too close. It reminded me of my son Dylan. We can't have the same accident.
No, he ended up in the rector cell, didn't he?
I missed it. That's all I did. You just missed them.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah. Congratulations, by the way. Points in the OMS at Crogantlet earlier in the year.
Yeah, fantastic weekend there. Yeah, the weather helped. It rained for the last 3 years, so I think I took some Yorkshire look out there. Yeah. So yeah, it was a really good run. Fast.
The 1100 class is it's so competitive.
Yeah, you need to be. We're all on the same second, and if you're not on that second, you're not in the game really. Yeah. So, see what we can do in the last run.
Where do you sit in class at the moment?
I'm not so sure. I'd have to check.
It's fourth or fifth, I think. Third, fourth, fifth. Really, really tight.
Yeah, it's really tight. Yeah, so just keep going. See what I can do in my last run.
Fair enough. Well, thanks, Jonathan. Go well. Have fun.
Take care.
See you in a bit. That's Jonathan Flesher in the OMS 28. That concludes our paddock walk around. We're going to head back to the commentary box because Chris Druitt, I think, will be taking over. Well, both Chris's. I can just hear his dulcet tones now over the speakers. Flags are in, marshals are back to post, and we're about to get going this afternoon. So have a lovely time, enjoy the stream, and I will speak to you on the comms a little later on.
Spreading the field. Everybody really putting their heart into it. Matthew, a brilliant first run, then along everybody having improved on their practice time, mostly Stuart Sugden slightly slower, but and Zach Zammit not quite as quick as he was, but then along comes Alex Summers, free from the pressures of worrying about the championship, and Blow Me Down pops in a 23.01. So if the weather is kind to us, we've got a good chance, I think, of having a run or two in the 22s. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we could? I'm not sure what the availability of new tyres is. We're waiting for Nova to come on with their new HillClimb tyres, which I'm told, Chris has just told me, are due to appear on cars in July or so. So we look forward to that, and it's a huge relief that Nova have taken over the supply of HillClimb tyres from Avon. Pity that Avon decided in their wisdom to close the factory down in the West Country where they made these HillClimb tyres, but they've handed the machinery and the rights to make them over to Nova, who've built a new factory, I think, down in Portugal, and so we'll soon be seeing a steady supply of all the sizes that are used in hill climbs. They may not, the all size availability may not happen for a while, but obviously they're going to focus on the tyres that are used by the top class and maybe the 1600s as well. We'll see. There's been a great deal of sighing with relief among the hill climb community.
Good afternoon, Chris. Did you have nice lunch?
Well, I was just about to put a biscuit in my mouth, but I quickly took it away again. Good afternoon, Chris. Did you avail yourself of the beef burgers up there, or the rat burgers?
I couldn't get that far up. Well, I didn't bother. My missus sent me out with a beautiful packed lunch, as she always does.
Gosh.
Corned beef and onion and mayonnaise, I think.
Corned beef is surprisingly good, isn't it?
I think so.
I do, yeah.
I think it's lovely, and I'm a big fan. It's also quite cheap as well, but that's not the factor. But it's tasty, as long as it's got some onion in with it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I've just been munching on a chicken wing, which was she served me 2 bits of chicken for last night's dinner, and I took one aside, and I thought, well, that'll do for tomorrow, that one, because there was a nice chocolate cake to eat with some strawberries. For sweet, which was rather good, and then that was followed by cheese and camembert and nice spicy biscuits.
No wonder you're so slim.
I know, I'm such a little fellow, aren't I? In fact, I had Toby Moody up here before lunch, and he's like a racing snake, isn't he?
He's lost weight, hasn't he?
He's looking very fit, I got to say. He's looking supremely fit, just like me, of course.
And Willie Grace also seems to have lost her.
Billy, yes, Billy. Well, he's got married recently, hasn't he? Of course, that's the key, isn't it? It's all the worry, I reckon. Great. Billy's been on his paddock walk. I haven't seen it, but he's live streamed on the paddock walk, wasn't he?
Yes, I've been watching it, but without sound, so I've no idea what he was talking about or who he was talking to. I thought I recognised William Towett, but I have...
he is here.
Oh, good.
Yes, he was here because Billy said so. Chris Grammer was here behind me earlier.
Yeah, I bumped into Chris. We bumped into each other. He was on his way down. I was on my way up to my car.
Okay.
But, he's looking well.
Yes, yeah, excellent. Yes, I've never met him, so I had a quick chance to introduce myself while Toby was in the box, and that was nice. But this afternoon, wow, I mean, it's always a bit like after the Lord Mayor's show, isn't it? We've seen that scintillating runoff, and we're going to do it all again, so we've got to build ourselves all up again, haven't we?
Well, we sit here thinking it couldn't possibly be as good as this morning, but actually it might well turn out even better. The sky, it's sort of brighter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is actually. The clouds are higher, I reckon. I think we got higher clouds. It is definitely brighter, but it's still a bit threatening, but you know, fingers crossed, and all that. Best of British. So I've got course cars coming back down. Marshals are back on post. So I don't think it'll be long, Chris, before we'll be having another go.
It's nice of the Subaru dealer to lend us a Subaru course car.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a great enthusiast for Subarus.
Have you had any yourself?
Well, I did. I had an SVX, which...
Oh, that was that one you sold a year or two back, wasn't it? And didn't you replace it with the Merc?
I did, after a while, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I loved it. I loved driving it. It was lovely to drive. I loved the attention it got people shout, what on earth is it?
Yeah.
But not using what on earth.
Yeah. Is that right? You're a bit more Anglo-Saxon, was it?
Well, I used to call it the Fakizit, because that's what people shouted.
Oh, well, okay, fair enough. So, yes, that was an unusual model, actually, to be fair, wasn't
I think I've got a visitor.
Have you, really?
Honoured visitor, yes.
An honoured visitor? Oh,
yeah,
my word. Who have you
having
got?
a look at Vaux Villa.
Oh, my word. Is it somebody famous?
Definitely.
Definitely famous?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm just getting off my chair and getting onto my knees.
Are you?
Hang on a sec.
Oh, my word. Can you get back up? Well, Chris is an honoured visitor. I wonder who that could be. Well, here's another course car coming up and down. This is AA Taxis. That's it, taking supplies and marshals up to the top there. That'd probably be Martin Bannister, perhaps, our Chief Marshal on course duties. We won't be long, folks, before we basically do it all again. But this time it's all time runs, and they will all be trying to qualify for another top 12 runoff. Which, could it be any better than it was before? Well, it's always a bit more difficult because at the end of the day it always feels a bit cooler, and it did get quite chilly earlier, so if it warms up a bit and we get some sun, well, that'd be rather a bonus, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. I'm just looking at batch 1, including Robert Penrose in a Clio.
That's correct.
Well, Robert is more normally seen in a 7-litre Pilbeam sports car.
He is. I don't know if they still have that car, but they were looking to. It was up for sale.
Oh, was it?
Yes, but obviously the Clio is different gravy, isn't it?
It very much is.
Yeah.
RS200.
Yeah. A Lloyd Hackett special, that one, you know, a Clio RS200.
Yes, indeed.
We didn't know if we were going to get a visit from Lloyd this afternoon, but we think he's down the road.
I think he had his arm twisted by Gemma down at Prescott. Because otherwise, poor old Peter Hughes would have had to do it all by himself.
You were there yesterday, weren't you, Chris?
Yeah.
How did it all go? Was it a good gig?
I think you better ask me.
All right, we better talk about that
private.
later. We'll talk about that later. But
it was a brave experiment on Gemma's part to have a hill climb going on in the background, and then on the top car park to have a driving test, whatever they're called nowadays, and then in the soggy wood behind the car park, a trial. A sporting trial going on. People bumping over muddy hills. So 3 events in one.
Different. Well, we best not talk about that on air, because that is probably best set then for another day. But nevertheless, we have your skills here today, which is great to see, and back on a runoff. I nearly just put my elbow through the glass up here, which was quite exciting. Luckily, it didn't break.
Well, I must say it's nice to be vertical after so many months horizontal last year.
God, you've had a bit of a rough time, haven't you?
It's been interesting, yeah.
Interesting would be one word of describing
But interesting to be operated on while you're wide awake.
Oh.
That was a new experience.
Wow, yes.
It was surprisingly enjoyable. But here comes a Penrose.
Oh, we're back in the game, are we?
We are back in the game with a Renault RS200. Little Renaults, the electric ones in particular, getting great reviews in the comics. Whereas so many others have decided they can't make money on hot hatches and have stopped them. I think VW have virtually stopped it. They've got the electric VW series.
So, tell us about the electric later, but you say it sounds like it's just left the line, and here he comes.
It has.
Here he comes, Robert Penrose.
Yep.
Here he comes now. Well, yes, after the pace and action we saw earlier, you know, this looks, but he's flat out. He's flat out. Sounds like about second or third gear. He isn't changing down into bottom S, but he's braking into bottom S. And this must be a whole different experience for him, other than that 7 litres of power under his feet.
He's nearing the finish. Meanwhile, Maggie Richards in a similar car has left the line, similar time also.
Yes.
Robert did a 41.57 and 69 over the line, 70 into bottom S. On the line, the Elise of Robert Wilson, early Elise, Mark 1.
Now, he was actually one of the very quickest in the class earlier. A very talented young driver. He's got the hood down. His main competition will be Jonathan Langmead coming up later on in his Elise.
I don't know why these 3 have been given a separate batch.
Is it just 3?
Are they shared cars?
Yes, they are. No, Jonathan, no. So Penrose's is shared, Maggie Richards is shared, Robert Wilson's shared. Yes, that's correct. That's the reason.
So we'll see them again
Yeah, so we'll have David Wilson, Ian Richards, and then Bob Penrose.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, tell us, while we're waiting for those then, tell us about the little electric Clio. That's been a success, you said.
The new Renault 5.
Well, you said the electric Clio, did you say?
Well, it's, yes, it's basically, it's taken over from the Renault 5. They're no longer making petrol cars. And we were all, well, no, we weren't. People were worried that it would end up big and bloated and heavy, but they've done a good job of keeping the weight down. Personally, I'm not an enthusiast for electric cars, and to see the way they depreciate at the moment means they are financially not a very wise choice. But some people do swear by them.
Well, we certainly saw that Porsche Cayenne earlier. That was a very rapid bit of kit, wasn't it? I mean, I know they're very, very fast.
Well, somebody was writing on YouTube, bought a brand new Cayenne, paid, I don't know, 60,000 for it, and after a year decided to get rid of it. And I think he was offered, I think his best offer he had was 33 grand or something. Just crazy.
Is that, though, if you bought a, I don't know, 60 grand BMW, what do you think that would be worth after a year?
Well, an electric one would
No, just but an ordinary petrol
one. I'd maybe lose 30%.
Right.
Personally, I'm in favour of buying old, cheap cars.
Personally, I'm the same as you, Chris.
Cost you nothing in depreciation.
No, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, well, we're old fogies, but that suits us, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, that works.
Up to the line comes a purple Caterham and a Westfield, and I think it's Paul Evans, car number 747. It is nice purple colour, substantial roll cage over the top, and following behind will be Joy Hoyle, who's a great competitor. So here goes Paul Evans.
Yeah, he comes into my sight now, and yeah, this will be, this is in the specialist production cars, and the class record for this is actually 29.38 to Darren Luke, as Paul Evans goes by me.
Here comes Joy, 2.64, identical 64-foot time to Paul, up the on the line, a Mini that isn't really a Mini, John Wood's device, very much plastic body, and was coughing a bit for the first few feet.
Not very classic, but the BMW cylinder head, highly modified body as well, or comes all the way down from Scotland. Aerofoils on the front, very rapid little Mini, that one. So we're jumping around the classes, Chris, aren't we? Because we're straight into the modified cars. So these are shared drives, of course.
These are, yeah, the Ford shared drives kicked off. Laura Wardle will be sharing. She's always quick in this Carrera. Time for John Wood, 38.83. Joy did a 33.23 and over the line at 98. Laura Wardle, who's been hill climbing and whose husband, ex-husband Charles, was a champion, I think, in a big Repco engine.
I didn't know that fact.
Honda 2000 of Oliver Meek. They're great cars, the 2000s. The early ones were a bit skittish. They ended up on their roof, but the engine revved like crazy. Off the line comes a Renault Clio. car number 16, that's Simon Joyce, Renault Sport Clio. Oliver in the BMW, under 3 seconds for his first 64 feet, and he's finished with a 38.87, speed 75. Laura finished with a 36.09 and 95 over the finishing line. We've got another Renault coming to the start line, and it's the other Penrose, it's Bob. We saw Rob, now we've got Bob in the same car, Renault Clio RS200. I suppose if they have sold the big pill beam, they'll be happy.
Interestingly, Bob Penrose, he lives in Surrey near Cardiff, and Robert lives in Darlington, so he comes a long way. Yeah, it's moved up that way. Yeah, here comes Bob Penrose. Yeah, this must be just a whole different experience for him, but yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to get to the circuit, isn't it? They can drive it here. He probably drives it up from Sully, I suspect.
Here comes Seb Cartwright in this beautifully prepared and presented Mini with its very, very shiny paint surface.
Yes, an unusual Mini, isn't it? It's deceptive because this one's actually running a little supercharger in that one, so it's deceptively quick, isn't it? Very well developed car.
It is. And I like seeing cars with a lot of patina, as the antique dealers give them.
I think it might have a wrap on it, actually.
No, it's paint. It's,
oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
I think he stole a pot of paint from the army. We got Richard Pate in an MG ZR 160. They are very popular among the sort of cheap classic brigade. Good value for money, quite reliable, quick enough. So it'll be interesting to see what Richard does in this car. Ian Richards leaves the line in another Clio 2000, and up to the line, Robin Holden in a Mazda Roadster.
Now, some of the days we see loads of Roadsters, loads of Mazdas, don't we, Chris? The MXs, but only a few here today. In fact, this could, apart from Dr. John Maycock.
Well, was Robin Holden at Prescott yesterday? Not sure. A very similar car was.
It's a pretty quick car though, that Robin Holden one, isn't it? It's flying up the hill.
And on the line now is David Wilson in another Elise. In fact, we've got a lineup of Elises coming. I did enjoy my Elise, which I had kept for a year or so, until I had a slight whoopsie at bottom S and crunched it.
Oh, you raced it up the hill, did you?
Well, I thought it was a good idea, not bothering with all the trailer palaver, drive the car to the meeting, do some competitive runs, drive home.
Well, how did you get home?
Well, on that occasion, luckily I think my brother was here, gave me a lift home.
Yeah.
But the idea, of course, rather than the racing car and pushing it on and off the trailer and all that stuff, was drive to the meeting, have a bit of fun, drive home. Bob's your auntie, and it wasn't fun at all.
Well, not on that occasion, no.
No.
Trying too hard, but nice cars though.
David Wilson in another nice Elise.
He's one of our instructors here, Chris.
Is he?
Yeah, and he was here at a driver's school the other day, and he turned up on his motorbike actually, and did instructing very capably, and he could drive. They were very closely matched, him and his son Robert, weren't they, earlier?
Now, interesting to see the difference between the Mark I Elise and the Mark II, because here's Jonathan Langmead in a much newer Elise.
Here he is, he's our golf pro from South Devon, from Dawlish actually, class record holder in this car as well. Very rapid, good driver of a golf ball, but even probably better at this game.
I keep trying to remember the name of the guy who ran the Bugatti company when Bugatti owned Lotus, but only for a year or two, because it was his granddaughter whose name was Elise, after whom all these Lotuses are named.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that fact. They're certainly great little cars. I mean, I've only ever travelled in one once, but I went to Silverstone, I think, in that one. But yeah, we were doing about 125 down the motorway, and we went past a cop car, but they never pulled us. Couldn't believe our luck. They must have had a better shout. But anyway, here comes Steve Atkins. Very rapid BMW. This is an M2 competition car, so it's got all the right toys on it. 3-litre turbo engine into bottom S.
Is that a straight? Is that straight 6?
I think it's a V6.
Oh, is
somebody
it?
might tell me different.
Tim Elmer, who's given up single-seater racing in a very nice, pretty Alpine A110, the new Alpine. Rave reviews in all the comics.
Yeah, aren't they nice?
They're lovely. And he's followed by Kevin Dodd in a
supercharged.
Yes, you can hear the supercharger whining away.
Look at this. Kevin Dodd is the father of Kirsten Dodd, who's married to Matthew Ryder. And here comes Kevin. This Carolyn Ryder shared this car at Harewood recently. And it nips along, doesn't it?
It certainly does. We've got a Porsche on the line. And that will be the 997 GT3 of Robert Lancaster Gay, which is interesting because he bought a Cayman, and he kept telling me that he preferred the Cayman to the GT3, but apparently the GT3 needs a run every now and then.
That is a beautiful Porsche, actually. I mean, what's not to like about that? And he was very rapid yesterday, particularly in the wet. He loves the wet, does Robert? He was seconds quicker than everybody else.
Really?
Yeah, he was.
Another Porsche on the line. This will be
possibly Tony Adams
or Richard York in the Club Sport.
Is it blue or is it?
It's grey.
Grey. That's Tony Adams.
Tony Adams. Okay.
Do you remember he was driving a Lotus last year? He had a very quick. It could have been an Exige, I think. But now he's bought this one, and he said it's got the PDK gearbox, so it's quite a different beast.
Yes. Cayman.
Yeah, here
For many people, the favourite. Porsche, centre engine. I don't know how easy it is to get at the engine to change plugs and things. On the line, a GT04, that's the GT4 Club Sport of Richard York. Car number 31. Time for Robert Lancaster Gay, 33.39. For Kevin Dodd, 36.38. And for Tim Elmer, 34.14. Here comes Richard York in the GT4.
Yeah, here he comes. He's got his lights on. Long-time competitor, actually. Lovely chap. Ex-army as well.
Is he?
Yeah.
All the best people are.
Oh, he's a clever chap as well. Lovely chap. But yeah, this is a beautifully turned out car, isn't it? And this is worth more money now than he paid for it.
Of course.
Collector's piece, isn't
There were notices all over Coventry Hospital that give special privileges to veterans, people who've served in the military. So I proudly announced that I'd done my service in the military. I was expecting lots of goodies and treats. And they said, "How long were you in the army for?" I said, 2 years.
You did your bit. You did your bit.
I did my bit.
Peter Herbert's just gone by me in that beautiful 911. I'd love to take that one home.
It's a Porsche benefit. This is Simon Tarling in the GT3, and our final Porsche is the Cayman GT4 of David Meek. That's a highly souped-up Cayman. Has the Cayman got a V6 in the middle?
Well, it's a 4-litre. It's a 4-litre, and I'm going to say with the GT4, it sounds a bit like it sounds 6-cylinder, but Lloyd Hackett would tell us it was probably a 4. But anyway, here we got another one. We've got David Meek. Sorry, so that was Simon Tarling that just went by me. Now David Meek has followed him. and will be followed, I think, by the very exciting Mazda of Jonathan Maycock.
Indeed. Well, there is a Mazda on the line. Can't see the numbers, but I think you're right. That's Jonathan Maycock. In which case, it's supremely quick.
It's a turbo Mazda too, isn't it?
Yes. Wow. It certainly goes 2.47, exactly the same 64 feet as David Meek.
Jonathan actually has been a class record holder other places as well, so he's really putting this little Mazda up the hill against these big powerful Porsches. Can he do the business?
Incredible how his times coincide with David Meek. Same 64 feet, same S approach.
32.53. That's a great time. That's
oh yeah.
That's the winner in that class, isn't it, at the moment?
Yep, he's leading the class. 32.53. Excellent.
Got a red flag up here, Chris. I'm guessing we got to end of batch, is it?
We have got a change of batch.
Yeah.
A change of commentator. An improvement.
Hardly. But there we are. Billy's fresh from his strolling the paddock, trying to catch drivers off guard and sneak up on them and shove a microphone in their face. How did he get on with that, I wonder?
Did you enjoy that?
Paddock walk around. It's brilliant.
Were you talking to Willem Tuitt?
Yeah.
I thought I recognised him.
Yeah, what's
Yep.
Yeah.
He's looking good.
He's here with a commentator from the Australian.
Oh, really?
There was one occasion when a couple of guys came from Australia, and on the Saturday or Sunday, they kept pestering John Moody, saying, "Give us, we'd really love to commentate at Shelsley. That would really make our career." And John saying, "No, I'm sorry, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work." when it came to being on air, John, as he always did, said, "I'm in Vauxville, and in Crossing, I think is Chris Druitt." I said, "Yeah, good day, John." And there was a long pause. Is that Chris? Yeah, it is.
Now, our Aussie friend Wayne Penrose is back with us this weekend. Do you remember Wayne Penrose? He came over last year and he raced that 550 brake horsepower Beetle.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yes, well, he's back with us as a spectator this weekend. So welcome to Wayne. And his support team will no doubt be watching the live stream from Australia. He's going to come back next year and bring the car back, and he's going to keep it over here. He is planning to keep it over here for several years, he was telling me, and keep flying back every few months and come back, say, 3 times during the year, cover various events. And he's got another Beetle with not as many horsepower back in Oz, which he's going to use for the Australian HillClimb Championship.
Fantastic.
So good to see him back.
So I will say a fond farewell. Well, not a fond farewell, Chris.
Okay, good to speak to you, Chris.
I'll be back on duty at about 4 o'clock, I think.
Okie dokies.
In the meantime, I'll hand you over to a graceful commentator.
A graceful commentator. Very good, very good.
Disgraceful.
Yeah. Disgraceful. Well, we're going to hear all about Billy's paddock walk in a minute. And Billy Grace, of course, is the son of David Grace, who was 5 times British Hillclimb champion. And Billy, of course, has followed Dad around since he was a little one and camped in the paddocks with them. He knows loads of stuff about hill climb, and it's great to see him in the commentary box now.
Well, if you could hear the sound of blushing, then that's what you'd hear right now. It's very.
We love a bit of blushing, but no, you earned it, Billy. You've earned it. Now tell me about your paddock walk before we start again.
I had a lovely chat with Alex. Obviously, who just won that incredible runoff. It was very, very close. Chatted to quite a few of the guys in the top 12, chatted to a couple of the Yaris drivers as well, and then bumped into Willem Tuitt, as we said, and then bumped into, he's going to come and see me later, a lovely chap who commentates on the Australian HillClimb Championship.
Oh, wow.
So I had a lovely chat with him, had a chat with Wayne Penrose, and then also saw Damien Bradley and spoke to him about the prep he's doing, because he's doing Pikes Peak in a couple of weeks' time. That's why Damien Bradley's not here in the Subaru. It's currently in America, about to do Pikes Peak.
I know, and good luck to Damien. Amazing driver and lovely car. The car is currently residing in the States. It's weird, isn't it? They have to go over and sort of practice and then go back weeks later to compete. How weird is that?
I know. So we've had some really exciting class results already in the couple of batches. We saw Jonathan Langmead take the win in his Lotus Elise, just pipping Dave Wilson and Robert Wilson in their Lotus Elise. All three of them went quicker than this morning, which was very exciting. Jonathan Maycock, as you just saw in his fantastic MX-5, took the win in that class, which was brilliant to see, so it's been very exciting. Right, we've got cars back on the hill. 763 past me. This is Graham Manton in the Westfield, already with you.
Yes, an estate manager from Shropshire, of all things, manages an 8,000-acre estate. But anyway, he also drives this little Mazda. His daughter, Becky, is a production engineer at ProDrive in Banbury. How about that?
Well, Graham's driving very well indeed, and meanwhile, whilst he heads towards the finish, Nigel Hinton is on the hill in the Radical with you.
Well, it's not a Radical. Oh, yes, it is.
Yes,
it's not Nigel Hinton.
Oh, my screen's wrong. It's the
your
Radical.
Screen is wrong. That is the Team Valley Motorsport car, I reckon.
I thought it was.
Yeah, and I reckon that's probably Westy.
Mike West. I see. They've put it as car 77. Car 770.
Trying to catch us out now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, and I thought, that's not. Anyway, listen, Westy's gone to the line. We reckon that's the time of 32.97.
32.97. Yep. Robin Nicholson now on the hill. This is definitely Robin Nicholson. It's definitely a Mallock, and he's definitely with you.
He definitely is, and here he is, definitely, maybe going by me in the lovely Mallock 1700 cross-flow engine. Been around for years, that car, still going like a train, isn't it?
It is indeed, by the way. Some spots of rain just falling here at the start line, but Ben Hamer is now on the hill in this OMS with you.
Oh my goodness me, and he's having an absolute go. His lines were absolutely perfect. He's absolute flat chat. He's not lifted off at all. He's into bottom S already.
He's into bottom S, appearing into my sight now on the screen. It looks brilliant. Nice and neat time through bottom S. 90 through top S. He's currently sat third in class. Can he improve? We shall see. Heads towards the finish to record a 27.57. So about a tenth of a second slower than he went this morning. Stays third in class. Next on the hill, Tim Thompson in the OMS 28 with the 1000cc Quacker in the back. He's with you.
Yes, he has. Well, look at that one go. He's sharing that with Jonathan Flesher. Tim, of course, used to race big single-seaters very successfully, and he's a founder member up at Harewood.
And Tim going very well indeed. Nice and neat and tidily through the S's. He did a 29.51 this morning. Can he improve? We wait to see. Yes, he does 29.51 again. Yeah, exactly the same time as he did this morning. Now on the hill, we've got Richard Weaver.
Richard Weaver of the Weaver dynasty. This is Dad. This is Big Daddy. This is in the Weaver Empire. My goodness me. He's here, of course, with his son, and he'll be up later on.
Yeah, very neat tidy from Richard, as you'd expect. Nicely through the S's. Heading up the finishing straight. Let's see if he can improve on his time of 28.35 from this morning. No, he can't. 28.91. Stays 8th in class. Pete Tatham now on the hill in the beautiful DJ Firehawk with its new tub, so freshly rebuilt, and its first weekend out.
Yeah, good to see it actually. Pete and his brother David. David owns the car, and of course it's a very similar colour to Pete's actual car, isn't it?
It is actually. It's very similar to the OMS, yeah. Anyway, he's into the S's. Nice and neat and tidily through the S's as they're just bedding this car in, heading up towards the finish to record a 30.71. Rodney Isles now on the hill in the Porsche 911, currently leading his class. He's with you.
Now this is a beast of a Porsche. This is a four-wheel drive Porsche. Comfortably won the class earlier. Now what's he going to do? 600 horsepower. Didn't you tell me? Lloyd was telling you that.
About that.
It's
like
brute, isn't it?
Tons of torque as well. Loads of torque from the turbocharged engine. Going very well indeed. Heads up the finishing straight to cross the line to record a 33.47. It's getting a little darker overhead.
Do you know what? I'm looking around. I think I can see sort of wet stuff about. I see Rollies going up.
Let's hope that they're just shading in the shade from that bright sunshine that somehow is burning through. But I think not. Alan Mansfield's with you in the Yaris.
Yeah, the little Yaris, four-wheel drive, 3-cylinder, 270 horsepower. What's not to like about that? And they were super quick yesterday in the wet, I have to tell you.
Yes, they were indeed. I was speaking to, well actually it's the driver on the line that I was speaking to earlier, Roger Stocks in the Brawn themed Yaris. Homage. He loves these cars. Really likes them. He's with you as well.
Yeah, isn't that great? That does look good, actually. It could be Jensen Butler driving that with a hard top, couldn't it?
Indeed, it could be.
But it isn't.
You could say it. Anyway, he's into bottom S. By the way, time for Rodney Isles in Porsche was a 33.47. Alan Mansfield in the first of the Yaris's did a 33.773. We've got Roger Stocks on the hill heading towards the line to do a 36.13, and now Ian Fido in the Yaris with you.
Yes, this is Ian Fido, Simon Fido's dad, and he had a very successful career driving various cars, as you know, but now he's got this little Clio. Clio. I've got bloody Clios on the brain. Yaris. That's the trouble. We see so many cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
Confusion sets in at my age. There you go. My excuse for the day. That's another blooper.
Yeah, exactly.
Another blooper. I'm 2-1 up now, at least 2-1 up, probably more.
Ian Fido does a 37.24. Peter Richings with you in another VW. Almost got it.
Yeah, I know, again, it's me. It's setting in, isn't it? So anyway, Yaris, this is Peter in the Golf Type R, 300 odd horsepower. His wife's here as a photographer, Joy, very good too. Peter actually is very quick in this car. What can he do?
Let's see what he can do. He did what did he do this morning? He did, I will tell you in a second. He did I'll come back to that, but he does a 34.22 now. Tony Hawkins with you.
He's flown by me. He's absolutely flown by me, but Peter Richards, 34.22, great time, wasn't it?
It was. Slightly slower than he went this morning, but second in class. Let's see what Tony Hawkins can do as he heads towards the finish. Rob Lloyd now on the hill in the little
MK200 thing. This is a little motorbike engine he's got in this one. He had he's got 3 of these, I think he was telling me.
All right.
But anyway, as you do, you have a collection. Nothing wrong with that.
No. Time for Tony Hawkins, by the way, was a 34.8. Rob Lloyd coming out of top S now. Very much still the sort of Caterham Westfield ilk, this car, isn't it? Heads up towards the finish line, does a 34.57. Robert Brody now on the hill in the Fisher Fury in this bright yellow.
I love this car. It's got a Honda Fireblade engine in the front of it. The preparation on the car is absolutely immaculate. The colour scheme looks great. Lovely to see him here, and let's hope he does well.
I'm sure he will. He's into bottom S now. Incidentally, time for Rob Lloyd was a 34.57, which is about half a second slower than he went this morning, about 3/10, sorry. In the meantime, we've got Robert Brody across the line to record a 35.24 for Robert Brody, which is slightly slower than he went this morning. Next on the hill, Malcolm Hickey with you.
Yeah, Malcolm, he's a regular competitor and a very strong competitor. Got a Vauxhall Rover engine in the front of the old K-Series, the ubiquitous K-Series, going very well indeed.
Is it a K-Series in the front?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's nice to see. You don't see many K-Series in the front of Caterhams. It's more Vauxhalls or motorbike.
Yes, that's right. No, well, Richard Price's car's got the K-Series in, and it's super quick, isn't it?
It's a good time there from Malcolm, who does a 34.34, so about half a second quicker than he went this morning. Well done, Malcolm. Simon Price now on the hill in this purple Westfield with you.
Yeah, sharp car, this one, actually. This one runs a Vauxhall Red Top, which is a very popular choice. Hard to get hold of a red top engine these days, but they were fitted in the old Cavaliers, weren't they, back in the day?
Oh yes, they were. They're the base of the touring car engine.
That's correct.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Definitely some wet stuff in the air.
Yes, there is a few brollies going up in the paddock as Simon Price heads towards the finish. Very neat and tidy run. Does a 34.39, which is ever so slightly slower than this morning. Right, we've got John Pick on the hill, currently sat third in class. What can he do?
Well, he's got four-wheel drive, of course, in this Subaru Mechanicals. This is basically an Impreza with a different body, 300 kilos lighter than an Impreza, and yesterday was super quick in this car. Do you remember in the wet?
He was indeed. Let's see, he's very neat and tidy in bottom S, gets him right over to the left-hand side before turning through top S. He was purple at crossing, so that means he was quicker than anybody in class. Let's see what he can do over the finish. 33.40, ever so slightly slower than this morning. What can Richard Price do? Currently leading the class.
Super quick Richard Price, isn't it? This lovely car. He's a very competitive driver indeed. This is lovely prep on this car as well. Lovely to see the prep. I really think it's great, but see the effort that's gone into them.
Yes, I agree with you. It's a beautiful car. He heads up towards the finish. Let's see what the time is. Can he go quicker to extend his class lead? Not quite 32.42, but keeps his class lead for the moment. Timothy Higgins on the hill.
Yeah, I don't think Tim will get near that time, but nevertheless, it's a nicely turned out car. Already heading in towards bottom S. No dramas.
Yes, nice and neat and tidy from Tim. He did a 36.17 this morning. Let's see what he does this afternoon. The last car in the class to run is on the start line. It's Ray Lur. Needs to find about 0.4 of a second over what he did this morning to take the class win. Timothy Higgins does a 38.53 to cross the line. Ray is with you.
Yes, he is. Ray Lur is a fearsomely good competitor, actually. He's a professor of mechanical engineering, so he knows how to build a racing car as well. But more importantly, he can certainly drive them.
He can indeed. He was he's quick to the S's, but and quick through the S's. So let's see what he can do. Can he find those 0.4 that he needs as he crosses the line? Not quite. 33.11. So stays second in class, and the class win goes to Richard Price. Stuart Wood on the hill in the Mini.
Yeah, very quick Mini too. BMW still in the head, so it's a bit special. If you notice, all modified body, it's all lightened. They've come all the way down from Montrose in Scotland, so good on him.
It's a lovely little car. Great to have it here. Love the colour as well. And heads up the finishing straight. Did a 37.44 this morning. Goes a lot quicker, 36.56. Good time. Jumps up to second in class. Martin Rutter on the hill now.
Very unusual car. The Fiat X19, we hardly see any of these, but this one's very well campaigned. He comes from Stroud, and I'd like seeing this car out. And most of them succumbed to the tin worm, but this one didn't.
The tin worm, is that rust or is that?
That's the one.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, you can use that one, Billy.
I'll borrow that.
I'll
put a registered trademark to you every time I use it, but I will use it. Of course. Martin Rutter crosses the line, does a 38.13. Andy Russell now on the hill in the lovely little Ginetta, currently leading the class.
And the sun's come out. It has for Andrew Russell. Look at that. The Shelsley in the sunshine, dry track. Yes, a little bit of precipitation, but that's gone. Andrew Russell's won this class countless times. Can he do it again?
He's already won it today. No one will beat him now as the last runner in the class, but can he improve on his 35.94? It was a very neat and tidy run through the S's, so we wait to see how he does across the line. It's going to be slightly slower, I think. 37.67, but takes the class win anyway. Jonathan Williamson on the hill now in this brilliant sounding Porsche with you.
Yeah, what's not to like about an air-cooled Porsche? He's had this car about 40 years, right? It's probably worth an absolute fortune now. He's just had the engine rebuilt last year for the first time in 40 years. Not because it was tired out, just because it was probably down on power.
Very neat, tidy through bottom S. By the way, did a 2.12 second start, so the traction of a 911 really paying dividends as he leaves the line, but he's across the finish line to record a 33.71, about 0.4 off what he did this morning. Stays second in class. Next on the hill, we've got class leader Paul Howells. I think he might have accidentally broken the timing beam, but only with his front wheels, because they've reset the timing. Paul Howells on the line in number 56. Leaves the line now. Bogs down a bit, actually. It's usually really quick off the line, but it bogged down a bit. 2.66 second start. He does already lead the class, but that will have cost him a bit of time. He's about a second down on Jonathan Williams when he gets to Kennel. He's with you.
He is indeed. Yes, the green on that car is actually a wrap. The car used to be all yellow, but if you want to buy a lovely 911, I think I'd have that one in a hurry.
Yes, you would indeed. Paul heads towards the finish as I wait for his time. We've got Nigel Elliott on the hill in this monstrous TVR. Triumph TR7, what I say.
It is. You're getting my disease, you are. So anyway, this is a twin turbo one with a big Rover engine. What a beast that must be to drive, and the power of that must be enormous.
And we've got an onboard camera in there today, which looks absolutely fantastic on the stream. There are a few little bits of rain on the windscreen, but I don't know if they were there from the paddock. Anyway, he's out of top S, heading towards the finish. rocketing up the finishing straight, 34.31 to stay third in class, slightly slower this morning. Next on the hill, Hayden Spedding in the fantastic E-Type Jag with you.
Yeah, a highly modified E-Type 2, comes down from Barnsley. His sons are both racers as well, but doesn't that look lovely? Doesn't it sound lovely? That big 6-cylinder engine, that big magnificent Jaguar engine, running on probably triple SUs, I guess, or triple Webers probably.
Yeah, it's a cool car, isn't it, with its flared arches and a bit of roof down racing, why not? Very pretty and very brilliantly presented. He was nice and neat and tidy through the S's, heads up the finishing straight to finish his day on a 38.06. Right, we're now into the four-wheel drive monsters, and the first of these is Richard Hampstead in the Impreza with you.
Yes, not many of the monsters left, because this one's still left in, and great to see it, and a well-prepped car as well, isn't it, that one? The four-wheel drive, very quick. Stephen Moore, of course, still to come, and I don't know if Jim Herbert's going to get a run this afternoon, because this car went back on the trailer.
Yes, I can't see it, so I don't think we're going to see that car, sadly, because I can see, but we'll wait and see. Anyway, he heads up the finishing straight to record a 31.94, quicker than he went this morning to stay second in class. Jeff Twemlow's now with you in the Subaru.
He is come all the way from Hale in Cornwall, come up with his wife, and a long travelling competitor, goes up to Doon in Scotland as well. This is actually a very, very rapid Subaru, isn't it, this one?
It is indeed, and he drives it very well indeed. Nice and neat and tidy as he goes into bottom S, right in the middle of the road as he comes out through top S. Meanwhile, whilst he heads to the finish, Stephen Moore, class leader in this very quick Evo.
Well, this is the car to beat, folks. This is 600 odd horsepower. It's so super modified, this car. He's a farmer from near Salisbury, mostly arable, and but weekends he goes hill climbing very successfully.
He does indeed. He's going very well today, very neat and tidy through the S's. He's getting his runs in and practice before coming back and doing the Tin Top Challenge later in the year. Heads over the line, 30.36, so only a tenth and a half behind his morning time, takes the class win. And that's the end of the batch.
And some silverware. Well, there you go. So we've got end of batch, flags are out, whistles have been blown, all that stuff. And they'll all be coming back down, and then we're going to go into some other stuff. What do we think, Billy? What are we going to get?
Well, we're going to have some dual-driven cars first, a Formula Ford and some of the 1600 dual-driven cars. Then we're going to go back into the main part of the modified series production cars, so some more Caterhams and Westfields. Then into sports cars, so you've got the Maguire Imp, the Hillman Imp, the little Dart and the Radicals and the Mallocs. And then into the 1100 class, and I am very much looking forward to seeing how the 1100 class gets on when battle is resumed in the end of next batch.
Yeah, I mean, they are up against it here. Under no illusion, Shelsley is a power hill.
Well, they won't make it, I agree, they won't make it, unlike to qualify for the runoff, but for class honours, it is fiercely competitive in the 1100 class.
Nip and tuck in that class, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah, and of course we've got Richard Matosian's here from Forfar in Scotland in the GW Raptor that Robert Kenrick used to race so successfully that he broke the class record and holds it with a 24.58, did Robert?
Yeah, I think that class record's going to stand for quite some time.
Do you think it'll stand forever?
Well, no, never.
No, of course it can't.
I think it will stand for a long time. Yeah.
Well, put it this way.
At least till they retarmac.
Ah, yes, good point, yes. The bike engine cars, of course, are getting quicker and quicker as the development in the bike engines goes forward, doesn't it? And
well, exactly that. You've got a combination of the chassis getting better and better. So
true.
If you look at the 1100 class, 15 years ago, there wasn't 5 different manufacturers all with carbon fibre tubs and sophisticated aero. And then also, if you look at the engines, again, they were more stockers, really.
Yeah.
And now you've got engines appearing that are almost at World Superbike spec, really. So well over, or up to 200 and plus horsepower, which is absolutely phenomenal. So
I've heard figures mentioned of 230, 240 brake.
If that's true,
is, well, I think it is. I think it probably is. One of the cars, he's not here this weekend, but these figures are bandied around, and of course, when you chat to the 1100 drivers, they all know about each other's cars very well.
They do.
Who's built the engines and this and that and the other.
It's very competitive, isn't it?
It's a brilliant class. And of course, the 1100s are beating, in a lot of cases, beating the 1600s.
They are indeed. Just to remind you where we are in the 1100 class, currently being led by Tom Weaver, who was in the 26s and we did a 26.84. We're Stuart Bickley second on a 27.33. Ben Hamer, who has done both runs third on his 27.45. So it'll be interesting to see, can Will Hamer catch Ben? Can any of the other competitors in the class find a little bit more time? Some of them had a bit of, they were the ones, a few of the 1100s were the ones that went when the drizzle first went this morning, and Top S went very cold very quickly. So let's see if they can find a bit more time. It's going to be really exciting to watch. I'm looking forward to it. Shall I take you through some class results?
Why not, Billy? Go for it.
We've done all the A classes. I did those at the end, but just to remind you, Jonathan Langmead in the Elise wins Class A1. Class A2 was won by Jonathan Maycock on a 32.53, with David Meek second and Steve Atkins third. The next class we will look at is Class A3. This is for series production cars with four-wheel drive, won by Rodney Isles in the four-wheel drive Porsche 911, Peter Richings second in the Golf, Tony Hawkins in the first of the Yaris's third. Class B, this is road cars specialist production, so the Caterhams and the Westfields and the AMS Mataya and cars as such. That has been won by Richard Price, so in his Caterham, followed by Ray Lure in his Caterham, and John Pick in the AMS was third. C1 for modified series production cars, the win taken by Andrew Russell in the Ginetta, as you just saw, followed by Stuart Wood in second, Stuart driving the little Mini, and third, John Wood in the also driving the Mini. Then we've got C3. This is series production cars over 2 litres, won by Paul Howells. You just saw those cars in the 911 RSR. Second, Jonathan Williamson in the 911 Carrera, and third, Nigel Elliott in that big bellowing Triumph. And C4, can I do that? Yes, C4, as you just saw, won by Stephen Moore in the Evo, followed by Richard Hampstead in the Subaru and Jeff Twemlow in his Subaru. That's as far as I can take you at the moment, because we still have Class D runners and F runners to come next. On the start line, I have a Formula Ford, this is another very competitive class. Off the line in front of me is Paul Harris. Paul is currently sat 4th in class. Let's see if he can go any better. He's with you.
He absolutely is. Of course, Jimmy Harris was leading the class earlier, wasn't he? Sharing the car. But these are great, aren't they? This is the best way of starting single-seaters. No aero, no fancy wings, no fancy brakes, road tyres. That's all down to the driver.
And it's all about being smooth and carrying momentum. Great run by Paul so far. A little bit of a wiggle as he came out top S, but nothing to worry about. I'll give you his time in a second. In the meantime, Paul Jones in the 1600cc Force is with you.
Yes, he is. He's sharing his car with Darren Gumbley this season. This is a very rapid bit of kit indeed. Hayabusa engine in the back, and Paul's driving it very well. Very smooth, getting more confident in the car all the time.
He is indeed very smooth into bottom S. He's into top S now. Clatters the drain cover on the inside of top S. Carries on up the finishing straight. What's he going to do? 28.72, 28.72. Slower than he went this morning, but still a good run. By the way, Paul Harris did a 35.36 to stay 4th in class in the Formula Ford. Right, hold on to your hats. Adam Greener's on the hill in the first of the Greener brothers. He's already with you. We've got the onboard. It looks spectacular.
And he is spectacular. He's absolutely flat shot. He's just not lifting at all, sparking all the way up to bottom S, into bottom S now.
It's raining, by the way, quite hard at the start line. Our company is actually raining quite hard here now, so that's going to have an impact. Meanwhile, Alan Green is out of top S. He is up the finishing straight. He crosses the line 28.62. Alan Warburton off the line. This is going to be challenging. He's on slicks. It is raining. Let's see how Alan gets on. He'll have to take it steady. He's with you.
He is taking it steady. He's a very experienced campaigner, as we all know. And in fact, you were staying at Hotel Warby last night, weren't you?
I was indeed. A delicious curry.
Did you? And you said you were going to have the curry, yeah.
Yes, I did. Meanwhile, Alan's into bottom S. He's taking it very steadily, sensibly. You can see the sheen on the slick tyres. He has unfortunately been caught out by the weather. Son Dave to come, who obviously has a good chance of qualifying for the runoff, so doesn't want to take the risk. It's dry on the finishing straight. He does a 34.88, so it was dry up the finishing straight, but wet before that, so not a representative time. He did very well to get on to the top in the wet on the slicks. You've got Becky Manton.
Yeah, she's actually gone through the S's, but yeah, Becky, she's taking it well, I don't know if she was taking it steady or not. She seemed to be going quite quick to me.
We've got Jerry Neary with you now in another Westfield.
Yeah, been competing for many a year actually. I think there's been a rain. It probably hasn't made a huge difference to the track yet, but and it might well dry out. But I think Warby was thinking, well, let's be sensible about this, because young son's going to be driving this car later on, and he's got a real chance of getting into the runoff.
Yes, I think you're right. There was a little bit of well, it was just sensible driving, exactly that. You can't take a risk on slicks in the wet. Unfortunately, he was just caught out by the weather changing at the wrong time, but brought the car home safely. Time, by the way, for Jerry Neary, who's just crossed the line, was a 41.80. Time for Becky Manton did a 38.11, which is actually a good time in the conditions. We had a bit of a delay here on the start line. We've got Phil Goff on the line. I think something fell off the back of the car, but it looked like a tyre pressure gauge to me. Right, watch the Phil. Phil has not had time to change tyres. He is on slicks. He's with you.
Yeah, it's still pretty dry, to be absolutely honest. The slicks will still get better grip sometimes than wets when the conditions are like this. But he did have a moment actually out of crossing there. He had got all crossed up, but he got it all back together. But that certainly gave him a frightener. He's into bottom S. Frightened.
Yes, he's holding on to it well though. But that's the thing about these Caterhams and Westfields in his class. They've got so much power. You really have to be held on to. Right, let's see what Steve Garner can do. He's with you.
Very competitive car, this one too. Very, very good driver. His line through crossings perfect, right close to the edge there. And yeah, it comes up past. He's going through the speed trap now, braking hard into bottom S.
Brakes into bottom S. By the way, it's not raining anymore down at the start line. The sun has come back out. It's going to be one of those days, I think, where we just get little bits of showers every now and then. By the way, time for Phil Goff. He did a 36.55. Steve Garner went very well through the S's. Very neat and tidy. Crosses the line 33.53. That's brilliant in the grease. Mike Luck with you.
Beautiful home-built car this is, folks. This is a home-built clubman's car, and it's immaculate engineering on this car. Super lovely to think. Look, it was at Prescott last week. Didn't race, had problems, but anyway, he's back out this week. Great to see.
Yes, heading up the finishing straight. By the way, Steve Garner takes the win in the modified series production, specialist production cars, the class you just saw. The Dart crosses the line. Mike Luck crosses the line in a 34.31. It's only about a second and a half slower than this morning. So actually, yes, you're right. It doesn't seem to be that the rain has caused too many issues. I think poor Alan Warburton got the worst of it because it was actually raining when he went up. Next on the hill, we've got Grant Sinclair from Scotland. Now, if someone is used to driving in Greece, surely it's got to be a competitor from Scotland. He'll be used to conditions like this. He's with you.
It's a beautiful car. Oh, he's just slowing right down coming into crossing. Oh dear. Engine sounds poorly. Very poorly, popping and banging. Oh dear, yeah, something's happened to his engine. He's ground to a halt just above me. Such a shame that's the Maguire. What a spectacular little car that is. Proper little race car. They used to race those in the Wendy Wall Saloon Modified Sports Car Championship, and these little imps were astonishingly quick. Anyway, we've got Marshall's running up the
just
track
popping
now.
and banging, and sounded like it was almost like it got stuck on. If it had, it won't have one, but it sounded like it was almost stuck on launch control or pit lane speed limiter kind of noise. It just sounded like it died. It sounded fine past me, but then it really didn't sound good past you.
It absolutely was like running on about one cylinder by the time it got to me, so I don't quite know what's happened, nor does he, no doubt, at this point in time. Such a shame, because actually it's one of my cars of the weekend. Any Maguire Mini the Kessel Mini is another. That's a Maguire Mini.
Yeah.
That's very successful, isn't it?
Well, you come a long way, don't you?
Oh, now they've got 3 marshals doing a fantastic job manually pushing the car up the hill. Now the driver's getting out now. There's another marshal coming. I don't know, but all I know is that. It's going to be manpower now.
Yeah,
we're talking serious manpower.
Thing is, it's such a small car, they might be able to turn it round where it is.
Well, you never know, because I think pushing it up Shelsley Walsh is not very good. In fact, I think they're thinking better of that.
Yes. Well, if it's stuck in gear, they won't be able to.
They're having a powwow here as we speak. So what do you think we should do about this now then? What are we going to do? The engine's not going to start.
I'm getting a replay on the screen, by the way, just whilst we're waiting for this. Not actually of that incident, but I'm actually getting a replay of Alex's runoff win from just before lunch, which was absolutely
wonderful,
spectacular.
No, I don't think we predicted that, did we? Really? That was a magnificent drive.
It was fantastic. Absolutely used all the road on the exit of Kennel, and crossing was just full commitment, and the kink. This is the thing about a runoff here, you have to be fully committed to win it because it's so tight. And
I think what's going to happen, I interrupted you.
No, you go ahead.
Unforgivable. But just the excitement of the drama here of this Maguire imp. So we've got the team meeting round at the marshals. We've got now we've got a car coming from the top, but it could be a tow job. They might hook it up to the 4x4 perhaps. Who knows? At the moment it's going nowhere, and the marshals decided they are not pushing that up that hill, which is very sensible, because it's bad enough walking up here, let alone pushing a car.
Yes.
As you know, when you walk this hill, it's deceptive how steep it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't necessarily come across sometimes when you see it on the stream or anything, but just how steep the hill is, it really is steep. When you drive it, it's incredible. You all of a sudden realise just how steep it is. But yes, I think I can see the. By the way, you've got about 6 marshals. Now,
I've got the world of marshals. I've got the world of marshals, but they're getting a tow rope thing. They're going to put it on the front of the car, but the tow car is facing towards it, so they're going to have to reverse the tow car. So this is very interesting stuff.
Is it a collective noun for marshals, a pride of marshals?
A pride of marshals. Well, yes,
I don't think it's a flock.
I think we ought to say at this point, while I'm being a bit unbenevolent to them, that they do a magnificent job. And if you fancy becoming a marshal, it's the best way of getting close to the action, isn't it, Billy?
I would say so. You really, and also we cannot go motor racing without marshals.
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much to them all.
Brilliant job.
And they're always looking for more volunteers to be part of the community, especially young blood into marshalling is absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
I think you have to be, if you can do it from as young as 11, but you have to have parents with you, and then I think up to a certain age, and then full training is given, and then you can't go trackside till I think is it 16 or 17?
You may be right, but as the other thing we have a lot of.
Here we go. Here we go. This is the reverse tow of the Maguire imp that's going up the hill now beautifully. Oh, he's doing a fine job here. I'd say, what a fine bit of driving. Now, is he going to go all the way up to bottom S, reversing it? Yes,
he might.
Probably is. I think
he's probably got a camera.
And then he's going to turn it round. You're going to let the car go, and he can freewheel it back down to the paddock, can't he? That's my thought, anyway.
I think you're right.
Ponzi's Recovery Services says that's what's going to happen. But there you go. What do I know? Thank you, marshals. Great job, guys. They're looking now. They're looking. Yeah, thank you very much, she says. Thank you very much. Did a great job. Yeah, trying to push that Maguire imp up the hill, that's difficult, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But yes, as we were saying about how to become a marshal, go and have a chat to any of our Orange Army that you see around, and talk to them, because they will have some great advice about how to sign up with your local marshals club, as they're all over the country, hill climbs, circuit races, rallies, everything. So go and have a chat with them if you're interested in becoming marshal. It is a fantastic thing to do, and we couldn't go motor racing without them.
No, I think it is a great job too, because I've marshalled. I've done my bit of marshalling. Not, when we've been short at Loughton or somewhere like that, and I wasn't on commentary and things like that.
Have you?
Yeah. And I remember getting issued with a red flag, and I've never had to work so hard all my life, because actually it was a lot of concentration needed. You can't just. It's not just a case of dozing off in the box.
No.
And you've actually got to watch like all the time.
Was that red flag given to you to wave, or were you issued with one and you were told to return to the paddock?
No, I was trained by Martin Silcox, who's a hard taskmaster, who won't stand my nonsense. And yes, I was straight into the fray, as they say. I was quite shocked, really.
I wonder, by the way, are they going to let the imp come straight back down the hill, because they're pushing it quite a long way back, so I wonder if actually...
Yes, maybe it'll keep it to the end of the batch.
Why not stay and watch up there for a bit? It's a great vantage point, bottom S, so maybe given it's their first time at the hill to compete, you could watch from bottom S for a bit.
Well, it's definitely... Well, it will have had its last go anyway, won't
exactly,
it?
So you may as well stay up there.
So you might as well stay up there, have an ice cream, because I expect Bob's up there with his ice cream van. Or there's
now, the
the
only
burger
reason you're
van.
mentioning that, and I know why this is because once I got brought an ice cream in this commentary box, and you were very, very sad that you didn't get brought.
I was gutted, because I was in top S, which is like a wasteland up there. You
They don't have any ice creams up there.
You're stuck up there, mate. Trust me, you are stuck up there in every way. And I think on that one occasion, or one of the occasions, I was up there till 6:45 in the afternoon. That was a long day,
that
wasn't
was August, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long day.
Yeah, they were fitting headlights to single seaters, I think.
Oh, goodness me, yes. But you are right, because all the time I could see the ice cream van down in just ahead of me, down there at bottom S, and I was in that little box, wasn't I?
Well, all I can say is they were delicious. And
I'm sure they were. No, you're not one to rub it in, Billy, are you? No, never let it be said.
Flags are in, by the way, so well done, marshals.
As they used to say in a well-known programme, I'll get you, Billy, I'll get you, Billy. It was Butler, actually, but it was, I'll get you, Billy. I will get you, Billy.
Well,
I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter.
You can get me an ice cream if you like.
Yes, in fact, there's a guy, gentleman, just walking up with 2 ice creams last week.
Oh, brilliant. Well,
they're not for me. They're not. He's walked
back and
all the
running.
way up the hill.
We've got Chris McDade on the hill and the Hillman Imp, so we're back in a way. He's with you.
This is a special Hillman Imp, folks. This has got a Rover K Series, 1800cc K Series in the boot. How about that? Instead of the little Imp engine, and it goes very well indeed. And he's the sort of travelling partner of the previous Imp.
Which is great to see this car on the hill through the S's, through bottom S, nice and neat and tidy. Exiting top S, nice line through top S, used all the road on the exit of top S. Heading up towards the finish to record a time of 39.05. John McQuillan now on the hill in the Radical. He missed a gear as he went past me.
Did he?
Yes.
Well, here he comes now. The Team Valley Motorsport car, sharing this car with Mike West, of course. This is their second season in this car. They had a Fisher Fury, I think, before this, didn't they?
They did, yeah. Going well, but unfortunately, I think, yes, lost a bit of time off the start with that missed gear. We'll see what time he can do as he heads towards the finish. David Bickley's now with you in another SL1 Radical.
He certainly is. Here he comes. David Bickley, his son Stuart, of course, is going to be coming up the hill in that little bright fluorescent orange yellow force. But yeah, David, this is like a Series 2 Radical, isn't it? A bit better.
Yes, an SR1, but they've done some aero work to this over the winter, especially on the rear wing. Nice and neat and tidy from David, heads towards the finish. John McQuillan's time, incidentally, was 35.92, so it's about 2.5 seconds slower this morning, so I think that was due to the missed gear. David Bickley does a 32.71. Andrew Burt is now on the hill. The sun is out, and it's sunny again, so it's dried.
It is, and this is that very unusual all-enclosed Mallet Mark 32, unusual car. Only 7 of these left in the world.
Nice and neat and tidy. Bit of a wiggle as he came through bottom S, but nothing to worry about. Out of top S, uses all the road on the exit at top S. Heads towards the finish. We've got Sam Nicholson on the hill. What can he do? Currently sat 3rd in class in the Mallet.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's having a go. His line's immaculate. He's absolutely clipping all the apexes perfectly. Going very well. Come on, young Sam, what are you going to do for us?
He appears into bottom S, going very quickly indeed. Clatters the curve on the inside of bottom S.
Nice and neat title through top S. This is going to be a quick time. Is he going to beat his time from this morning, which was a 30.12? It's going to be very close. I know, you know. Yes, he does. 29.94, so slightly quicker. Well done, Sam. Matthew Price on the hill, the class leader in the SR3 Radical.
And that's a very well sorted Radical. He's got rebuilt the engine that blew up recently. Expensive job, but he's got it sorted now. Looks to be going very well indeed.
He does indeed. Bit of a wiggle as he came through bottom S, bit of oversteer moment, but he picked it all up. Nice and neat and tidy through top S. Currently leading the class on a 28.31. Can he go quicker? Yes, he can. 28.17. So we're going quicker than people were this morning. That bit of sunshine that's come out put a bit more temperature back in the track, which is great. Alan McDonald now on the hill in the SR4 with you.
Yes, he also comes all the way from Scotland as well. Ex-TT racer. This is the ex-Rob Stevens car that is the class record holder in this car. So anyway, Alan, he certainly can drive it. What can he do?
Well, I've got the onboard and it's very nice and neat and tidy through bottom S. Turns his way through top S now. No, not a hint of oversteer as he leaves top S, carrying up the finishing straight, crosses the line 29.25. 2/10 quicker than he went this morning, so that they found some time in the Sports Libra cars. Anyway, with you now is the NGTD V8.
Unusual bit of kit this one, isn't it? It's an unlikely looking thing. It takes a bit of stopping. He had problems with brakes at Lowton Park. He basically ran out of them. But anyway, he also had a big accident last year. It's newly rebuilt. Growls its way up the hill.
Does indeed. He's through the S's, up the finishing straight, across the line to record a 34.69 quicker than he went this morning. Well done, Nigel. Next on the line, the last competitor in the Sports Libra class. This is the over 2 litre class. This is Graham Lokes in this beautiful Porsche powered, so flat 6 powered Lola with you.
Yeah, spectacular car, isn't it? Ex-sports car fitted with a big Porsche engine. He's an engineer from Wolverhampton Way. I just think that's a marvellous piece of engineering he's done there
too. Whilst we wait for Graham's time, we've got Gary Warren on the line. Gary was the driver held on the line when we had the issue with the Jedi this morning. I think they had worse track conditions this morning than they've got now, but we shall see. What time can he do? He's with you.
He's certainly a tryer, Gary. He's down here with his partner, Susan Melvin. I think they set off Thursday to come down here. He's made it. He was a late entry, and good to see him here.
Nicely through bottom S, right over to the left, 4 turns through top S. Big oversteering moment as he came out top S, but held beautifully the slide through top S. He's approaching the line now. What does he do? He does a 27.53, quicker than this morning for Gary. Quite a bit quicker, actually. Jumps up to 4th in class, found 0.4 of a second. Graham Williams on the hill now in the venerable OMS 2000M.
Venerable it is. He's only a little 1 litre engine in that one. Very early OMS. You see that big raised engine cover over the back of it. It's beautifully turned out. It's an early car, year 2000, I believe.
Yes, going very well indeed. Heads through the S's. Meanwhile, on the hill, we've got Gregory Barton. This is in another Empire. Currently sat on a 31.82. Can he improve? He's with you.
He can. Well, let's hope he can. It's again, it's a modern Empire, this one. This is certainly not a very old car at all. Again, we're in this very exciting 1100cc class, so there's going to be some brilliant racing in this.
There is indeed. Graham Williams incidentally did a 34.18, so he went quicker. Greg Barton heads toward the finish. Dougie Cant is now on the hill. I expect Dougie to improve. It was very greasy when he went up earlier. Can he improve on a 28.23?
I think Dougie's in his second season. He's just got his full licence, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And this little car, he's got his family here all watching. And come on, Dougie, see what you can do. See if you can get a PB.
Yeah, incidentally, nice and neat and tidy through Dougie through the S's. Nice and neat and tidy on the exit of top S. Slap bang in the middle of the road as he heads towards the finish. Can he improve? Let's see, it's a 28.34, so ever so slightly slower, so stays where he is in class. Will Hamer on the hill now, currently sat 5th in class. What can Will do?
This is a fabulous little car too. Now they got that BMW engine. He was so close to the Armco this time. He's certainly having a go, isn't he? Into bottom S, doesn't lock up, he's already round there.
100% commitment, nice and neat and tidy through bottom S. Turns it through top S, nice and neat and tidy through top S. Uses all the road on the exit of top S. He's just got the power down, waiting for the finish to arrive. 27.41. 27.41 goes quite substantially quicker, jumps up to 3rd in class at the moment, which was a brilliant run. Right, Jonathan Flesher with you already.
Jonathan Flesher is a super quick driver, recently retired dental technician technician, and I tell you what, he's taken to this driving. His son is in Australia. They used to share the car before, actually.
He does indeed, but Jonathan's doing brilliantly well as he comes through the S's. Very neat and tidy. Will he improve on his time from this morning of a 28.55? Yes, he will. Brilliant time. 27.39. Finds a second over this morning. He was, by the way, very wide out of kennel this morning, like millimetres from the rector cell. So found a lot of time in his second run to jump up to third in class. That's third in class as it stands. Dave Tatham on the hill, getting his eye back in now that the DJ's been rebuilt. He's with you.
Yeah, he's not hanging about either, actually. He's grounding confidence in the car as well, but he's a very quick driver. Normally he's right at the top of the class, isn't he? So let's see where he goes.
Nice and neat and tidy into bottom S. Really, really neat and tidy, actually. Very neat and tidy through top S. The car looks like it's on rails, heading up the finishing straight. What can he do? 27.86. 27.86. That's a second or so improvement from this morning. Right, 2 runners to go in the class. We've got, first things first, we've got Stuart Bickley. Can he improve on his 27.33? He's with you.
Yes, here he comes, Stuart Bickley. He was sensational in the wet yesterday. It's dry. My goodness me, just hold him out together. I thought he was going to lose it coming out crossing. He's got round now. He's already into top S.
Carries loads of speed into bottom S, right over to the left-hand side. Carries loads of speed through the S's, uses all the road on the exit. The power's down. What can he do? Is it a 26? Yes, 26.22. That's a second and a tenth. 1.1 seconds quicker than he went this morning. Right, can Tom Weaver respond for the class win? He did a 26.84 this morning. He needs to find 7 tenths. He's with you.
He's holding nothing back. His lines are immaculate. It looks very, very smooth indeed, which is always a sign of a good run. Hopefully. Go on, Tom.
Breaking into bottom S now. Very nice and neat and tidy through bottom S. Right over to the left-hand side before he turns through top S. Very neat and tidy through top S. Gets the power down nice and early. We just wait for the finish line to arrive. What's it going to be? 26.28. 26.28. 6/100 slower than Stuart Bickley. I told you that the 1100cc class would provide entertainment, and it has. Stuart Bickley takes the win there in the class on a 26.22, with Tom Weaver on a 26.28. Brilliantly close between those two, as it so regularly is. Do give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they come back down the hill. I think they've earned it. Brilliant competition there in the 1100 class. Fantastic to see. And now if you see them in the paddock sort of doing a dance, that's a rain dance, because if they get some rain now, you never know, they might qualify for a runoff.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yes, of course they will be. Yes,
doing the rain dance.
They're wanting the heavens to open,
they
won't
do.
they?
Now they want the tempest to
And I
arrive
tell you
now.
what, if it did do that, and then Stuart Bickley, we know how good he was in the rain yesterday. He could do some damage. But anyway, we want it to stay dry, really. But you know, it could even the playing field up.
It could indeed. But yeah, that was a great. That's the end of the batch, by the way. It's a fantastic class. The 1100s always provides entertainment.
Brilliant.
So I can confirm a few more class results for you. As we were just saying, the single-seater class up to 1100cc won by Stuart Bickley. That was a fantastic run in the little Force, the Day-Glow Green Force. Second, Tom Weaver in the Empire on a 26.28, and third, Jonathan Flesher in that last run found over a second to do a 27.39. Just to show you how close it is, third is Jonathan Flesher on a 27.39. Fourth is Will Hamer on a 27.41. Fifth is Ben Hamer on a 27.45. And sixth is Gary Warren on a 27.53. 2 tenths of a second, 4 drivers. Absolutely fantastic. Well done to all involved. That was brilliant. Sports Libra won by, for over 2 litres, won by Graham Lokes in the Porsche engine Lola. Sports cars up to 2 litres was won by Matthew Price in the SR3 Radical on a 28.17. Second, Alan McDonald in the Force on a 29.25. And third, Sam Nicholson in the Mallock. Great to see that running well after a few engine gremlins. Third place for Sam on a 29.94. I think we've done everybody else. We did... yes, we did modified special production cars. That was won by Steve Garner with Phil Goff second. We did that one. So that's all the up-to-date classes. End of the batch. What can we look forward to in the next batch? Well, we can look forward to the bulk of the... well, first we'll have some dual-driven cars. Firstly from the 2-litre class, and then from the 2-litre forced induction class, and then the unlimited class, and then we will have the bulk of the Formula Fords, and we will have the 1600 class as well. So lots to look forward to. And that's what we're expecting next, once we've got our breath back from the 1100s. which was good fun. So, a bit early to say at the moment. Cut-off time for a runoff at the moment from a qualification point of view is Stuart Bickley's 26.22, but it's very early days yet. So we shall see how the competitors do in the 1600s, in the 2 litres, and in the unlimited class as well. If you're enjoying the day, I'm going to give one more plug to becoming a member of the MAC. It's a fantastic thing to do. You get discounted entry to all of the events here at Shelsley Walsh. You also get entry to the VIP tent that's between Crossing and the Kink. Also, if you sign up to be an MSC member today, which covers you for the rest of the year, all the way to the 31st of December, all of the other brilliant events that we have this year, you get discounted entry to. You also get your money back for today's entry that you paid on to get your ticket this morning. So it actually pays for itself over the year. If you're interested, do head to the MAC hut, which is located between Kennel and Crossing in the spectator area, just at the bottom of the slope up to Crossing. And talk to the lovely people there in the tent who will be able to help you sign up as a member. And this hill climb has been going for 120 years. We'd like it to go for another 120. I don't suspect I'll be commentating then, but you never know. And the way you can help ensure that is to become a member of the MAC.
I think you should sign up to be sort of cryogenically frozen, Billy, and then you can come back in 100 years and do it all again, can't you?
Yeah.
What do you reckon?
Well, you know,
you'll miss the next 100, but
yeah, well, that would be fine. Yeah.
Anyway,
the record is 12 seconds or something.
They're looking for volunteers.
Yeah.
I've just been having a cheeky eat of some quavers while you've been chatting away so ably, and filling my ample belly with quavers, eh? How about
very
that?
Nice. Why not?
Well, they are rather tasty. I don't know what it is about them. I'm sure they're rubbish things, really, but they taste nice, don't they?
They do indeed. We've got I know we've got some more onboards coming because we'll have the Greenlands will run again. We'll also in the next. Well, not this batch, the next batch. Jonathan Varley has an onboard this afternoon, which will be good to watch. So we've got cars coming back down the hill. I think have we got the last car past you?
Yeah, well, actually, just had a white van go by, so he's either been delivering to Simon's house up the top there.
Ah, right.
And taking the opportunity to come back.
The Amazon man, is it?
It could be the Amazon man. Yeah, it could be actually. Yeah,
other delivery services are available.
Do you know what? Well, at Prescott the other day, their meeting got stopped because a Amazon van type fellow drove up the return road during the track while live.
I can believe that.
Yes, it wasn't good, really.
Having seen how Amazon drivers drive in London, I can believe that. If you look at an Amazon van in London, there isn't one that has a panel that doesn't have a dent
really?
in it.
Is that right? Is that right? Wow. Yeah.
So if you are a terrible driver, why not sign up and drive for Amazon? Because
I think I go to Grimley Raceway for the bangers, and I think we should have Amazon van racing round there.
It'd be good, wouldn't it?
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Well, they do have that in Brixton. It's just on the streets.
And then of course they have a demolition derby at the end for vans.
That would be quite fun.
Brilliant. I think that's a great idea.
Flags are in. Car is on the start line. It's a Pilbeam. It's a yellow Pilbeam. It's an MP88. It is the MP88 of Richard Walker. This is the 2-litre Rover KV6 power car. Sounds brilliant. I love the sound of this car. It's great to have one of these back on the hill. Rockets past me and howls his way into Kennel, into your sight.
It certainly does. Listen to this one, folks. Even if it was going slowly, it would still sound magnificent, wouldn't it? But that's a shared drive, Richard Walker. They've also got the little OMS they drive, but this is the preferred steed for this year.
He's going very well. Very neat tight through bottom S and through top S as well. This will be a good run. What did he do this morning, Richard? He did a 29.73. Can he go quicker? Yes, he can. 29.30. 29.30. Next off the line, it's Jonathan Evans in another MP88, but this time with the 4-cylinder Millington engine in the back.
Correct, yes. Look, sharing this car with Kevin Creven, of course. I do like seeing this car out, actually. It sounds great, doesn't it? But it actually goes very well. Old school Pilbeams, they're not on a match with the Goulds these days, but back in the day, these were the cars.
Indeed, and very nice run from Jonathan through the S's, very neat and tidy, heads up the finishing straight, 30.97. Next on the line we have Trisha Davis in the Force with the 2-litre TKD V8 in the back that husband Terry builds. Rockets off the line, takes second into third, heads into Kennel into your view.
Closely matched, these two, Terry and wife. And here she comes now, Trish, that bright fluorescent helmet, of course. Immaculate little car, isn't it? Love to see this. And breaks hard into bottom S. Over to you.
Nice and neat, tidy into bottom S. Gets it right over to the left-hand side, 423 top S. Get on the power early, Trish. That's brilliant. Let's see what the time will be. Very neat and tidy run as you'd expect. 29.01. 29.01. Ooh, 3/4 of a second quicker than she went this morning. She should be very pleased with that. Also moves her up to third in class as we stand. So good run there from Trish. Well done, Trisha. Let's see if, well, Terry needs to find a bit of time to catch you, so let's see how that goes in the next batch. But in the meantime, Les Much is coming to the line in the GWR Raptor that he shares with Stuart Sugden. Stuart, of course, brilliantly qualifying for the runoff a little earlier today. Les is on the line. It has stalled. They've just run up to... I can hear an engine fire, so battery pack was inserted. Car has re-fired. This car, a 1300cc supercharged car, so we're in the 2-litre naturally forced induction class. Bogs a bit as he leaves the line, but he's off the line now, and when the power comes in, it rockets off towards Keno, and he's to you.
Yes, he is. This is the same type of car as the famous Josh Goodyear holds the class record in, but as you say, Stuart Sugden was sensational in this car earlier, and it's a very rapid turbocharged version, actually.
Yeah, very quick indeed. 3 of them in this class were in the 24s this morning, which was brilliant to see. Anyway, Les, nice and neat and tidy through the S's, heads up the finishing straight, crosses the line to record a 27.63. So a little slower than he went this morning, but as I said, the car did bog down as it left the line. So that's, I think, where the time was lost. Next on the line, we've got Jamie Chalmers in the family Rolt with the turbocharged engine in the back. Sounds great as it rockets past me. He's been going really well this weekend. It went very well in the wet yesterday. He's already with you.
Yeah, he's finding his feet in this car. And I tell you what, he was kissing the back there at Kennel on the inside there, sparking his way up the bottom there. Highly entertaining. Puff of smoke as he brakes hard.
This is he's trying hard. He's locked a wheel slightly to bottom S, but no issues. Nicely through top S, back in the middle of the road. Can he beat his time from this morning? Let's see. Yes, 27.66. So finds 3/300ths of a second, so a bit quicker, and is currently still quicker than Dad, but I didn't say that too loudly. So
nobody heard that.
Perfect, good. Let's see how John does in the next batch. In the meantime, we've got Kelvin Broad on the line. Kelvin in the Force TA, the 1300cc supercharged Force TA that was driven so well in the runoff this morning by Alex Coles. Let's see how Kelvin does. He's off the line. Sounds brilliant as it rockets past me. It sounds incredible, this car. He's with you.
Yeah, look at they put this bright fluorescent on it now. You can't miss it now, can you? It's all black before. But anyway, Kelvin comes from Exeter. Long-time competitor, to be fair. And a very good driver indeed into bottom S.
He breaks into bottom S, turns it nicely through bottom S, gets it over to the left-hand side before turning through top S. Nice and neat and tidy through top S, uses all the road on exit. The car perfectly neat and tidy. Across the line, 27.47. Right, William Luffridge on the hill. Oh, he had a huge moment between the start and Kennel, but he gathered it up and he's with you.
Yeah, he certainly is. Ex-Northern Ireland HillClimb champion. This is the Works Empire Wraith, William Toad design. Very quick car built by Bill Chaplin.
Nice and neat and tidy through bottom S. Carries loads of speed into top S, back into the power. I saw the side of that car between the start line and Kennel. That was incredible, but he caught it. He's done a 25.91, so he went quicker than he went this morning. 25.91, good time.
Despite the moment.
And it was a moment and a half.
Brilliant.
Right, next on the line, we've got the AFS P40. This is the Summers built car, and it really was a team effort. I know all of the Summersers were involved in the design and build of this car, with the 2.5 litre V6 in the back. Alex, and I'm allowed to say this because it's all over his Instagram, currently working on a big version of this car, an even bigger version, which will be fantastic to see when it's ready. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here comes Debbie Summers. Great to see her back competing for the first time in 2 years. She's already through Kennel and she's with you.
Yeah, good old Debbie. Good to see her. She recently had the baby, I think about 6 months ago, I think. Anyway, Debbie, yes, she was. She used to hold the ladies' hill record somewhere as well, didn't she?
I think she still has a few actually. But into bottom S, very neat and tidy, as you'd expect from Debbie. Turns it through top S, feeds in the power now. She heads up towards the finishing straight. She did a 28.70 this morning. She's going to be 29.94 that she does this afternoon. 29.94. So next, well, we should have Simon Andrews, I believe, in the OMS. Sorry, Bernie Kevill in the OMS that he shares with Simon Andrews. But the car has been rolled slightly back, and there is some concerned-looking faces looking into the cab of the car. Oh, let's see. Has he got it going again? No, I don't think so. I thought I saw one of those shaking of the heads that looked like they weren't going to run. So that is unfortunately true. Unless they can get it fixed in a second or two, it looks like, unfortunately, that car's not going to run. We also have Lynn Owen coming to the line. Lynn in the OMS 28 with the RPE, the Radical Performance engine in the back, so built by Radical. So this engine, very similar to an engine you get in something like an SR8. Drops the clutch off the line, powers past me. Lynn Owen off and away into kennel to you.
Yes, this is Steve Owen's works car. He's built over 220 OMSs. Did you say it being 40 years?
40 years of OMSs.
40 years of OMSs, amazing. I was told the figure of 220, but I don't know if that's right or right.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
Out top S for Lynn, very neat and tidy as you'd expect. She knows these cars like the back of her hand. She's up the finishing straight. She's across the line to do a 30.52, so about 8/10 quicker than she went this morning, which is great to see. Next on the line we have, well, coming to the line, we've got Nicola Mingis, ladies hill record holder here at Shelsley, which was a 24.70. Set back in 2021 on that very same weekend that the overall record went. It was an incredible weekend. She's in the Gould GR55 that she shares with Dave Uren. And these 55s really are the most compliant of the big cars when it comes to the top half of the hill. They do really well over the bumps between crossing, Kennel Crossing and the kink. Off the line, drops the clutch, rockets past me, already into Kennel and disappears out of my sight to you.
History car this one, folks. Ex-Martin Groves hill record car. British Championship winning car as well. Still very rapid with a 3 litre on Cosworth DFV in the back of it.
3.5 litre Nick Mack in the back. Sounds brilliant. Nicholson McLaren V8. She's going really well. Very neat, tidy through the S's as you expect from Nicola. Finish up the finishing straight, and she does a 26.84. That's quick. Lindsay Summers with you.
Yes, here comes Lindsay driving Alex's Firestorm. Well, Lindsay's Firestorm. Let's get it right. But Alex won the runoff in this car earlier, and well done to him too.
Yeah, Lindsay going really well this weekend. Very neat, tidy into bottom S. Gets it over to the left-hand side before turning through top S. Feeds in the power. Not a hint of oversteer. Really, really controlled run this from Lindsay. Across the line, 26.72. 26.72 finds over half a second. 3/4 of a second from this morning to move up to 11th in the class. Well done, Lindsay. That was a really good run. Next on the line, we've got Sean Gould. Sean driving the Gould GR59 that bears his name. Qualified fastest for the runoff this morning. It stalled on the line. It seemed to have the same issue that he had when it stalled twice in the runoff. A lot of building up and popping and banging, and then it stalled. So he's restarted the engine. Let's hope whatever that gremlin is, he can sort it. So he's restarted the engine, builds up the revs, popping and banging, drops the clutch. He's off and away. Rockets past me. Into the first corner, into your sight.
Still a brilliant driver, Sean Gould, and a brilliant designer and builder. My goodness me, he is really not hanging about. My goodness me, he's into bottom S.
Incredible commitment as he came through the kink. Bit of oversteer as he came through bottom S, but tied up nicely. Much tighter through top S. Used all the road on exit, so carried loads of momentum up the finishing straight. Crosses the line, 23.91. 23.91. 144 across the line. That will be, well, that's kind of the first start of a 10 for what we're looking for qualification later on. Lizzie Weaver now on the hill. She's got the onboard on the camera in the Formula Ford. Fantastic view across her left shoulder. She's coming past you now.
Yeah, go Lizzie, go Lizzie. This is her first go in the single-seater this year. Well, this is her first season in the single-seater. She drove the Saxo last year, and she told me she's absolutely loving it, so good for her.
Very neat and tidy through the S's, giving the sleepers the respect they deserve on the exit. Heading up the finishing straight, feeds it the gears, foot to the floor, crosses the line now, 38.31. Good run by Lizzie. Carol Nichols on the hill now in the car her dad built.
Yes, and it's lovely, isn't it? She's got that laid-back driving style. She's a fantastic competitor, travels all over the country competing in this little Formula Ford, and great to see her out. She used to sleep in the car, but she told me last night she slipped in somewhere a bit more comfortable.
A trailer?
No, she had digs. She had digs last night. She was staying at some local hostelry or somewhere.
Very nice. Well, she heads towards the finish to record a 41.46. Charles Williams on the hill. These are rare. A Chevron Formula Ford. You won't see many of these.
Well, I think Chris said this was the only one they made.
The only one?
Apparently, but yeah, I mean, they're such pure little cars, these Formula Fords, aren't they? They're just... It's down to driver and smoothness and not losing speed, you would say.
It is indeed a very competitive class here, the Formula Fords. Right, off the line, whilst we wait for the time for Charles Williams, we've got David Owen on the hill. Did a 35.63 this morning. He's with you.
Yes, he is indeed, David Owen. And that bright fluorescent helmet. It's a nice looking little car, isn't it, that one, to be fair. I do like these little Formula Fords. Of course, he was in the Merlin Mark 11. Not many of those about now.
No, there aren't, are there? Heads up towards the finishing straight. Whilst we're waiting, by the way, Charles Williams 38.48, David Owen 35.98. Mike Gallery with you now, currently sits third in class.
Yes, and the Van Diemen was a very popular choice of Formula Ford, wasn't it? And still very successful, actually. All these cars are running little 1600cc Ford engines.
Indeed, very, very lovely little car, and this class is a really fantastic class, very competitive, great entry as well. Mike Gallery heads up the finishing straight to do a 34.92, so about half a second slower than this morning, but still third in class. Les Buck with you now.
In the Pringit Mistral, very unusual bit of kit, and these were mostly built for driving schools, and I think they're about 16 or 17 built, but this one, if you look at it, is totally immaculate.
Very nicely through bottom S, as you'd expect from Les, very nicely through top S as well. Uses all the road on the exit as well, which is important for Formula Ford to gain momentum and to keep the momentum up the finishing straight. Heads up the finishing straight, 35.38. Sarah Bodsworth on the hill now, currently sits second in class. This car sounded a little poorly this weekend. How's it sounding with you?
Well, actually, yeah, I don't think it was quite right. No, it did sound a little bit flat, actually, if I'm honest, yeah. And she's normally very, very quick in this car, isn't she?
She is, but she's into bottom S at 95, so she's still going very quickly indeed. Very nicely through the S's, out of top S. Can she improve on her 34.28 from this morning? Let's see, not quite, 35.54. Jimmy Harris on the hill. Class win already in the bag for Jimmy. Very quick in this car. Can he go quicker than he went this morning?
From Goole in Yorkshire, and look at him go now. Yeah, that's right. He's in the programme actually on page 24. And very successful. He's usually chunks quicker than the others for some reason.
He's a very quick driver. I don't think he'll be troubling the record today. I just don't think the speed is in the hill, but he's going to have a class win. And can he improve on this morning's 33.20? He crosses the line, 33.36, ever so slightly slower. Right, we're now into the 1600cc class, which, just to explain why there's a 1000cc car in that class, this is Jason Tunnicliffe with the turbocharged 1000cc Empire Evo 3. So because it's turbocharged, it bumps it up a class, drops the clutch. Wow, sounds brilliant as it leaves the line, whistles and pops and bangs past me with you.
Yeah, this is a lovely thing this is. I switched my thing off then, Billy. Garage owner from Somerset actually. Sparks like one of the biggest sparks. It must be really low at the back, or the suspension doesn't do a lot.
Well, he's into bottom S's, Jason. Nice and neat, totally bottom S. Carries lots of speed out of top S as well. Can he improve on his time from this morning, which was a 27.05? Not quite, 27.63. Right, Mark Schlanker on the hill in the Force TA. Sits on a 27.02 at the moment. Neat and tidy through Kennel. He's with you.
Moved up from the 1100cc cars, bought Einan Price's old car. Einan then bought himself an R5 Skoda rally car. So anyway, Schlanker's got his car now, and again,
Topes, but he caught it, so no harm, no foul. Heads up the finishing straight, 27.63, 27.63, identical time to Jason, funny enough. Right, now we've got Gummers on the hill. Darren Gumley in the Force TA, another 1600cc Force TA. He's already with you. Let's see how he does.
Yes, his lines are very good indeed. He looks like he's just cruising. He's just so perfect on his lines. Yeah, he's certainly not letting off. Good local driver, isn't he? He knows his way up here.
113 into bottom S, clatters the curve on the entrance to bottom S. Nice and neat and tidy through top S, gets on the power nice and early, uses all the road on the exit, powers up the finishing straight into the 26s, maybe, yes, 26.39, 26.39. Right, Andy Greenan on the hill. How's he going to do? He's with you.
Yeah, he's certainly going for it, isn't he? As ever, the Greenans are perfect line. Oh my goodness me, sparking literally all the way from crossing up to bottom S.
I've got the onboard, he's braking to bottom S, turns it nicely into bottom S, doesn't trouble the curve on the inside of bottom S. Nice and neat tidy through top S, bit of a correction on the steering, but nothing to worry about. Got the power down early, heads up the finishing straight, 25.80. 25.80. Good run there from Andy Greenan. Next on the line, it's Dave Warburton. Class win for the 1600s already in the bag, as nobody has beaten his 24.94 from this morning, but he will want to qualify for the runoff. He's off the line. Rockets past me, 2.18 second start. He's into Kennel, the lightest of lifts. He will be flat through crossing.
He absolutely is flat. He's not lifted at all. This is an extremely light car. Potent engine in the back. Great driver driving it. What's he going to do?
117 into bottom S. I do believe that's probably about right. Nice and neat and tidy through top S. Bit of a wiggle on the exit, but nothing to worry about. Gets the power down. Heads up towards the finish. 25.50. 25.50. That's 116 miles an hour across the line. We will have to wait to see if that will be a time to qualify you. I think the hill seems slightly slower than it did this morning, because it currently plops him into second place in the qualification on 25.50. End of the batch. I was going to hand over to Chris. Where's Chris? Oh, are you there, Chris? I was going to hand over to Chris Druitt, who stood right behind me.
Oh, well, you stood behind you, was he?
He was.
Okay.
He's here somewhere.
Well, he can't have gone far.
He can't have.
No.
But anyway, so I'm going to hand over to Chris to take you through the final few batches, and then I will be back for the runoff.
You'll be back.
I will, yes.
You'll be back. Well, that's great. So that's good stuff. I tell you what, when you speak to Chris, just tell him I'm popping out the box myself for 2 minutes for a little break.
Comfort break.
You could say that.
Is it an ice cream you're going for?
No. So I've got time to get there. Not my old boats won't get me up that hill that quick, I can tell you. I'll be back very shortly.
Okie dokie. Well, I will hand over to Chris in a second when Chris gets back. Chris, if you can hear me, and you were here, but I'm not sure where you've got. So I will hand over to you as soon as you come back. But yes, it also is going a bit darker again. So let's hope we don't have any rain, but we shall see as the batch returns to the paddock. I will just go and find Chris. The cut-off time currently for qualification is at 27.47, but there's lots of cars to go. Interestingly, I can see Kelvin Broad's car coming back down the hill with quite a lot of rain on it, so I wonder if it's raining up at the finish. So, as has been the case all day, the weather is threatening to play its part on the qualification, so we shall see. I will just pop out and find Chris, and I'll be back in just a moment. So Chris Druitt making his way to the commentary box, and then we will swap, and he will take you through the last two batches before the runoff, and then I will speak to you again before the runoff. If you are here and watching, don't head home. Do stay for the last runoff. It will be extremely exciting, as this morning's was, even if the weather is a slight challenge. But I would stick around to watch what goes on. In the next batch, you've got a couple of dual-driven classics first, and then the big cars. You've got the rest of the 2 litre class, you've then got the 2 litre forced induction class, and you've got the rest of the unlimited class. So the more of the competitors to see who will qualify for the runoff. So hello Chris. Chris is back, so I'm going to swap with Mr. Druitt, who will take through the last of the batches, and I will speak to you again just before the runoff.
Thanks, Billy. Doing a great job, as always. We've got batch 6 to come. Kicked off probably by Amanda George in the Chevron. So Dave Warburton was the last runner, car number 8. So we got the big, larger cars batch, then the historics, and then we'll be all set for the second runoff. And if it's anything like runoff number 1, it'll be fantastic. Here comes Amanda. Doesn't look as if Richard is driving this car today. They usually share the car, and always very nip and tuck in terms of time. It's got a unique engine, the B19, a 2-litre version of the there she goes, Amanda, 2.55 off the line. She's a quick girl, as it were. Here we go. Yes. An FVC, I think, but most of the FVAs were 1600. This one's nearly 2 litres. Amanda heads for the finish. Joe McCrell in the Tiger. Good start, and Amanda finishes with a 33.72, exactly 100 miles an hour over the line. Joe in this unique Tiger with the Peugeot engine. Car number 829. These are maybe Richard George is having a drive in the Chevron, because Amanda's been put in with the double-driven cars. No, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the 1.9 litre Peugeot in the back of the Tiger, and Joe does a 35.12, speed 91. 89 into bottom S. On the line we've got a Pilbeam MP88, which I think will be Gavin McLaren. Not sure what engine this has got, but it's quick. I hope he hasn't broken a drive shaft. No, it's all fine. It is Gavin. 2.11. Sounds like a V8 in the back. Car number 104. And another MP88 on the line. This will be Kevin Creven. Meanwhile, Gavin nails the finish, 32.25. Here's the second one, 2.17, not quite as quick off the line as Gavin, but very similarly, very matched, and then quicker to Kennel, quicker to Crossing, S approach 92. 28 with the TKD engine. Kevin finishes with a 30.13. Ian Tucker, can Ian get under the 30-second mark? Should be able to. On the line, DX Tim Elmer Delara. No, Ian's in the 30s with a 31.74. This Delara, if I'm right, had a little 2-litre TKD V8 in the back of it. It's amazing how many Formula 3 cars were converted for hill climbing, shorten the wheelbase, soften the suspension.
Hi Chris, I'm back in the game.
Hi, it's Nigel Pitt heading towards you.
Yes, I've got him now. Nigel Pitt in the lovely little Delara, as you say, with the TKD in the back. Super looking car, isn't it? Tim Elmer had the car before, didn't he, for many years? But yes, anyway, he's into bottom S.
Yeah, into bottom S at 97. I don't think this will be under the 30-second mark, but we'll very shortly see. It is indeed 28.34. Now here is Mr. TKD himself, Terry Davis.
Yeah, I've got him in sight now. Here he comes, cuts it very close through crossing there. There's going to be a big battle between him and Tricia. Who's going to win the honours today?
They used to have this engine in a Lola, X3000 Lola, but it's much better off in the Force TA. And Terry does 27.95. He'll be pleased with that. 124 over the finishing line. Who's on the start line?
Andy Bugard.
Cheers, Andy Bugard. All the way over from the Channel Islands. Force PT.
Yes, here he comes now, Terry. He's very quick actually earlier, Andy. It's a long journey for him, but he usually makes it worthwhile, often picks up a bit of silverware. So into bottom S, approaching you now.
It's a funny engine size, isn't it? 1630.
It's a stretched tyre booster, about as big as they'll go.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Where are we? He's heading for the finish. 27.23. That's a brilliant run by Andy. Don't think it'll make the cut-off for the second run up the hill. This incredible GWR Raptor, GWR Predator.
Really history car, this one too. This is Graham White built. It's got the TKD in the back. Current Midland Hillclimb champion.
And he's followed by the Raptor in the hands of Stuart Sugden. Meanwhile, Jonathan Varley finishes in the 24s. Brilliant, 24.93, 121 over the line, 123, it says, into bottom S. Now, how does Stuart Sugden compare with that? Well, I don't think he can match it.
Well, he did earlier.
Did he?
Oh, gosh, he was absolutely electric earlier, Chris. Here he comes now. This is a little turbocharged, little crazy little motorbike engine in the back. Very, very quick driver. My goodness me, into bottom S. I think he's going to shake it up a bit.
He is. 127 bottom S. What about the S sector? 8 seconds exactly. That's pretty good. It's a 24.98. 132 over the line. 24.98. He won't be angry about that, I don't think.
Could qualify for the runoff. Last time it was just under 25 you needed.
Yes. Now we've got the Formula 3 Rolt on the line again, in the hands of father and son. Chalmers. What happened to Peter Tatham? I don't know. He hasn't appeared. This should be John in the Rolt. It is indeed. Good start. It's a rapid car, this.
Isn't it? And it usually pops and bangs its way up the hill a bit. Looks like a little mini F1 Mercedes of years back. Love it as it sparks through the king. Approaching bottom S to you.
24.98. 24, 25, 27.13. John Chalmers, not bad for a is it not even a 2 litre?
No, it's a little 1420 turbocharged Hayabusa.
Yeah, it's a unique engine, isn't it? Alex Coles is having a great season in the Force TA.
Let me take you with this. Alex Cole, sensational driving too. My goodness me, flat chat here all the way. Approaching bottom S, going into top S now, Chris.
Yep. 15.69 at the S's, 7.81 through the S's. It's a 25.05. Now, Hubie Cross, he would like to have been in the 24s. Might possibly qualify, but I suspect it's just outside.
I wonder if the track's a tad bit slower, do you think?
It could be. It's getting colder. It's dry.
I guess we won't know till we see one of these great big V8s. But
yeah, I think so. Who's next? Well, it's Zach Zammit. He qualified in the amazing Empire Wraith with its extraordinary aerodynamics. Lots of downforce, even at 40 miles an hour. Zach is making frantic gestures.
Has he stalled on the line, do you think?
I think he might have done.
Might need the battery pack. Oh, it'd be such a shame if he doesn't make it out, because Zach was in the 24s this morning, super quick. I think he finished 5th, didn't he?
I think so. They're wheeling him away from the line,
oh, no.
Which is a shame.
They might be able to get him going.
Yeah.
So Paul Hames has gone home, so I reckon after this we'll be into some of the over 2 litre cars.
I think we are. In fact, next car up should be Ed Burgess in the famous brown Gould GR55. Quite a contrast to Ed's regular competition cars. He's got a Brescia Bugatti from 1923, and he's got a Type 51 Bugatti from 1931. Both pretty exotic, but then he decided he was going to have a bit of high-speed fun and snapped up this Gould GR55 when it came on the market 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes, he bought that off James Baxter, didn't he, Chris?
I think he did.
Yeah, James, of course, built some beautiful cars, hasn't he?
Yes.
Tip-top engineering, James Baxter, up in Huddersfield, I think.
Which is just exactly what they do.
Yeah, the very best, aren't they? They've rebuilt ERAs and things like that, haven't they?
Well, they've rebuilt GP2.
Oh, yeah.
They've done a beautiful job. You might have seen, I did quite a long interview about it.
I did. Yes, I mean, I know
HillClimb.TV.
You have huge knowledge of all the vintage stuff too, because you're a regular vintage commentator as well, aren't you? So.
You mean because I'm so old?
Yeah, you just know an awful lot of stuff about them. But no, I always wonder at your knowledge. It's fantastic. Fantastic. So yes, obviously a slight delay while somebody's pushed back in, Chris, is it? And then.
Well, they're tendering to.
Oh, they're having a go at Zach's, are they?
Zach's and to Ed Burgess's. So I'm not sure who's going to win this race. Race to the start line. Lovely to see all the swallows swallowing around, and swifts. It's always a lovely time of year, this early June. Now they're pushing the Gould away for Ed, so maybe they've been having trouble getting it started. Not sure what engine it's got in the back of it.
The V6 in the back of Ed's 2.5 litre V6.
Oh, it's what Cosworth called an Opel.
Yeah.
They built for the.
That's right.
Deutsche Motorwagen Meisterschaft.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to Alex Summers' P4T, isn't it?
Yes, and another firm has taken over looking after them. Can't remember the name of the firm. Now up to the line doesn't come either Zach Zammit or Ed Burgess, but it is Sandra Tomlin, I think. Yes, it's not the Summers car, is it? is Sandra. It's Granny.
Yeah, here comes Sandra in the Pilbeam MP97. This is one of the last Pilbeams built for hill climb. 4 litres, which is jump power, so it got all the power. It looks amazing, fabulous colour scheme. Very well driven car by Sandra Tomlin. This is her own personal car. Very nice it is too.
It is indeed. She will be in the 20s, I think. Should be. 135 over the line, 29.1 for Sandra. P Green, is that the OMS, the Works OMS? No, it don't. Oh, it could be Steve Owen. Steve Owen, 120. Yeah, I think it's Steve on the line. Sharing, of course, with Lynn. Then back to Yorkshire to make more racing cars. Because the OMS 28, which is their current car, has been in production for, I think, well over 10 years.
It has, and he has been in production for 40 years. Did you know that? Yeah, celebrated 40 years of building racing cars, and very nicely put together they are too.
There was quite a nice jokey interview with Steve and Sandra on the HillClimb.TV. I enjoyed.
Terry Graves, Chris, Terry Graves, he's just coming by me now. We'll get back to that one in a bit. So Terry Graves, our electrical contractor from Cornwall, in this lovely GR55. Can he get in a runoff? I suspect not on this occasion.
Would be good if he could, but I think he's, no, it's in the 27s. 27 dead, 136 over the line for Terry.
It's a good time actually, I'd be pleased with that.
It is. Harry Pick in the OMS, all the way from Royal Leamington Spa.
Your hometown. Well, I think you're in a village just outside, aren't you? But here comes Harry Pick now. Young driver, very latest spec OMS. This is an IndyCar V8 in the back of it. Can he get in a runoff? He's certainly got the talent to do it. Go on, Harry.
Yeah, he's quick. Through the S's in 8.24, not bad. 25, 26, 26.37. Not bad at all. On the line, Graham Wynn, helped by a pacemaker, which he went to Australia and he found that the pacemaker was working brilliantly at night, but not so much during the day. Apparently, you have to time them so that they calm down at night.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I didn't. Nor did he.
Oh, well.
Harry Pick, 26.37. Graham Wynn off the line. 2.28, that's pretty good.
Here he comes now. This is the car he bought for himself for retirement, well, as you would. And he is hurling up the lights. Scotty Moran shared the car with him last year, of course. But Graham's on his own. OBE, of course. 25.48, Chris. Very good.
That's not bad, is it? 148 over the line for Graham. I was wondering if it's still being looked after by down in Southampton. It'll come back to me. Now Jack Cottrell got in the runoff last time. Not sure where he finished.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's absolutely on a mission. He'll be looking to qualify for that runoff and get some more championship points. He's having his best ever season in this Dallara. Got an IndyCar V8 in the boot on his way up to the finish.
There's more DJ in it than Dallara. 24.86, definitely runoff material. 137 over the line. A Gould GR1 comes to the line. It's car number 1. It hasn't. It's not a black helmet.
Is it Matthew?
I think it must be Matthew.
It's good. It's a shared drive. We haven't seen Sean, have we? Have we got a Sean?
Did we have Sean in a previous batch? I'm not sure.
Do you know? I can't remember now. But either way, well, if it's Matthew, who knows? It's David Uren.
Dave Uren.
Here he comes now, David Uren in the ex-Martin Groves car shared with Nicola Mingus. David Uren is a serious hill climb contender, finished about 5th or 6th in the championship last year. Into bottom S now, approaching you, Chris.
Yep, into bottom S at 132. Leave it if you would like to. 802 for the SS sector, 141 over the line, 24.52. Definitely a runoff contender, as should be Trevor Willis.
Here comes Trevor now, yes, it's 3 times British Hillclimb champion in this OMS, most successful OMS driver ever. Trevor, one of our instructors, is approaching you now, Chris.
Yes, indeed, 15.55 S's. Quick passage through the S sector, and it's a 24.37 with a final speed of 131 over the line. Good run by Trevor.
Bit more like it, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. Car number 4 is Wallace Mingus. He's due to come up to the line. He was having a certain amount of difficulty getting it off the line. A couple of quick stalls on his previous run. If you need stone up in Scotland, he's the man to talk to.
If you need tarmac for your motorways, he's also your man to talk to.
Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. They reckon everything north of Leeds he's tarmacked.
Brilliant start, 1.96.
Here he comes now. Look at this, folks. Fabulous looking car, brilliant driver. 4 times British Hillclimb champion, comes from Alloa in Scotland. He's approaching the S's now. He's looking good. This is an excellent run.
Will be. He's going to get through the S's quickly, which he does. 22, 23, 23.9, 146.
Quickest so far, I think.
I think he is. Only person I can see in the 23s on my screen. On the line, who have we got? Car number 3. That's Will Hall. I love this car.
Yeah, look at this now. This beautiful. This is Williams type colour scheme. Will Hall from the Midlands, very successful hill climber. Been having a clutch of 3rd and 4th places. Won a runoff at Prescott earlier this year. Can he win another one today?
Good. At the moment, he's a little bit behind. 138, 23.93. Just 300s behind Wallace. Here comes Alex. Listen to that screaming engine.
Fabulous. 14,000 RPM this engine goes to. Alex Summers won that runoff. He is not hanging about in qualification here as well. He needs to get into the runoff, which he will do as long as he gets to the top.
Very close in times with the last 2. It'll be a 23, mid-23s I should think. 23.84. 140 over the line. So a great run by Alex. He won the first runoff. And here comes Matthew Ryder in the Works Gould. Very sophisticated front wing, multi-layer front wing. I should think William Turret has been looking at these GR59s with great interest. He was aerodynamicist for Ferrari, for all sorts of F1 teams.
And yeah, here he comes, Matthew Ryder, our current champion. What he's looking to do is qualify for that runoff, then the points really count. So he'll put in a quick run, but he'll holding back a bit now. So he won't want to have his probably best tyres on. He'll put them on a bit.
But it's quick nevertheless, 23.65. So it's the quickest of the 23s, 139 over the line.
Wow, interesting that. So we've got a clutch of 23s and a few 24s, and then 25s. So yeah, good stuff. It's looking nip and tuck who might win this runoff, Chris.
Indeed. So pretty soon we'll get a list of our runners in runoff number 2. Who's our money on? Well,
Do you know, on this occasion, if I'm being honest, I couldn't honestly say, because they're all in the mix, aren't they? Alex winning in the first time round, sensational drive that was, really. That was one for Alex to take home happy, isn't it? So
absolutely.
There's going to be is it going to be Wallace? Is it going to be Matthew? Are they going to be thinking, come on, it's our turn now? Or is it going to be Will Hall?
I'd love it to be Will Hall.
I'd love it to be Will Hall. Are you right? Yes, we all love Will, and he's such a great driver, a brilliant supporter of the sport, as they all are, to be fair, aren't they? I know Wallace puts a lot of money into sponsorship and stuff in the hill climbing, doesn't he?
He does. Now, Zach's car's being wheeled away.
So do you think he's not going to make it?
I don't think he's going to make it. Sad. I don't know what, because it came quite happily up to the start line.
Right.
And then was giving warning signs, I think. That's a shame. Fly all the way over from Malta, and then only get 3 runs.
Yeah, that is an absolute shame, because a brilliant driver too. Actually, he's well capable of top 5 finish.
I don't know who looks after the car.
Bill Chaplin. Bill Chaplin
down in Taunton.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, really?
This is the works car. So
yes, of course.
So William Loffridge, he co-drives it as well. Will is now living in Dorset, and he's in the woodworking business. Zach is living in Malta, so the car goes back to Bill, I believe, and his place is just outside Taunton. And well, it is a very special little car, isn't it?
It is. I told Zach this morning that my Uncle John, was awarded a knighthood. He's a Knight of Malta. So when he was in Malta, he was Sir John Durrant. But the reason was that he was a civil engineer, and he sorted out all the drains in well, not all in Malta, but all in the capital city, and improved the odours quite a lot.
Wow.
And Zach said, well, we need him back again.
Yeah, is that right? Is that right?
Right.
Well, you've got the qualifications.
If you're ready for it, here are the runners for round 12 of the British Hillclimb Championship 2025. So first run will be Sean Gould in number 7. Qualified with a 23.91. He'll come back down again, and his place will be taken by number 123 Graham Wynne, who qualified with a 25.48. Good to see Graham qualifying in the GR59. Then up comes Alex Coles, who's really broken out this year as a bit of a star. So good to see Alex qualifying with a 25.05. So he will run 3rd. Then comes Stuart Sugden in the little Predator, isn't he?
The Raptor.
The Raptor with his tiny engine, car number 111, qualified with a 24.98, which is a brilliant run. He will run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4th. Then Jonathan Varley, who again is equally successful in the... Now you got me all muddled. Is it a Raptor or a Predator?
Predator.
Jonathan drives a Predator.
Predator, yes, the bigger version.
Yeah. Into which is squeezed a little 2-litre V8. Most brilliant bit of plumbing. Then comes Jack Cottrell, who will be running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in the DJ, I beg its pardon, Delara. Delara up to just behind the driver, so responsible for the front tub. But all the rest, all the complicated getting the thing sorted for hill climbing was down to DJ. So Jack Cottrell slots in there. He's followed by David Uren, who did a 24.52, did a good qualifying run. Then Trevor Willis qualified 8th, or runs 8th, with a 24.37. He's followed closely by Will Hall, first of our qualifiers in the 23s with a 23.93. Then the final 3 are Wallace Mingus, 23.90. Alex Summers 23.84 and Matthew Ryder 23.65. So it's as close as ever. In the meantime, we've got our, I was going to say our hystericals, but our historics, kicked off by Simon Taylor in the amazing Stoveboat Special.
Tell us about this, Chris.
Well, this was the first Grand Prix car that Sterling Moss was paid to race. At the time, it was an Alta HWM with a 2-litre Alta engine, and Simon and Sterling had really impressed John Heath and George Abacassis, who run HWM, and they gave him this amazing opportunity to start earning money. And he never thought he'd actually make money driving a racing car, but he did. And although he was giving away 30 or 40 horsepower to the equivalent Ferraris and Maseratis, he learnt the skill of what's the word I'm looking for? This is the trouble with getting old, of sitting very close behind the car in front and getting sucked along to the degree that he was, he's up in a completely unexpected point on the track, 5th or 6th or something like that, and people in Europe started taking notice of this young Brit. This is the answer to my question: is Richard George driving? He is sharing with Amanda.
Yeah, here it comes now, this beautiful car. We're all big fans of this car. It's a stunning looking sports car, isn't it? Ex-Joe Siffert, famous F1 driver. Gerard LaRouche used to drive the car as the works driver, and Richard had bought it. He drives it with Amanda, and it's such a treat, isn't it?
Yeah, Sam Taylor's car got exported to America. They chucked away the Alta engine. Someone said it's used as a boat anchor now, and they put in a very early version of the Stoveboat, the little Chevrolet engine. Well, little, it's big enough. Martin Jones with you already.
Yeah, what a fabulous car. That little Brabham, isn't that pretty? Proper old school racing car, isn't it? Just lovely.
They had the art of making their racing cars very pretty in the early days of Brabham.
Yes, Sir Jack Brabham built lovely cars, didn't he? Quiet Australian, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah. Andrew Tippett in a similar Brabham, but with a bigger engine. I asked him at Goodwood breakfast time, I said to Mrs. Brabham, can I interview Jack, will he mind? She said, well, if you can get him to hear what you're saying, give it a go. And I had a long chat to Jack. He was delightful.
That's lovely, actually, because I heard he was quite a sort of quiet, shy man. Didn't take falls lightly, did he?
No.
Great driver, wasn't he? Great constructor.
He took me very lightly, which was lucky. Roger Deans has been driving this Lola for donkey's years. Have a look at it in the paddock. Really interesting arrangement of the front brakes with the discs halfway between the wheels and the bodywork. It featured in a TV program about restoring classic cars, during which it was restored within a week, which meant that as soon as Roger bought it, he had to spend a couple of months restoring it properly. Now on the line is the Alpine of Simon Durling. Left-hand drive. Simon's had this car for a couple of years, taken a bit of sorting out, but he's very fond of it, as you would expect. Time for Roger Deans was a 36.21. Time for Andy Tippett, a 31.9. Now, Simon, how's he getting on? Nearly at the finish. Can he keep it under 40 seconds? Yes, he can. 38.61. Followed by Simon Braithwaite. Car number 132. End of that batch. That we will have a bit of a pause while our runners in the runoff do their fettling, put their best tyres on, Give the car an extra polish so it slips through the air to maximum speed. So Alex won the first runoff with a 23.01. Qualified with a 23.84 for this one, which is not quite as quick as he qualified for runoff number 1, which was a 23.75. But it's a close run match, as it should be. It's almost like Formula One, isn't it, where the top 10 cars are within half a second of each other. It's incredible.
It's going to be a tight runoff, isn't
Yeah.
it, Chris? Very tight.
I think it is.
The weather's staying mercifully dry at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way to the finish. That's all we want.
Where's our next Grand Prix? It's Canada next weekend, I think, isn't it?
Oh, no.
They're having a hard time. Crikey, there seem to be Grand Prix virtually every week.
Well, I'm going to say, it's pretty busy, isn't it?
It is. It's like NASCAR, where I think they have 35 rounds in the year.
Goodness gracious, yeah, that's extraordinary, isn't it? Now, when we were down at the other place the other day, that Richard Petty NASCAR car was there.
Yes, that was amazing.
And didn't somebody say he'd won 200 races?
I don't know.
I think it said in the blurb anyway, which is an extraordinary achievement, isn't it?
It really is. I don't think I could cope with watching a NASCAR race. You're round and around the oval. The noise must be unbelievable. One on its own is noisy enough. Imagine 30 or 40 of them, nose to tail, and then one goes and starts to spin, and the end is 8 cars eliminated. Now then, the real commentator has turned up to do the second runoff. Billy Grace. It's great to see Billy here in action.
He's doing a great job, as you did, Chris. Fair play, and well done to you.
You can't help doing it, can you?
We love it, don't we?
We certainly do. Anyway, Chris, I won't speak to you again until we...
Okay, sir.
Wherever we meet next.
We'll meet again some sunny day.
Yes. Don't know where, don't know when.
Don't know when. Great to hear your voice again, Chris.
Good. Have fun.
Okay, take care.
Cheers. And thanks to Billy, puts me to shame with his knowledge of the people and the cars, but he doesn't know much about the 1940s cars. So I've still got the edge on him. So Billy, good to see you, and see you next time.
So goodbye to Chris Jewett, another fabulous job. Lovely to hear his dulcet tones again. Billy will be returning very shortly, getting mic'd up now as we speak, to take us into this final runoff of the day. Hello, Billy. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. That was tight, wasn't it? That was exciting.
Was it?
Can I do one shout out, bless him, Dave Warburton, who was 13th quickest then by 2 100ths of a second, so he missed out on a runoff place by 2 100ths of a second, and he was disappointed, and then he realised it meant he could have a beer now, so then he wasn't so disappointed. Which is fair enough.
Oh, while I just remember, one of our fans lives in Portugal called Eric Humphreys.
Yes, he messaged me.
He did he? Well, Eric, I'm giving you a shout out, mate, because I forgot last time.
Yes, hello, Eric. Nice to hear you.
I hope you're enjoying the coverage, and for anyone else I've forgotten, there's probably loads, but I do remember Eric saying, yeah, come on, and I think it's only right, so yeah.
Yes, hello, Eric.
And he's I think he's ex-competitor, or certainly a long-time supporter.
Yep.
Yeah, great stuff. So, well, that's a shout-out, Dan.
Well done. So, we've got flags are in down here. I can see Sean Gould installed into the GR59. Just to remind you of the runners and riders, we will see Sean Gould first. He will then come back down the hill as he has to hand the car over to Matthew Ryder. We'll then see Graham Wynne, Alex Coles, Stuart Sugden, Jonathan Varley, Jack Cottrell, Dave Uren, Trevor Willis, Will Hall, Wallace Mingus, Alex Summers, and Matthew Ryder. Those are your 12 runners and riders for the runoff. Incredibly close again
between all the competitors to get in. I mean, between Jack Cottrell, Jonathan Varley, Stuart Sugden and Alex Coles, they were covered by a 1/10.5, 2/10 of a second. So it's going to be incredibly tight in this runoff. I, for one, can't wait. The Gould GR59 of Sean Gould is fired up at the in the pre-start area. 4-litre Judd in the back of this car. Warms the tyres once, warms the tyres twice, 3 times, and it stalls. So the car will be refired, which you can do on board. It has an onboard starter, so that's fired up fine. One more burst of tyre warming to bring it to the start line. Parks it to driver's view right-hand side of the start line, looking up towards Kennel. His wheel back into place, instructed by the marshal to keep an eye on the light. Visor goes down. This is the first runner of the run. Builds up the revs, popping and banging in the launch control. Drops the clutch, off we go. Here comes Sean Gould. Good start, 2.18 seconds. Already into Kennel to you.
Come on, Sean. What a great driver he still is. Builds these magnificent Goulds, and I can see the little lights twinkling in the car. He's braking hard into bottom S. He's heading up towards Jubilee now.
S approach of 132. Nicely through bottom S. Nice and neat time through top S. Great exit from top S as well. Used all the road on exit. What's the time going to be? 23.57. 23.57. That is the first time of the runoff. It is a shade over 0.3 of a second quicker than he qualified. 23.5 seconds for 57 seconds, sorry, for the first time. He will now come back down the hill so that the car can be handed over to Matthew Ryder, who will be running last.
That is a marker.
It is.
That's a damn
quick
good marker, isn't it?
It was a quick time. It wasn't the fastest start. He struggled a little bit with the launch control this afternoon. So it was only 2.18 seconds.
Okay.
And when you look at in practice, Wallace did a 1.96, so he's giving away 0.2 there. So very quick time, given he struggled a little bit off the line. Very neat and tidy run as well.
I think he'd be happy with that, though. I mean, yes, he's not his hill record, but it is the end of the day, the track. We don't know how fast it is at the minute, do we?
Well, he's 0.4 quicker than he qualified.
Yeah, so interesting.
So that is interesting. He's waving to the marshals and the fans as he comes down, the spectators. He peels off towards the return road. So he goes back to the paddock to change drivers. Flags are in. Graham Wynne is already wheeled to the pre-start line. Thumbs up from Scott Moran behind the car as they've got the thumbs up that it's time to go from the marshals. Graham Wynne, great to see him qualify. Didn't qualify this morning, qualified this afternoon in another GR59 with the 4-litre Judd in the back. As you've mentioned, Graham Wynne OBE. Car has fired up. He warms the tyres once, warms the tyres twice, and the car stalls. They are phenomenally difficult cars to sort of drive at slow speeds and keep the engines running, but the engine will refire. And then
temperamental, eh, Billy?
Temperamental is the word, but the engine refires. This car was built, I believe, at pretty much the same time as the Sean Gould Matt Ryder car. So he brings it to the start line. Graham Wynne, driver's view right, if you will, of the start line. So right over towards the marshal's hut on the right-hand side of the start line. The marshals adjust the car into place. They've done what they needed to do there. Chock in place. Graham just going through his pre-run prep. Puts his visor down. Will engage launch control, and off we will go. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch, off we go. It's a 2.28 second start, rockets past me, disappears into Kennel to you.
Yeah, come on, Graham, look at this lovely, lovely modern Gould, driven by grandfather Graham, OBE, still pedaling this car brilliantly. Go on up onto the finish.
Nice and neat and tidy through bottom S, gets it right over the left-hand side before he turns through top S. Nice and neat and tidy on the exit at top S. The car's wiggling around slightly up the finishing straight, but he's across the line now, 24.87. 24.87. He should be pleased with that. That's well over half a second faster than he qualified. 24.87 slots him into second place for now behind Sean Gould, but it is early days. Right, now we've got Alex Coles coming to line in the Force TA, the 1300cc supercharged Force TA. Alex, one of the rising stars of the paddock. incredible car control, incredible commitment. This will be exciting, I know that for sure. Slap bang in the middle of the road on the start line, drops the visor, builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here goes Alex Coles, 2.14 second start, which is the quickest we've seen so far. Already disappears through Kennel to you.
Yeah, he's looking good at the moment. A 24 would be fantastic. 23 would be ridiculous. But anyway, here he goes. He's into bottom S now.
Into bottom S, he's only about 4 tenths down the short, which is very good in this smaller car. Very neat time through the S. He's got the power down quick. What will the time be? Heads up the finishing straight. 24.43. 24.43 slots into second place. That's a quick time. He qualified in a 25.05. So
yeah, brilliant.
7 tenths quicker than he qualified to slot into second place.
You can't do better than that, Billy. Improve your time like that in that little car. Fantastic.
125 miles an hour across the finish line.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, Stuart Sugden, what can he do? In another of the forced induction cars, this time a GWR Raptor with a 1300cc engine in the back, but with forced induction. Brings the car to the pre-start line, warms the tyres once, warms the tyres twice, warms the tyres for a third time, and brings the car to the start line, lining up as far to the right as he can, so right up by the marshal's hut. So qualified on a 24.98. His battle really is with Alex Coles on a 24.43. Need to find about half a second to match Alex. Great to see Stuart in both runoffs. He's driven fantastically well today. Drops the clutch, popping and banging as he whistles past me. Had to get out the power slight as it wiggled past the commentary box into Kennel now. 2.2 second start.
Okay, now this is a very good run, very neat run. This is precision driving. Does that mean he's going to be very quick? Over to you.
S approach of 119, slightly down on Alex Coles. He comes through the S's. Very neat timing. He got wide on the exit of top S, though he had to get out of the power. But he's fine now, up towards the finishing line, across the line, 25.04. 25.04 slots him into fourth place, and slightly slower than he qualified. I think quite a lot of that was on the exit of top S, where he had to get out of the power because he was running slightly wide.
I think he was going very quick up till then, but Alex put in a brilliant time, hasn't he? So,
yeah,
but still Sean leads the way.
Sean leads the way on a 23.57, and it's going to be a couple of cars, I think, until we see somebody challenging that. Next on the line is Jonathan Varley, qualified fantastically on a 24.93 in the 2-litre V8 powered GWR Predator. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here goes Jonathan Varley. 2.06 start. That's very good. That's the quickest so far. Disappears into Kennel.
Yeah, he's having a right go too. Immaculate lines. That engine is screaming. That Terry Davis V8. He's loving this. He's approaching. Oh my goodness me. Brakes hard into bottom S.
Into bottom S. He's only 4 tenths behind Sean. This will be a quick ball, but he had a bit of a wiggle as he came through the S's, and a massive bit of oversteer as he came out top S, but he's picked it up fine. Up the finishing straight, crosses the line. 24.76. 24.76. That slots him into third place, behind Sean and behind Alex, but ahead of Graham and Stuart. 24.76, 2 tenths of a second quicker than he qualified. He had 2 big moments. I think the one that cost him was probably the top S moment. He had a bit of oversteer as he came out of top S, but he gathered it up nicely. Right, next to run, it's Jack Cottrell, having what I think can be described as a breakout season in this car this year. Currently sitting 5th in the championship at the start of this weekend. Has had really strong results in this car this year, this being the Dallara, powered by the 2.65-litre Cosworth XD V8. Builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Here goes Jack, 2.11 second start, rockets up towards Kennel, disappears out of my view.
Yeah, and here he comes now. He's looking very good indeed. He's staying right on that power. Jack, looking at his times, he's going like a win. Come on, Jack, into bottom S.
122 into bottom S, 15.4 at the S's. This is going to be quick through the S's, neat and tidy as you'd expect from Jack. 7.78 through the S's. That's quick indeed. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 24.35. 24.35 slots him into second place in the runoff.
I wonder if that's a PB, you know. I'm wondering if that's a PB for him.
I don't know. It may be. It was half a second quicker than he qualified.
Brilliant. Well done, Jack.
And quicker than Alex Coles. So slots himself into second place in the runoff so far. Right, what can Dave Uren do? I'd say he goes really well at Shelsley in this car. Qualified in a time of 24.52. Brings the car to the start line. Lines up pretty much slap bang in the middle of the start line. Former record car he's driving. Current ladies record holding car that he's in. This is the ex-Martin Groves car. Dave on board, slap bang in the middle of the start line, drops the visor, builds up the revs, drops the clutch. Good start, 2.06 seconds, and Dave disappears outside. This will be quick.
Quality driver, this fella. He can really go. Yeah, over the kink there. The suspension works brilliantly into bottom S.
Brilliantly into bottom S. He's a 10th up at crossing. Let's see, he's a 10th down by the time he gets to the S's. Let's see how he is through the S's. It's 7.92, which is pretty quick. Out of the S's, what's it going to be? Is it 23? Yes, 23.99. 23.99 slots into second place behind Sean Gould. 140 miles an hour across the line. Quick run. Well done, Dave. So, Trevor Willis next to come to the line. Brings the OMS 28 to the line. He lines up a long way over to the left of the start line in the OMS 28, powered by the 3.2 litre RPE engine. Qualified on a time of 24.37. We'll need to find a bit more than that to overhaul Sean. What can he do? Drops the clutch past me. 2.07 a second start, so only 100th behind the quickest. He's with you.
Yeah, here comes Trevor. My goodness me, the master. What a great driver he is. 3 times champion. Maybe not got the power of the other cars, but makes up for it with talent, doesn't he?
Breaking into bottom S nicely. 138 S approach. Nice and quickly through the S's. 7.5 seconds through the S's. That's very quick indeed. Out of the top of the S's. Nice and neat, tidy. Crosses the line. 24.11. 24.11. Slots him into third place between Dave Uren and Jack Cottrell. Next to run, we've got Will Hall. Now this is where it gets really serious. Let's see what Will can do. Can he beat Sean Gould's 23.57? Qualified on a time of 23.93, so it was only 2/100 slower than Sean in qualifying. What can he do in the runoff? The car is lined up driver's side right of the start line. Drops the clutch. Here we go. 1.99 second start. That's the quickest so far. He's with you.
The big. Oh no! He's come to a halt just round Kennel.
The car just conked out.
Just conked out. It's nothing more than that. He's still rolling, but he's rolling through crossing.
He's got it going again. By the
he's only puttering through and. Oh.
Is it on?
No, it's running. It's running.
It is running.
It's just something drastic has happened. It's probably an electrical thing. You know how it works with all the weird, wonderful modern things. It is a gutter, so he'll probably just cruise to the top. Oh, he doesn't get much luck, does Will, does he?
Paul Will. Give him a round of applause anyway, ladies and gentlemen. He's had a brilliant weekend.
Applause,
he must be gutted. That's really frustrating. But yes, it looks like it just died. I don't know if it didn't take another gear or what, but
wow.
He will continue to the top.
Gutted. 3 runners and riders to go. 3 runners and riders to go. It's all to play for, isn't it?
Well, that
Sean
also...
Gould holding sway over all of them. He set the marker down. He's got the time up there, hasn't he?
He has indeed, but Will Hall's sadly failed run, but the car crosses the line and is in the top paddock. That does mean that Graham Wynne is guaranteed a point.
Now, interestingly, the marshals are just walking down the track below Kennel there. They're just having a quick inspection, see if anything did fall off or anything.
Yeah, just to double check. It's not worth taking any risks at Kennel.
No.
Yes, so that does guarantee Graham Wynne a point.
Oh, right, okay.
In 7th.
Okay.
Because there's 2 people who are behind him, so it guarantees him a point. Sean still leads the way on a 23.57.
So Graham Wynne, who's ahead of Graham then? So is Alex Coles there?
Yes.
Yeah, is he in the points?
He is. He's 5th at the moment.
At the moment.
As we stand, I'll run it through. Currently, as we stand, Sean Gould in 1st, Dave Uren 2nd, Trevor Willis 3rd, Jack Cottrell 4th, Alex Coles 5th, Jonathan Varley 6th, Graham Wynne 7th, Stuart Sugden 8th, and unfortunately with that failed run, Will Hall 9th. It has been registered as a time, but it's a 64.47, so it is technically a time, but yes. So we're going to next see, we've got flags in, so the marshals have completed their inspection of kennel and all is well. Marshals signalling to Wallace that the track is clear, so Wallace will fire up the Gould GR59. This, the only Gould GR59 with the 3.3 litre Cosworth engine in the back rather than the Judd that everybody else runs. Sounds incredible, this car. Looks brilliant. Fantastic driver installed. 4 times British Hillclimb champion Wallace Mingus gets the fist bump from Tom New as he brings the car to the start line. Burns out the tyres twice and a third time, and a fourth time. And the car stalls. Has he? I think Tom New's bringing the. Oh no, it's refired under its own power. Wallace might do one more burnout to bring the car to the line. Lines up, sort of driver's side, sort of left really to the driver's eye left of the start line, quite similar to where Alex Summers often does his start from. The car is wheeled into position. He qualified on a time of 23.90. The time to beat is a 23.57. Builds up the rev in the launch control, drops the clutch. Here goes Wallace. 1.95 seconds start. That's the quickest so far. He's already with you.
The Flying Scotsman, here he comes. He's flying as well. Look at that car. Magnificent sight under full chat, isn't he? He won't be letting up. He wants this championship back.
He was up to Kennel. He was up at crossing. At S's, he's a 10th down. So what will he do through the S's? We're waiting for the split. 7.53 split. It's going to be nip and tuck at the finish. What's the time? 23.61. 23.61. I told you it was nip and tuck. 4/100th slower than Sean Gould, slots into second place.
Sean has it still.
At the moment he does, but there are 2 drivers to go, the first of which is Alex Summers, winner of this morning's runoff. 1-time British Hillclimb champion. Goes fantastically well in this DJ to take the battle to all the GR59s. He's lined up on the start line. What can he do in this runoff? He qualified on 23.84. He needs to beat 23.57. He's passed me. 1.93 seconds start. He's with you.
Here he comes. The engine is screaming. Alex is driving his heart out. Can he win another runoff? 2 in a day would be fantastic. Approaching bottom S. What's it looking like, Billy?
He was 2 tenths up at crossing. Bottom S. He's 4.5 tenths up. Nice and neat time through the S's. Very neat time through top S. He's 7.44 through the S's. That's quick. Is it a 23 low? It is 23.06. 23.06. That is a time and a half. Takes the lead of the runoff. 23.06. Takes the lead. Can Matthew Ryder match that, or is it going to be a double win today for Alex Summers? Let's see. Matthew Ryder bringing the car to the line, reigning British Hillclimb champion in the Gould GR59 with the number 1 on the front. Qualified in a 23.65, needs to beat a 23.06 to take the win. The car is lined up to the left-hand side of the start line. Matthew doing his final prep. He drops the clutch. Here we go. 1.93 second start, equal to Alex Summers. He's with you.
Perfect so far. Come on then, Matthew. Reigning champion. Can you do it?
He's 2/100ths difference of crossing. It's neck and neck into the S's. We're waiting for the time. He's 1.5 tenths down. What can he do through the S's? The S's time is quick. It's 7.31 seconds. It's going to be really close. What's it going to be? 23.01. 23.01. He takes the win by 5/100ths of a second. Absolutely brilliant hill climbing that we've just seen there. What a runoff that was. A win for Matthew Ryder. So close with Alex Summers. They were nip and tuck all the way. Their 64 feet times were the same, and after that there was hundredths between them all the way up the hill. What a run that was. Wow, well done, Matthew. I'll take you through the results. The win goes to Matthew Ryder on a 23.01. Second, with a fantastic run, Alex Summers on a 23.06. Third, Sean Gould on a 23.57. Fourth, Wallace Mingus on a 23.61. Fifth, Dave Uren on a 23.99. Sixth, Trevor Willis on a 24.11. Seventh, Jack Cottrell on a 24.35. Eighth, Alex Coles on a 24.43. 9th, Jonathan Varley on a 24.76. And rounding out the top 10 and taking the final point was Graham Wynne on a 24.87. Stuart Sugden in 11th, just missed out on a point with a 25.04. And 12th, Will Hall after that unfortunate issue with the car, only managed a 64.47. So, what a runoff that was. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are coming back down the hill, please do give a huge round of applause to the drivers that come back down to show your appreciation for not only what you've just seen, but a fantastic day of hill climbing here at Shelsley Walsh. Before I sign off, Chris, final words from you.
Well, I've just loved it. I've had a lovely time up here in Crossing. I've really enjoyed listening to your commentary down there as well, and Chris. There's been a fantastic crowd, incredible runoffs. Thanks to all our marshals, done an amazing job as ever. And I'll sign back off now. Thank you very much, Billy.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you ever so much for all your hard work in the last 2 days. It's been a pleasure commentating with you. What a fantastic day we've had. Please do give a round of applause to the drivers as they come back down the hill. To all the spectators here today, thank you ever so much for coming. Thank you also to our marshals, and thank you to Rich and Elle and the team for doing such a great job with the stream. If you are a spectator here today, very safe journey home. Please drive safely and do come back to Shelsley again. We're back here for the National, at least, in August. Before the championship heads to the Channel Islands, it heads to Lowton, it heads to lots of other hill climbs around the country. So Doon is next, I believe, as well in Scotland. So, there's the calendar. Thank you very much, Rich. So yes, next they're off to Doon, then Harewood, then the Channel Islands, then Wiscombe, back here to Shelsley, Prescott, Doon, and then finishing the year at Lowton. It's been a pleasure talking to you this weekend. What a fantastic day of competition. Thank you to all the drivers putting on such a fantastic show, and I look forward to speaking to you again here at Shelsley in August. Thank you very much.